These people are actually the target user groups of the noble holographic smartphones. Only those rich people who have more than 10 million, hundreds of millions of dollars, will spend 1 million to buy a powerful and sci-fi personal intelligent computer. But not all of them are willing to buy, especially some of them who are older and less connected to the internet. Old Halson is one of them. As an old man in his 60s, he is still using an old black and white Nokia mobile phone. He has also tried to use a smartphone. Although the screen is large and it's easier to see things, the operation is too complicated for him. It's far less convenient than the used Nokia button phone. The mobile phone is just a communication tool for him, and the secretary will deal with the computer office. As for the most powerful 3D holographic projection and artificial intelligence of the holographic smartphone, it's just novel to him, far from attracting him to replace the black and white Nokia in his hand. Let alone $1 million, even if it's 10,000 yuan, it doesn't attract him much power. It's the young rich and the second generation of the rich who are shining their eyes. I wish I could swipe my card and pay for this cool black technology super handheld computer. Dan Brandon, 35, was the first. As a super rich second generation, his daily life is to eat, drink, and play, surrounded by beautiful women looking for stimulation. In his garage, there are all kinds of super sports cars. Before he went out every time, he had to consider which car to drive for half a day. Of course, now he has no such confusion. Since 2 months ago, when he was watching the new car conference of Shenzhen, he bit his teeth and spent a month's pocket money to buy a Thunder Super Run. The original love cars have fallen into a layer of ash in the corner of the garage. The peak speed beyond the limit, all the control power, the surging power and the strong acceleration to reach the limit of human body all make Dan Brandon intoxicated. After experiencing the power of Thunderbolt, Dan Brandon also has a clearer understanding of the power of Shield Industry to build a top sports car that completely crush all the previous sports cars he has been exposed to, and turn many of them into impossible ones. What Dan Brandon, a poor man with only money, is looking forward to is that Shenzhen Industry can release new products, and the best is to surpass the peak products like Thunderbolt. So when the holographic smartphone was advertised, he was one of the few people who believed in the real existence of this sci-fi mobile phone. When Bradley announced the price of the noble holographic smartphone, Dan Brandon turned his attention to the screen of another laptop beside him, which was displaying the official website of Shenzhen Industry. "I want to be the first to buy this holographic smartphone." Dan Brandon, with a beard on his face, points into the purchase interface and roars excitedly. Behind him, 4 hot and sexy beauties surrounded him excitedly and watched him operate on the computer. "You can do it, Dan. I really want to experience that kind of 3D holographic projection immediately. It's so cool. I don't know if the photos taken by this mobile phone will be particularly good looking. Do you still need to ask? $1 million. Maybe we can shoot 3D directly. I'm looking forward to it. Dan, you must buy it." Listening to the voice of a group of sexy beauties behind him, Dan Brandon's mood is very happy. The price of $1 million is completely within his acceptance range. Such a cool black technology equipment of science fiction, let alone 1 million, even 5 million, he will buy it without blinking. 3D holographic projection can be operated. Can be comparable to the adult intelligence of advanced artificial intelligence, comparable to server-level hardware performance. Bulletproof and waterproof, can also change 2D holographic science fiction computer. Dan Brandon would like to pay for the million immediately and get the sci-fi mobile phone that tickles him. With the last experience of buying Thunderbolt, Dan Brandon logged in his account ahead of the start of the conference and entered the purchase interface of products under Aegis Industry. However, at that time, there were only 3 super cars under Aegis, namely Knight, Lord, and Thunderbolt. At this time, when he refreshed again, the holographic smartphone finally appeared in the product list. As I expected. As soon as the price is announced over there, the holographic smartphone will go online at the same time. This efficiency is really the style of Shendun industry. As he spoke, Dan Brandon went straight into the purchase interface of the holographic smartphone. At this time, only the noble holographic smartphone that just announced its price appears in the purchase list. Like other shopping websites, it has a detailed function introduction, which looks more detailed than Bradley's introduction. Dan Brandon didn't have the heart to read these introductions carefully. He now knows enough. He just wants to pay the money and buy the mobile phone. His previous experience in buying Thunder Car told him that if he slowed down a step, it would probably take a long time to get the holographic smartphone. After he clicked purchase without hesitation, the first thing that pops up is not order confirmation or payment option, but a prompt. The user is the owner of Thunder Super Sports Car, meeting the purchase conditions. Then the order confirmation interface pops up. Just when Dan Brandon was a little strange, Bradley's words in the live picture of the conference answered his doubts. However, due to the high production difficulty and limited production of this noble holographic smartphone, currently only the owners of Shendun are allowed to buy it. In fact, this noble holographic smartphone is a special supporting device for Shendun Automobile. After the mobile phone is bound to Shendun Automobile's onboard computer system, it can be used for remote driving and remote control. All performance data of Shendun Automobile will be transmitted to the mobile phone. Through the mobile phone or advanced artificial intelligence program, Shendun Automobile can be with the help of advanced artificial intelligence. The car can even be driverless. However, due to safety considerations, under normal circumstances, advanced artificial intelligence only assists in driving, which can help avoid accidents caused by fatigue, wandering, and other reasons. In case of accidents and other emergencies, advanced artificial intelligence programs will temporarily take over the operation authority of the vehicle, so as to operate with the most accurate method to avoid and reduce injuries caused by accidents' harm. That is to say, as long as you have a noble holographic smartphone, your Shendun car will become a super chariot like Kit in Thunderbolt Ranger. Hearing Bradley mention of Thunderbolt Ranger, many people aged 40 and upwards couldn't help but look at it. Thunderbolt Ranger was broadcast in the United States much earlier than in China, probably in the early 1980s, when technology was scarce. What Thunderbolt Ranger brought to them was a cognitive refresh and subversion. The intelligence level is very high. Super artificial intelligence, like human beings, knows astronomy and geography, can drive automatically, has all kinds of advanced technology and strong protection performance, which is the most perfect car in the eyes of countless men in that era. But now the Shendun car is not much worse than that Thunderbolt Ranger in performance, even in many technical and protective performance, and if we add the holographic smartphone, which is the same as Kit's advanced artificial intelligence, it is the most perfect car in their mind. Many rich people who are not interested in holographic smartphones can't help being inspired by their passion and dreams. Old Halson can't help but think of the scene when he watched Thunderbolt Ranger. At that time, he was a poor boy, and his biggest dream was to have a super sports car like Thunderbolt Ranger. So after making money, the first thing he did was to buy himself an original Thunderbolt Ranger car, Pontiac Flamingo. Now, the sports car is still in his garage. It's taken good care of. It looks like it hasn't changed much since more than 30 years ago. Whether it's his former luxury car or the Lord car, it's just a vehicle for him, and that Pontiac Flamingo is his dream. It's just a dream after all. Although this Pontiac Firebird has the same appearance as Thunderbolt Ranger, it doesn't have all kinds of magic functions of Thunderbolt Ranger. So although he still drives this Pontiac Firebird for a ride on the road from time to time, Old Halson is more for a feeling. His dream of becoming Thunderbolt Ranger has long been what he forgot. At this moment, his dream, which had been silent, is suddenly awakened again, thinking of the performance before the advanced artificial intelligence and the powerful performance of his master car. After the combination of the two, just as soon as he imagined the situation as powerful and magical as the Thunderbolt Ranger on TV, Old Halson felt his heart beat faster and took a pill of heart disease medicine out of his pocket, which made him feel better. Luke. The face of the old Halson, who had breathed slowly, was still red with excitement, and he cried out to the outside of the study. "Come quickly and help me to buy this mobile phone. My Thunderbolt Ranger, it's finally coming true." Luke, the housekeeper, heard old Halson shouting excitedly. Although he was puzzled, he came quickly. Old Mr. Halson doesn't really know how to use the computer. It's okay to browse the web. Online shopping is a little difficult for him. When Luke, the housekeeper, entered the study, Dan Brandon, who had started a step earlier, had already pressed the confirmation button and successfully completed the payment. Looking at the order number of his tail, number 1, Dan Brandon raised his arms excitedly and shouted loudly. "Oh yeah, great." 4 beauties behind him also snuggled up together. "Dan, you're the first one. How powerful. Does this mean that we don't have to wait in line to receive this cool holographic smartphone soon?" "Yes, haha, I hope the express delivery of Shendon technology can be faster." When Dan Brandon finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he had bought an expensive mobile phone worth $1 million, and it seemed unlikely to mail it by ordinary express delivery. "I don't know how Shendon technology will deliver it. Send someone to escort in a Knight's bulletproof SUV. Ha ha, what an expectation." What Dan Brandon didn't know was that at the moment when he submitted the order and completed the payment, a noble holographic smartphone was taken off the shelf by the manipulator and put on the conveyor belt in Shendon Technology's intelligent warehouse. The press conference is still going on, but Brandon has no interest in watching it. He has bought the noble holographic smartphone, and he is not interested in the remaining elite and standard versions. As for whether he will miss some performance introductions, he can experience it himself when the phone he ordered arrives. "Come on, girls, let's celebrate in the pool." Dan Brandon opened his arms and stopped 2 sexy girls by his side. A group of people came to the swimming pool behind the villa. Standing at the edge of the pool, Dan Brandon, in high spirits, directly lifted up a beautiful woman around him and threw her into the pool in her scream. "Ah!" With the woman's scream, a large splash of water splashed out of the pool, spilled Dan Brandon's face. He wiped a bead of water on his beard, laughed proudly, and then turned his eyes to the other 3 exposed sexy beauties. The 3 women were laughing to avoid the splashing water in the pool, while laughing at the woman who had just come out of the water and was all wet. They didn't notice Dan Brandon's eyes. Unprepared, another beautiful woman in vest and shorts was caught by Dan Brandon, who was laughing happily. Then in the scream, Dan Brandon raised her hands directly above her head. "Oh, Dan, throw her out. Force." "Ah, help." Dan Brandon laughed and threw his arms forward. His soft and graceful body crossed a parabola in the scream. He fell heavily into the swimming pool and splashed a bigger spray than before. "Whoa, great. Go on, throw both of them down." At the same time, the first woman to be thrown down, regardless of her thin and sexy underwear, was wet by water and then exposed 2 groups of spring light, shouting to let Dan Brandon throw the remaining 2 women into the pool. The beautiful woman who was just raised by Dan Brandon and shouted for help came up from the water, screaming and joining in the agitation. "Come on, Dan. You can do it." In fact, without the encouragement of 2 people in the pool, Dan Brandon has turned his eyes to the remaining 2 women on the shore. Seeing that the momentum was not good, they hurriedly screamed to escape. However, they could not escape from Dan Brandon's clutches. Soon, they were caught by him one after another, plopped and threw into the pool. "Ha-ha, girls, it's my turn. Are you ready?" Looking at all the wet clothes in the swimming pool, the attractive sexy beauties, Dan Brandon, even if he is ready to jump into the swimming pool, will extend the fight to the swimming pool. But just as he took off his coat and was about to go into the water, a burst of air burst out in the air. Dan Brandon and the 4 frolicking women in the pool looked at each other almost at the same time. They saw a painted black aircraft like a 4-rotor UAV flying towards them at a very fast speed, but it was much faster than any UAV they had ever seen. In a flash, the drone flew over the pool and quickly adjusted its attitude to hover in front of Dan Brandon. Until then, several people could see the real appearance of the UAV. It does look like an ordinary four-rotor UAV, but it is also very different. In addition to the four rotors that can adjust the direction flexibly, there are four wings that can move up and down flexibly on the slender fuselage, which seem to be better at high-speed flight and more flexible. At the end of the body, there is a small jet engine. Although it has been closed during hovering, when it just flew by, Dan Brandon and the four women in the swimming pool clearly saw the blazing blue flame from the tail nozzle. They have no doubt about the power of this seemingly small jet engine. The momentum and speed of the drone when it flew over just now is enough to show the powerful power of this engine. This is definitely an advanced aircraft with technology content beyond the current UAV level. If there were not any external weapons on it, they would have thought it was a cutting-edge military drone secretly developed by the military. Under the astonished gaze of 5 people on and off the swimming pool, a hatch cover at the bottom of the black aircraft suddenly opened. As soon as 5 people's faces changed, they thought that they would be attacked by weapons popping from inside. A low electronic sound sounded on the aircraft at the same time. "Mr. Dan Brandon, the distinguished holographic smartphone you ordered has been delivered. Please accept it." With this sound, a folding robot arm is stretched out from the cabin. At the end of the robot arm, it is a black paper box the size of a palm. Until this moment, Dan Brandon finally realized that the noble holographic smartphone he just bought a few minutes ago had arrived. However, he did not rush to get the black mobile phone box that was sent to him by the robot, but looked at the UAV hovering in front of him with a hot face. This aircraft, which he almost mistakenly recognized as the military's new UAV, is actually the UAV used by Shendon Technology for delivery. And look at the situation when it flies directly in front of itself and takes out the mobile phone, as well as the electronic voice just now. Obviously, this unique UAV, like the holographic smartphone, is equipped with artificial intelligence, which can fly to the destination, confirm the goal, and complete the task independently. This makes Dan Brandon look forward to his noble holographic smartphone with advanced artificial intelligence built in. At the same time, he is also interested in the drone in front of him. Not only intelligence, but also the performance of this UAV in this short period of time is extremely powerful. As a top-rich second generation who spends most of his time eating, drinking, and playing, looking for excitement, Dan Brandon has also played some expensive drones. But those drones, whether they are flight speed, flexibility, or function, are far from comparable to the one in front of him. Just now, it took less than a second for the UAV to reach him from the time when he just found it. That is to say, the flight speed of the UAV exceeded 100 meters per second, or 360 kilometers per hour. Although there is still a gap from his Thunderbolt's ultimate speed of 500 kilometers per hour, don't forget that this drone is flying in the sky. As long as the altitude is raised and there is no obstacle around, you can fly with extreme element at will. However, his thunder is limited by the field, but he has little chance to gallop at the extreme speed of 500 kilometers. What's more, it's just his estimated speed. What's the real ultimate speed of the UAV? He has no bottom at all. It's not impossible to exceed 500 kilometers. In addition to speed, when it just flew to the swimming pool, the deceleration process was also very fast. Instead of slowing down far in advance, it almost reached the front and then suddenly adjusted 4 rotors and wings, greatly changed its attitude to slow down, and then hovered steadily in front of him. The maneuverability, flexibility, and control of the flight attitude displayed in this deceleration process are extremely amazing. The whole process from flying at a high speed to hovering at a standstill is very short. It's just a moment. If it's not right in front of him and he pays attention to observation, it's hard to notice these details. At this time, the drone hovered in front of him, but it didn't have the buzzing motor sound of those drones he had operated before. On the contrary, except for maintaining the hovering attitude, the whole drone hardly made any mechanical operation noise due to the downflow caused by the high-speed rotation of 4 rotors. If it hadn't been driven by the jet engine at high speed, it would have made a burst of air-breaking sound. If it had been approached at a relatively gentle speed, it would have been difficult for him to find the existence of this UAV. What's more, the UAV is equipped with a manipulator. It's obviously very flexible when it takes out the mobile phone box just now. It can complete many actions absolutely. If we can get such a UAV, it will be very cool. At this point, Dan Brandon's eyes on the drone in front of him are hot. Just as he was eager to try and hesitated to grab the UAV, the other party seemed to perceive his thoughts from his actions and eyes, and the low electronic voice sounded again. "Mr. Dan Brandon, please take away your holographic smartphone. If you choose to reject it, the order will be canceled automatically, and the full refund will be received within 2 hours. In addition, this L0147 UAV is the property of Shendon Technology Co., Limited. During the order delivery process, the video recording will be turned on, and an alarm will be given automatically in case of an attack. If you are interested in this UAV, please pay attention to Shendon Technology Company's announcement." When Dan Brandon listened to the warning of the drone, his face was embarrassed, but the 4 sexy beauties in the swimming pool could not help laughing. "Dan, your despicable mind has been discovered by it. Dan, grab it and throw it in the pool. How intelligent is it? Is it the same as the advanced artificial intelligence of the noble holographic smartphone? Could someone be remotely controlling it?" Hovering in the air, the black drone ignores the group of naked, spring-lit beauties in the swimming pool. At the same time of the electronic sound, a holographic projection is projected from the front of the UAV, forming a 3-dimensional digital image in the air, which is suspended in the air like the real existence, and the number above starts to decrease 1 second at a time. Seeing that the number has changed from 60 to 40, Dan Brandon can't help marveling at the reality of 3D holographic projection and can't think of other messy things anymore. He quickly reaches out his hand to connect the black mobile phone box handed over by the robot under the UAV. He doesn't want to take back the holographic smartphone that he won't get easily. If the order is canceled, even if he orders again now, it will be at least tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. He can't wait. And who knows, flirt, drone, return without reason can affect purchase qualification. After Dan Brandon took over the cell phone box, the digital holographic projection in the air disappeared instantly. The robot arm quickly and flexibly retracted into the belly of the machine, and then the electronic voice sounded again in the public ear. "The order delivery is completed. Have a good use." With the voice falling, the 4 variable rotors of the hovering UAV instantly moved to adjust the fuselage posture flexibly. At the same time, the jet engine at the tail of the UAV is ignited again, and the dazzling blue flame is ejected, pushing the UAV to fly out at a high speed, drawing an arc, and disappearing into the distant sky quickly. The 5 people on and off the pool watched the magic drone go away together, until they couldn't see it clearly, and then they reluctantly took back their sight. Dan Brandon looked down at the black cell phone box the size of a palm in his hand, and his face was full of expectation. Just now, although the UAV doesn't speak much, its keen observation and adaptability are no worse than that of ordinary people. Although it's a pity that Dan Brandon hasn't been able to make further research, the superintelligence it shows also makes Dan Brandon have more expectations for the holographic smartphone in his hand. Anyway, it's the highest version worth $1 million. The built-in advanced artificial intelligence should not be worse than this drone, right? After a while, we must have a good try. If not satisfied, he must complain. At that time, Dan Brandon, regardless of the boundless spring in the pool, turned his head and strode towards the villa behind him. He could not wait to start unpacking the box. The 4 sexy beauties in the swimming pool looked at each other and rushed to the side of the swimming pool to climb out. They could not help wiping the water on their bodies, so they ran into the room behind Dan Brandon. "Dan, wait for us. You guys, we have to watch. Advanced artificial intelligence, what a good look." On the other hand, excited old Halson also successfully placed an order for a noble holographic smartphone with the help of the housekeeper, But he didn't live in Lowe's angels like Dan Brandon, and when he placed the order, the number of orders began to explode. Even if we use Bradley's advanced UAV technology from Chen Mo's Life Foundation to upgrade and build the super intelligent UAV for product delivery, at least we will receive the mobile phone tomorrow. Even though he was eager, old Halson didn't expect to receive the goods that day, but he was no longer in the mood to do other things. After giving a regular meeting of the company in the afternoon to his staff to hold by himself, old Halson came to the garage with excitement. Looks at this as two peas Pontiac, a bird of fire in the Thunderbolt Ranger. The old Halson's thoughts flew to the decades ago. After unremitting efforts, the company finally succeeded. After buying the Pontiac Firebird with the first money earned, at that time, only 30-year-old Halson drove it on the road. Almost every passer-by and driver would look at it, and many people would directly give him a thumbs up. At that time, he had not experienced the satisfaction of getting what he wanted for a long time. After that, he didn't want to own a Pontiac Firebird for a long time. But now, he felt the yearning and throbbing again. This Pontiac Flamingo is just the original version of Thunderbolt, with the appearance of Thunderbolt, but that's all. In essence, it's just an ordinary sports car, and even its performance is far inferior to other sports cars. The real Thunderbolt Ranger is a super science fiction sports car with high intelligence and all kinds of powerful performance. Before, he never expected to really get a super intelligent sports car like Thunderbolt Ranger. The Pontiac Flamingo with the same appearance has been his highest extravagance. As for the powerful performance and artificial intelligence, old Halson couldn't even think about it. But now, he really has a chance to get a super smart sports car like Thunderbolt Ranger, even more powerful. This kind of surprise and excitement, no less than Transformers fans will soon get a really deformable Bumblebee. Luke, the housekeeper, looked at the flushes on his master's face that had not completely faded away and followed him worried all the time. From time to time, his palm touched the first aid medicine for heart disease in his pocket through his clothes, and he was ready to rush up when old Halson was ill. On the other hand, on the scene of the conference, Bradley finally announced the price of two other versions of holographic smartphones. Elite version of holographic smartphone, mainly designed for elites from all walks of life, has been strengthened in business, office, and other aspects, processing and editing all kinds of documents, translating, searching, analyzing, and sorting all kinds of data and information. It can play a great auxiliary role in all kinds of office work and daily life, and greatly improve the working efficiency of users' time brings many conveniences to life. To have an elite version of holographic smartphone is equivalent to having an all-around personal assistant. With the help of powerful artificial intelligence, your work and life will become more efficient and easy. There are many suits under the stage. A pair of successful people and elites in the industry can't help but look forward to them. Most of these elites in the United States are executives of all kinds of enterprises, or are engaged in professional and highly respected professions such as doctors, lawyers, architects, engineers, etc. They are usually very busy in their work and life while they have a high income and social status. And a holographic smartphone with high intelligence and powerful functions can definitely bring great help to their life and work. With the performance and artificial intelligence of the holographic smartphone, there is not much doubt about Bradley's words. They are more concerned about the price of this elite mobile phone. Although many of you are successful people with millions of annual salary, it is impossible for them to spend a whole year's net income to buy a noble holographic smartphone. After all, they also have to live, and most of the expenses are not low. In the end, there are not so many millions of annual salary left. It will take 2 or 3 years for them to buy a noble holographic smartphone. It's a bit over budget for them, but the price of this elite version of holographic smartphone should be much lower than that of the noble version for the top rich. As long as the price is not too outrageous, many of them are still willing to have such a powerful holographic smartphone that can bring them great help. In the eyes of the audience, Bradley finally announced the price of the elite version. With 3D holographic projection function and intermediate artificial intelligence, this elite version of holographic smartphone has a sales price of US $100,000. With Bradley's announcement of the price, for a while, the reaction was different. Some people have a happy face, some have a sigh of relief, some have a regrettable shake their head, face lost. $100,000 is acceptable for the elite with $1 million a year's salary. In the United States, an ordinary family car is only $23,000, and $100,000 can buy a good high-end car. Most of the cars they drive are about $100,000. Although the price of a mobile phone is the same as that of their car, with the advanced technology, powerful performance, and unimaginable powerful functions of this holographic smartphone, most of the elite are willing to pay for it. At the same time that Bradley announced the price of the elite version of the holographic smartphone, the elite version was also put on the official website of Shendan Industry. Many people who have been waiting for a long time have placed orders. The sales volume of the elite version of the holographic smartphone just put on the shelves suddenly soared, rapidly surpassing the noble version of the holographic smartphone that was put on the shelves first step, and continues to soar all the way. Compared with the limited number of the top rich, these elite groups only account for 1% of the total population of the United States, but the total population of the United States is 2 billion. 1% is 2 million. Even if only ordinary people buy it, the market for elite mobile phones has reached $100 billion. And this is only the United States. With the powerful functions of holographic smartphones, the market demand in the world will only be greater. The hot atmosphere of the rapid increase of orders on the official website did not affect the site of the conference. Although there are many top rich people, rich second generation and elites from all walks of life and successful people attending the conference, after all, the number is limited, and the majority of the people at the conference are ordinary people. They are most concerned about the price of standard holographic smartphones. And you have a powerful Sci-Fi mobile phone produced by Shendan Industry. It depends on the final price announced by Bradley. Most of the people at the scene were in a state of anxiety, waiting for Bradley to announce the final answer. Finally, let's unveil the price of standard holographic smartphones. Bradley looked down from the stage with his trademark warm smile. This standard version of mobile phone is for the public. While cutting some cutting-edge configurations, the price is also greatly reduced. Although there is no 3D holographic projection, the 2D holographic projection function and primary artificial intelligence are enough to meet all the daily needs, which can bring great changes to your life and make your life easier and more convenient. In the eyes of the public, Bradley smiled and said the long-awaited answer. This standard holographic smartphone costs $10,000. $10,000. Get the final answer. The audience's expression is a lang first, then became excited. The price of a Volkswagen Jetta in the United States is about $20,000, while the price of most ordinary people's cars is basically between $10,000 and $30,000. The price of this standard holographic smartphone is almost half of their car. Is the price expensive? Of course it's expensive. The price of an Apple notebook is only more than $1,000. The price of this standard Shendan holographic smartphone is several times that of an Apple computer, but can Apple compare with this Sci-Fi phone? The gap between the two is even greater than the gap between the old black and white mobile phones and smartphones. Holographic projection, artificial intelligence, comparable to the powerful performance of small servers, any one of which is taken out alone has great significance beyond the times. This is a super personal PDA that can completely replace desktops, tablets, and laptops. $10,000 is worth it. And although the price is a little expensive, it is still within the range of most people. When a new car is bought, and compared with a car that is just a common means of transportation for ordinary people, this kind of holographic smartphone with many advanced technologies and powerful functions is actually more meaningful for them. Many of the Moonlight clan can only watch for a while, but many of those who have a little bit of savings are acting at the first time. The sales volume of the standard version of holographic smartphones just put on the shelves has increased rapidly with a stronger momentum than the elite version, and soon the two phones put on the shelves ahead of schedule are far behind. But now, after all, it's just released, and many people are still waiting to see. When the first batch of users get the product, the powerful functions of holographic smartphones are fully displayed. When word of mouth is uploaded on the internet, more people will put it into action, but at that time, they will have to wait a little longer to get holographic smartphones. At this point, the holographic smartphone conference is coming to an end, and most of the audience are trapped in the tangle of buying and not buying. However, the subsequent free question link has attracted many people's attention. Most of the questions on the spot are focused on the powerful performance of holographic smartphones. Someone asked about the battery life. Hello, I'd like to ask you, the holographic smartphone has the function of artificial intelligence and holographic projection, which must consume a lot of electricity. However, the size of this mobile phone is not much larger than that of the ordinary smartphone. In my observation, it seems to be more light and thin. I don't know how much the battery capacity is and what the endurance is. Are new battery technologies used? Bradley nodded at the young man in shirt, black glasses and its suit, and replied with a smile. You are right. Because the holographic projection module and high-performance hardware occupy more space, the remaining space of the holographic smartphone to hold the battery is only about 1/3 of that of the conventional smartphone. With the increase of the power consumption brought by the holographic projection function and the high-power operation of the hardware, the ordinary lithium battery is not enough to support the normal holographic smartphone use. Bradley said with a smile, listening attentively. So, the holographic smartphone uses the latest graphene battery developed by Shendon Technology. Graphene battery. Many people don't know the name very much, but many people who know about battery technology can't help but see it. Nowadays, the most advanced and widely used lithium-ion battery has actually developed to the bottleneck, and its performance is difficult to make a big breakthrough, which also restricts the endurance and performance of electronic products to a large extent. Smartphones can be charged at least once a day, or even used heavily, for less than a day at all. The endurance of ordinary drones is generally 20 to 30 minutes, while that of pure electric vehicles is mostly about 300 to 500 kilometers, and this number has not been greatly improved for a long time. And what limits all this is battery capacity. At present, mobile phone manufacturers and electric vehicle companies can only increase the battery volume and optimize the power consumption to improve the endurance, but the range is mostly small. To make a real breakthrough, we must rely on new battery technology with more powerful performance. Graphene battery is the most concerned new battery technology. Many institutions and large mobile phone manufacturers are doing research, but so far, no institution has successfully applied it to products. However, according to the research data published by many institutions, people also have a certain understanding of the performance of graphene battery. Once the research of this new battery is successful, the performance gap between the new battery and the traditional lithium-ion battery will not only be a few percent, but will be several times or even a dozen times higher. It's just laboratory data. It's still far from being put into practice. Now, someone tells them that the graphene battery has been put into use and is installed in the holographic smartphone in front of them. Bradley's voice continued to ring at the press conference, awakening many people in shock. The capacity of this new type of graphene battery is more than 10 times that of the most advanced lithium-ion battery at present. When it is only 1/3 of the volume of the ordinary smartphone battery, the power is 5 times that of the conventional smartphone. In addition, under the advanced power management technology of Shendon Technology, the standby time of holographic smartphones is low, and the standby time of non-wake-up state can be as long as 1 month. When the holographic projection is not turned on, the standby time of normal use can be as long as 1 week. When the holographic projection is continuously turned on, the standby time can also be as long as 6 hours. After learning from Bradley about the horror endurance of the holographic smartphone, everyone's face was full of surprises. How long ago did you use it normally for a week and stand by for a month? Apart from the nostalgic old man like Old Halson, who is still using black and white Nokia, the vast majority of people who use smartphones haven't felt that they don't need to worry about the power and endurance for many years. Usually, if you go out without a charger, you can't play hard with your mobile phone. If you don't have a battery, you will find a charger and an outlet. You can't find it easily. You have to wait for a long time to charge more than 10% of the electricity. Then you can't use it casually, for fear that you won't be able to shut down before you get home. Now they can finally experience the feeling that they can use their mobile phone freely without worrying about the time and place, the power consumption at a high speed. But Bradley's answer is not over. At the same time, the charging speed of graphene battery is more than 30 times faster than that of ordinary lithium battery. With the rapid charging technology of Shendon technology, the holographic smartphone can be fully charged in less than 10% of the power in 10 minutes. Bradley's words once again caused a stir among the people watching the conference. What is the concept of 10 minutes full? This means that they don't have to endure the pain of waiting for charging anymore. The situation that they waited for half a day to charge 1% of the electricity will never happen again. Even if the time is tight, they can charge a half of the electricity in a few minutes. With the endurance of the holographic smartphone, the half is enough for them to use it all day. This is the real charge for 5 minutes. Have a good day. But to everyone's surprise, such a powerful battery technology, Shendon technology, did not have a special introduction in the previous product introduction process. But when people think about what they just focused on, it's actually holographic projection function and super artificial intelligence. Other hardware performance, operating system, shell material, and so on are just passing by. These high-end technologies will definitely be featured in other mobile phone companies' press conferences, but they are not on the same level compared with holographic projection and super artificial intelligence, two cutting-edge technologies that surpass the times. Although graphene battery technology is powerful, many institutions are studying it and have some achievements. However, due to the unsolved problems such as technology and cost, it has not been put into market application. Compared with those two science fiction like super cutting-edge technologies, it is a little worse, and it is reasonable not to focus on the introduction. In fact, Bradley didn't focus on the battery technology of holographic smartphones. On the one hand, because of the limited time of the conference, he focused on the main holographic and intelligent features, but these two super functions are enough to attract users. On the other hand, Bradley also wants to leave some suspense, mobilize the public's appetite, and let users have more about the desire. Looking at the audience, Bradley continued with a gentle smile. In addition to lithium battery, holographic smartphone has applied many new technologies in operating system, security, anti-theft, photo taking, music playing, display screen, etc. Compared with traditional smartphones, its performance in all aspects has been greatly improved and optimized. When the curiosity of the crowd was aroused, Bradley stopped talking and said instead, "For the details of the configuration, performance, and technology of holographic smartphones, you can log in to Shendon Industrial official website and view the detailed introduction in the product interface." Many people at the scene and on the network heard that when they took out their mobile phones or opened the web page and started to log in to Shendon Industrial official website, they found the detailed introduction of holographic smartphones on the product purchase page. The more they saw it, the more shocked they were. Each of the technologies listed above can be the main trump card of a smartphone conference when they are taken out separately. But in Shendon technology, there is no time to talk about it in detail. It's a common technology. many people have a new understanding of the technological strength of Shendun industry. The first Shendun car, a new anti-cancer drug that attracted great attention in the media before, and now the holographic smartphone. Any one of them is at the top of the absolute peak in that field. What kind of technological giant is the shield industry with all these cutting-edge technologies? How many powerful advanced technologies are they still holding? In addition to ordinary consumers, there are many forces that are more interested in Shendun industry. Or, Shendun industry and the man standing behind Shendun industry are being stared at by more forces. In fact, this is also the reason why Chenmo has been controlling the development strength and relatively low-key development before. The technology of automobile alone may only attract the attention of those automobile groups, but as more and more cutting-edge technologies are revealed, more and more people will focus on him. At the early stage of development, Chenmo still hopes to make steady progress, but now, it is no longer necessary. The initial infrastructure construction and development have been completed, the Shendun industry has developed, the resistance and counterattack ability to external attacks has been strong enough, and now Chenmo himself has mastered a more powerful force. For those forces that can make many large companies feel afraid, Chenmo does not need to have any scruples at all. Without even having to do it himself, Wade's men are enough to solve the problem. With the development of Hydra, his power in the real world will only become stronger and stronger. Any force that dares to provoke will be devastated beyond their endurance. At the conference site, with Bradley's reminder, many people on the site logged into the official website of Shendun Bureau and found that the holographic smartphones had been put on the shelves for sale. However, when they clicked to buy, they found that the previous orders had been arranged for a long time, and the expected arrival time had been postponed to several days. Some people should ask Bradley questions. Excuse me, in addition to Shendun Industrial official website, can we buy holographic smartphones in physical stores? If there are physical stores to buy, they don't need to wait so long. Facing the question, Bradley replied with a smile. For the time being, holographic smartphones can only be purchased through Shendun Industrial website. However, Shendun Industry is building flagship stores and experience centers in major cities across the country and in major cities around the world. It is expected that most of the experience centers will be completed and put into use within 1 month. Then, you can experience and purchase in the experience center. But before that, you don't need to worry about the delivery time. Shendun's own logistics distribution network is under construction and improvement. With the current order growth in the short term, the Los Angeles area can guarantee the receipt of goods within 3 days, and the United States can't exceed 7 days. With the further improvement of the logistics distribution network, it is expected that within 1 week, all parts of the United States can guaranteed to arrive in 24 hours. You can buy at ease. But there is one exception. Bradley's voice turned, and there was a mean smile on his face that was similar to Wade's. The Shendun Automobile Experience Center, where we are now, has added a holographic smartphone experience center, which is also the only place to buy holographic smartphones offline. You can experience and buy them in the experience center later. As soon as Bradley's voice dropped, someone couldn't sit down. Some of the audience sitting at the periphery got up and left their seats directly and walked towards the holographic smartphone experience center. At first, there were only a few people, then there were dozens of people, more and more people competing to leave. Even when some people found that more and more people were walking together, they simply ran. Bradley smiled. It seems that you can't wait. Then this conference is over. Welcome to experience the powerful functions of holographic smartphones in the Experience Center. Bradley finished, smiled and nodded at the crowd, then walked off the stand. The rest of them were quiet for a moment, and then they all started to act. The number of experience machines must be limited. First come, first served, late arrival must be in line. I don't know how long to wait. In fact, it is true that the holographic smartphone experience center has only prepared 5 noble versions. 10 elite versions and 50 standard holographic smartphones as experience machines, which are already very many for ordinary mobile phone stores. However, compared with the thousands of people who have come to participate in the conference, it is not enough. This is because the venue of this conference is set in Shandong Automobile Experience Center. Due to the limited venue, the number of people on site is strictly controlled. If there were tens of thousands of people like the previous Shandong Automobile Conference, the Experience Center would have been crowded out for a long time, and there might be a stampede accident. Today, although there are still a lot of 1,000 people, for the huge Shandong Automobile Experience Center, it can be fully accommodated. The newly added holographic smartphone experience center has already been waiting. Behind the neat experience counter, dozens of young men and women in uniform are waiting for the arrival of the experience army. Running in front of everyone was a smart-looking middle-aged man. As soon as he rushed into the experience center, he shouted to the staff behind the nearest counter, "I want to experience the noble holographic smartphone." The nearest to him was a beautiful blonde girl in uniform, who nodded politely to him and said with a smile, "Hello, sir." The noble holographic smartphone is the exclusive mobile phone of Shandong Automobile. Only the owner of Shandong Automobile can buy and experience it. Are you the user of Shandong Automobile? When the smart middle-aged man heard this, he immediately recalled that in the previous press conference, Bradley did say that only the owner of Shandong Automobile has the right to purchase the noble holographic smartphone. He wanted to experience it first, but now it seems to be out of the question. However, he could not help but look at the people behind him who were about to come in. He hurriedly asked after him, regardless of his regret, "Is the elite version okay?" The blonde smiled and nodded in a sweet voice. "Of course, please go to the elite section for experience," the girl said, raising her hand and pointing to the next area. The smart middle-aged man found that the holographic smartphone experience center was divided into 3 areas. Above the largest area, there was a huge 3-dimensional text floating slowly. Standard Experience Area. The other 2 small and many areas are respectively suspended with Elite Experience Area and Noble Experience Area. The middle-aged people quickly reflected that these 3 realistic fonts are all formed by 3D holographic projection. At this time, someone has come behind him. The smart middle-aged people react quickly and run towards the Elite Experience Area nearby. After taking over an elite holographic smartphone from a staff member at the elite counter, the middle-aged people showed a satisfied smile and wiped the sweat on their forehead. The middle-aged people immediately began to try to operate it. At the same time, the crowd behind also came quickly, and the experience center became busy and crowded. In addition to the first 60 people to get the holographic smartphone to experience, other people who were a little slower could only stand in the back and wait in line. Fortunately, everyone can only experience 5 minutes, and more than 1,000 people are present. It doesn't take 2 hours at most to rotate. There are more and more people in the experience center, and the line behind the 60 experience counters is longer and longer. A dignified and rich middle-aged man enters the experience center. At first, he glanced at the long line in the experience center and frowned. However, as his eyes swept through the standard experience area and elite experience area, he fell into the noble experience area of only 5 uniformed staff. When he saw the 3D holographic projection font of the suspended noble experience area, the rich middle-aged people relaxed their eyebrows head, walked towards that side without hesitation. Soon, the 5 experience machines in the Noble Version experience area have also been tried. With the arrival of the following people, the Standard Version and the Elite Version experience area began to be overcrowded. At the same time, dozens of people also lined up behind the Noble Version experience area. At present, Shandong Industries' main customer group is these top rich people. Although there are not many people who can come to the scene, there are dozens of billionaire super rich people in the 1,000 people. This proportion is still very high. In the past, only some high-level economic forums or top-level banquets have this situation, but now they are waiting in line in a mobile experience center to experience a mobile phone. But not everyone is standing in line. A tall and thin man who came later glanced at the long line, roughly estimated the waiting time in his mind, and immediately gave up the intention of queuing but walked directly to a counter in the elite experience area. "Hello, sir." When the staff behind the counter saw him coming, they did not rush to persuade him to go to the queue but politely greeted him. "What can I do for you?" The tall and thin man nodded and said, "I want to buy an elite holographic smartphone." When the tall and thin man swiped his card for payment and left calmly with his holographic smartphone, the people in the line couldn't help but stir up, even if some of them came out of the line directly and walked towards the counter. At the same time of the experience of dozens of people in the front, the people behind can also see it very clearly. In that period of time, they have basically been able to confirm that the functions and overall performance of the holographic smartphone are not worse than what was introduced in the press conference just now, and even more powerful than they thought in many aspects. So, experience is not so important. More and more people began to break away from the team and join the ranks of buying. They didn't know how much inventory there was. If they started late, they would not be able to buy it. Therefore, the people who have decided to buy basically give up the experience and choose to buy directly. The rest are still waiting in line. They are not sure whether to buy or not. They want to experience it in person, or they have not enough money for the time being. They are not planning to buy at present. As for the future, anyone who has participated in the conference does not want to own a holographic smartphone. As long as you have money, you must buy one. The conference of holographic smartphones ended successfully. On the same day, the participants in the conference alone contributed more than 1,000 orders. Apart from some people who didn't buy them, others bought several at once. This is to prevent someone from reselling, which limits the purchase quantity. Otherwise, it is possible to sell 2,000 or 3,000 sets. As of 12:00 p.m., the first day sales of the holographic smartphones just released reached 100,000. This number is not a great number compared with the old mobile phone companies such as Apple and Samsung, but if considering the amazing price of holographic smartphones, the first day's sales completely crushed these old mobile phone companies. And this is only the market in the United States. When the holographic smartphone is released in the world, coupled with a period of public praise and brewing, the sales volume of this era surpassing holographic smartphone will usher in a huge explosion. After all, even the cheapest standard version of holographic smartphones costs as much as $10,000. On the first day of sale, most of the users who placed orders for Shendun cars and loyal fans who have long yearned for Shendun industrial products are old users. Only because the number of people who placed orders after watching the conference is still limited, more people still want to wait until the first batch of users release the experience and evaluation before starting, so the real sales climax has not come. It's just the beginning. In fact, later in the day of the conference, the first holographic smartphone user feedback that many people are looking forward to has been published. However, strictly speaking, the video posted on Twitter is not so much user feedback, but rather rich. Moreover, if you look forward to the content released by the video publisher before pushing Terry, you will find that almost all of them are luxury cars, beauties, airplanes, yachts, and even many videos that drive tanks to crush BMW cars and use Gatling to strafe Mercedes-Benz. And the owner of these contents is the first rich second generation, Dan Brandon, to get the holographic smartphone. In addition to enjoying the life of the second generation of the rich, in fact, Dan Brandon has really gained a lot of fans by these powerful and high-quality ways of showing off wealth. There are more than 2 million fans who pay attention to him on Twitter. Although the number of fans who are more than 7 million now is far from Chen Mo, the mysterious boss of the shield industry, it is already a well-known online red. The number of Chen Mo's 7 million fans is still because he has rarely updated Twitter after the development of Shendan Automobile, so the growth is relatively slow, almost all relying on the previous booming videos and the identity of mysterious boss of Shendan industry. If Chen Mo takes more efforts, it is estimated that the number of fans has already exceeded 10 million. After getting the holographic smartphone and experiencing it with 4 beauties, Dan Brandon can't wait to record a video and send it to his Twitter. However, Dan Brandon's video is mainly about showing off his wealth. His own functions of holographic smartphones have not been fully developed. In addition to making people more clearly feel the magic of 3D holographic projection and advanced artificial intelligence, there are not too many new things. After that, there are other users who have placed orders in advance or bought holographic smartphones at the press conference to share their videos and experiences, but most of them are still in the process of exploration. Although they also let people discover some new functions and highlights of holographic smartphones, they are not too amazing. Until the next day, a news swipe on the TV and internet quickly, people realize the power of holographic smartphones again. The hero of this news is a loyal fan of Thunderbolt Ranger, an old customer of Shendan Industry, and a top rich Old Halson. After one night's expectation the next morning, Old Halson finally received his holographic smartphone. Surprised and excited, he took the holographic smartphone from the UAV, and Old Halson felt his heart began to beat faster. He took a deep breath and tried to control his excitement. After his heartbeat calmed down, Old Halson opened the mobile phone box and took out the long-awaited holographic smartphone. According to the manual, I started the mobile phone slightly, without the long startup time of other smartphones. After a second, the 9-dragon emblem of Shendan Industry flashed. I started it directly. However, the first boot did not directly enter the operation interface, but began to set the identity. A low electronic sound rises. Welcome to Shendan Technology Holographic Smartphone. Now you can set your identity permission. Please scan your face and iris on the screen of your phone. Old Halson didn't expect that the holographic smartphone also has iris scanning function, which is much more complex and safer than fingerprint. Then he directly operated according to the tips of electronic voice. Face sweeping finished. Iris scan complete. The highest authority is determined. Please name advanced AI. Old Halson took a look at the microphone logo displayed on the screen of his mobile phone and immediately gave up the idea of typing. After a little thought, he had a decision in his mind and said directly with some excitement, "Kit, naming succeeded. VoicePrint collection succeeded. Please choose a sound or customize it." With the electronic voice prompt, a row of different voice descriptions and audition buttons appeared on the screen of the mobile phone, but it was obviously not what Old Halson wanted. In view of the high degree of humanization shown by the advanced artificial intelligence at the conference, the Old Halson tentatively said, "Custom. Please connect to the network for custom settings." Old Halson could not help but grimace at his words. Connect to the network. This is also a big problem for the Old Halson who has been using black and white Nokia. Just when Old Halson was about to call the housekeeper Luke to help, the camera caught the expression of Old Halson and then automatically displayed the operation prompt on the screen. At the same time, the electronic sound started to guide Old Halson to complete the network connection. For the first time, Old Halson felt the power of advanced artificial intelligence. Is Luke going to lose his job in the future? Finally, under the guidance of AI, Old Halson successfully set the voice and language mode of AI program as the vehicle AI Kit in Thunderbolt Ranger. Kit. After finishing the setup, Old Halson was full of expectation. "I'm here." Sounds as like as 2 P's in mobile phone. The old Harry's face finally shows a rare smile. Then he could not sit any longer. He took his cell phone directly to the garage and sat in the driver's cab of the Lord's luxury car. The owner car is found. Is it connected? The voice of Kit came from the mobile phone. Old Halson rubbed his hands excitedly and then hurriedly responded, "Connect." Soon, the master car's central control screen lit up, and a few seconds later the sound of Kit sounded again, but this time not from the mobile phone, but in the sound of the master car. The system connection is completed, the permission is obtained successfully, and the whole vehicle test is started. Then, the various function indicator lights of the Lord car began to flash rapidly, and a rapid refresh of test items appeared on the central control screen. On the structural model of the next Lord car, the green area began to spread little by little, and soon the whole car model became green. The test is completed, everything is normal, and it can be started. Old Halson sat in the car, listening to the continuous report of Kit, and his memory of the night came to mind quickly. With his hands on the steering wheel, Old Halson took a deep breath and said slowly, "Kitt, can I drive myself? For safety reasons and in accordance with the corresponding traffic regulations, it is not possible to drive automatically on the road in non-emergency situations." Just when Old Halson was disappointed, the voice of Kit continued to ring. "But I can help you drive to the road." With the sound of Kit, a map of their area is displayed on the central control screen. On the map, there is a blue line from the Old Halson's villa to the side of the road. This section is not a road and can be controlled by artificial intelligence at will. Old Halson nodded contentedly and said excitedly, "Let's go for a ride, Kit." "Okay." Kit's voice rang, and the engine of the car was started. At the next moment, without any operation by Old Halson, the leader car started to move forward and the steering wheel began to rotate flexibly. In the excited eyes of Old Halson, the leader's car drove out of the garage smoothly, turned several turns in a row, and drove onto the road connecting the road in front of the villa. During the whole process, it was completely controlled by Kit. The steering wheel rotated back and forth by itself, just like someone was driving. Old Halson sat in it, feeling more than he usually drove by the driver add stability. At last, the car stopped in front of the road. Old Halson reached out his hands, grabbed the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator at the same time. After driving on the road, the excited Old Halson quickly raised the speed, and the real-time speed, direction, position and other information were displayed on the visual windshield. Although the leader car is different from Pontiac Flamingo sports car of Thunderbolt Ranger, this kind of technological driving experience still makes Old Halson find the feeling of Thunderbolt Ranger. Under the excited mood, the speed can't help getting higher and higher. He hasn't experienced the feeling of speeding for many years. The last time, it seems that he just got the Pontiac Firebird. When the leader car drives at high speed, it soon catches up with the traffic flow in front of it. When Old Halson overtakes, the distance between the front car and the opposite car and the speed are displayed on the visual windshield. The safety assistance is provided for the overtaking process. If the opposite car is too close, the danger prompt will be displayed on it. The Kit will also give a voice alarm to prevent it he passed by. With the help of Kit, Old Halson didn't have to worry about the safety when overtaking. He left a car behind all the way. It's exciting. Old Halson seems to be back in his youth, driving his beloved Pontiac Flamingo on the road and enjoying the envious eyes of other cars. Old Halson feels that he is a lot younger. "Sir, your heart rate is too fast. I suggest you slow down and have a rest." Kit's voice sounded, but Old Halson felt his state was better than ever. He was always calm and his rare impulse was hot. He clapped his chest with one hand and shouted excitedly, "Don't worry, man, I'm in good shape." But then the face of Old Halson was suddenly changed. A touch of pain quickly appeared in his face. Old Halson hurriedly raised his hand to reach into his pocket for the medicine, but his arm seemed to be filled with lead. He couldn't lift it. The other hand that had been put on the steering wheel had lost its strength, but his foot on the accelerator still hasn't been raised, and at this time, just tens of meters in front of him, there is a truck driving slowly. Old Halson's face was red, and he looked hopelessly at the end of the truck approaching quickly in front of him. In a few seconds, the leader's car is about to hit the truck in front of him, and the sound of Kit in the car suddenly rings. Judge the owner's heart attack, suspected myocardial infarction, basic loss of mobility, life risk, start emergency authority, autopilot on. At the same time, the out-of-control steering wheel suddenly moves by itself. The car speed of the leader is not reduced. He can easily cross an arc, quickly surpass the truck from the side, and continue to drive forward. Search the nearest hospital and start navigation. Connect to the hospital. In the event of an emergency and endangering the safety of the owner's life, the leader car was automatically taken over by the artificial intelligence program. Although Old Halson suffered from a heart attack and his body didn't listen to orders, he was still conscious. Seeing that Kit took over the leader car and made a quick response, Old Halson was excited. At the same time, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. But his villa is in the outskirts of the city, and the nearest hospital is not a short distance. He doesn't know if he can stick to it until then. Leave everything to fate. To be able to experience the feeling of being a Thunderbolt Ranger in person is to fulfill his greatest dream, and to die with no regrets. But Kit obviously did not give up the idea. In this two-way lane that needs to receive overtaking, the speed of the leader's car soared all the way, with much faster speed than when Old Halson drove himself just now, leaving a car behind quickly. Feeling the rapid passing of vehicles and scenery outside the window, looking at the real-time speed value on the windshield that has exceeded 200 and is approaching the amazing speed of 300 kilometers per hour, Old Halson's confidence is stronger. At this speed, as long as there is no accident, he seems to be dead. 20 minutes later, at the gate of the hospital, the leader's car rushed through the gate at an amazing speed like a black lightning bolt, and rushed towards the building at a constant speed. In front of the building, several medical staff, after receiving the call for help from Kit, prepared the stretcher car in advance and waited there anxiously. They saw the leader car rush into the gate. They were still in front of them, pushing the stretcher car to meet them. But at the moment, looking at the black car coming straight to them, they all changed their faces and wanted to panic, get out of the way. However, at this time, accompanied by a harsh braking sound, the dark body of the leader car quickly completed the deceleration braking, and in the surprised eyes of a group of medical staff, it stopped steadily beside the stretcher car. At a time when most people were in a state of panic, a doctor came to the rescue first, hurriedly greeting others to rescue the patient and running towards the back door of the Lord's car. However, when he opened the door to lift the patient down, he was surprised to find that no one was evacuated. At the same time, a low male voice sounded in the car. "The patient is in the driver's seat." The doctor didn't respond, but when he glanced inside the car, he found that there was really only someone in the driver's seat in front of him. Did the patient drive by himself? But didn't the phone just say that the patient had myocardial infarction and lost the ability to move? What's going on? But there was no time to think about anything else. After confirming the patient, the doctor quickly turned around and ran to the driver's seat, opened the door, and even saw Old Halson with a pale and painful face inside. Just in time, several other medical staff recovered from the near collision and rushed to help. Several of them worked together to lift Old Halson out of the cab, put on a stretcher car, and then ran towards the emergency room. However, looking at the Old Halson's clenched teeth, his body was motionless and his mouth could not speak. The doctor just remembered something. Who said that just now? Who called before? How did the car get here and at the same speed? He thought he was driving a professional driver. Anyway, it's impossible to be the old man with acute myocardial infarction lying on the stretcher at this time. Thinking of this, the doctor who was about to rush into the building with the stretcher car turned his head and looked at the Lord car parked outside. But under his eyes, the empty limousine started to move slowly by itself and moved towards the parking space beside it. What's the situation? Driverless. Thunderbolt Ranger's car doesn't last like this. Besides, this is the real world, okay? But then there was a flash of light in his mind. Driverless. And that limousine just now looks familiar. If he remembers correctly, it should be one of the 3 super cars of Shendun Industry. Shendun Industry. Master car. Driverless. Linking up the information, the doctor quickly responded. It's a noble holographic smartphone. He also saw yesterday's press conference. He clearly remembered Bradley's exclusive holographic smartphone for Shendon, which has the function of operating Shendon and unmanned driving in case of emergency. At that time, he didn't care too much. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. At most, he bought an elite version, a $1 million Noble holographic smartphone, and a $5 million Shendon car. But now, he has personally felt how powerful the automatic driving function that Shendon Technology President, who always smiles, has taken lightly. If there is no wrong guess, the patient should have a myocardial infarction while driving the master car, and then the advanced artificial intelligence built in the Noble holographic smartphone took over the master car, and the automatic driving took him to the hospital. Before that, he called to inform them that they were ready to save people, and that the patient should be in the driver's seat intelligence. No matter the hospital staff who answered the phone before or himself, did not find that the other side was not a real person but an artificial intelligence. It's just too much to accept. Is this still the real world? Are you sure it's not Thunderbolt world coming? If old Halson knew that the doctor who rescued him was also a Thunderbolt Ranger fan, he would be very happy. But at this time, his mood was relieved a lot. Although he still felt very bad since he had been sent to the hospital in time, he would not be in danger of life again. The relaxed old Halson was lying on the stretcher car, and a group of medical staff allowed him to run to the emergency room while pushing him, and began to carry out preliminary rescue on the road. But in his heart, what he never forgets is the kit that was thrown out of the building. Due to the timely delivery and the most valuable time for rescue, old Halson's rescue was successful and soon out of danger. The housekeeper and his family, who were informed by Kit, also came to the hospital early, while a large group of reporters arrived at the same time with them. The doctor who found Kit didn't pay attention to Kit because he wanted to rescue old Halson, but he was not alone at that time. Besides the medical staff, many patients and family members witnessed the whole process at the door, and the leader car was recognized naturally. The transparent windshield also can't block people's sight. The old man in the driver's seat is lifted out, but the empty leader's car starts to move by itself, slowly moves to the parking space next to it and stops. This scene is even recorded by people's mobile phone in the whole process. Naturally, the reporter with good news will soon receive the news, just like the cat with bad smell too. Later, old Halson had a sudden myocardial infarction while driving, but was directly controlled by the built-in advanced artificial intelligence of the holographic smartphone. The Lord car he drove rushed to the hospital quickly, so the news of timely rescue became hot on TV and internet. The real Thunderbolt Ranger comes out of the hospital. Self-driving Shendon car. How smart is the advanced artificial intelligence of holographic smartphones? Will the traffic accident disappear from now on? However, there are also some media who question whether the artificial intelligence created by Shendon Industry will be out of control like Skynet in the movie and try to dominate human beings in order to attract people's attention. However, Shendon Industry did not respond to this issue, and most of the people's attention was also focused on artificial intelligence to save people. However, few people really believed those alarmist remarks. It's because of the strong ability of advanced artificial intelligence that many people are more interested in holographic smartphones. Even some Thunderbolt Ranger fans like old Halson have bought back together with Shendon Automobile and Noble holographic smartphones in order to fulfill their dreams. More and more videos of autopilot cars are also appearing on the network. However, because of the automatic driving on roads only in emergency, all these videos are taken in rural roads and car park. The names of these artificial intelligence are also different. They are also named as Kit, like old Halson. They are also called Jarvis, ALF, Red Queen, Skynet, and even Wankai and Leifu. Not only the automatic driving, opening the windows, adjusting the air conditioning temperature, map navigation, and even adjusting the seats can be controlled by artificial intelligence. To compare, Shendan car with holographic smartphone, in addition to some functions limited by law, whether it is the performance of the car or the intelligence level of artificial intelligence, as well as the driving experience, should be in Thunderbolt chivalrous that super sports car above. After this event, the sales volume of 3 versions of holographic smartphones has a huge increase. Even the sales volume of Shendan automobile has a significant increase. On the hospital side, due to the timely rescue, old Halson was soon out of danger, and the first thing he did was to let people take his holographic smartphone. This time, Kit can be said to have saved his life. Before his illness, Kit had detected that he was too excited and suggested that he stop for a rest, but he didn't listen. After the illness, Kit found out the abnormality in time, opened the emergency authority, took over the car, and quickly sent him to the hospital, which made him escape a disaster. In the past, he just felt that Shendan car has strong performance and good safety. This time, holographic smartphones let him feel the extremely advanced technical strength of Shendan industry. Now old Halson has become the most loyal supporter and fan of Shendan industry. His enthusiasm is even higher than his love for Thunderbolt Ranger. What do you want to do most when you find a company with extremely powerful technology and verify its strength? Of course, buy. In the past, old Halson must have asked his assistant or housekeeper Luke to help him search relevant information, but now, with Kit, it's obvious that he doesn't need so much trouble. Kit, what other products does Aegis have? The sound of Kit rings quickly, and a 3D light curtain spreads quickly over the phone. Shendan Industry consists of 5 companies: Shendan Automobile, Shendan Machinery, Shendan Technology, Shendan Biology, and Shendan Aerospace. The products that have been released include 3 Shendan automobiles and 3 versions of holographic smartphones. In addition, Shendan Machinery develops and manufactures all kinds of advanced machinery and equipment, but it is not sold to the outside world for the time being. Shendan Biology's new anti-cancer drugs are still in the clinical experimental stage. New anti-cancer drugs. Old Halson could not help repeating that he was familiar with the name. Yes. Feeling the doubts of old Halson, Kit further explained. Shendan Biological's new anti-cancer drug can completely inhibit the proliferation and spread of cancer cells, and to some extent, it can achieve almost curative effect. The explanation of Kit made old Halson confirm his conjecture. Robert, a wealthy friend of his who has pancreatic cancer, seems to be participating in the clinical trials of a new anti-cancer drug. Previously, he saw some reports on TV that the new anti-cancer drug seems to be able to completely inhibit cancer cells and save the lives of cancer patients. But before he thought it was just a gimmick made by some pharmaceutical companies, not more than attention. But now, when this new anti-cancer drug is connected with Shendan Industry, he immediately believed 90%. And whether it's true or not, he just needs to call Robert. However, he is more interested in other products of Shendan Industry than new anti-cancer drugs. Resist the urge to call Robert at once, old Halson told Kit. Continue. Kit immediately continued to introduce Shendan Industry. Shendan Aviation is currently developing a supersonic private aircraft and has begun to build the prototype. According to the introduction on Shendan Industrial website, the maximum speed of this supersonic private aircraft will reach Mach 2.5, and the original 9-hour flight from New York to Paris will be shortened to more than 2 hours, while the range will reach 20,000 kilometers. Cannot you need to refuel in transit and fly directly to any place in the world? Supersonic private plane. As a rich man rising in the 1980s, before the retirement of Concorde, old Halson had to take this expensive supersonic airliner to and from Europe and the United States. Although the ticket price is a lot higher than that of ordinary airliner, the speed more than twice that of ordinary airliner still made old Halson choose Concorde every time. Ordinary airliner has a long journey of 8 or 9 hours, and Concorde only needs more than 3 hours to arrive. The flight experience of Concorde is very different, and the time value saved is far above the ticket price for these high-end people. They often said at that time, "I have arrived before I set out." Because New York and Paris have a 6-hour time difference, while Concorde only takes more than 3 hours to fly. Concorde's endurance is faster than that of the dawn-dusk line, which allows it to catch up with the Earth's rotation. If we start from New York at 12 noon, it's already 3 p.m. when the ordinary airliner arrives in New York, while the Concorde airliner can catch up with the time difference, and it's just over 9 a.m. when it arrives. That's why they say that they have arrived before they start. Unfortunately, due to several serious flight accidents, the Concorde, which has been favored and praised by numerous high-end politicians and businessmen, was retired in advance, and Mr. Halson had to return to the previous slow flight experience, even if it was first class or private aircraft. The 8 or 9 hour long flight time was still, it made him sick. "I have arrived before I set out," he hasn't said that for a long time. If it wasn't for Kit to mention the supersonic private jet, old Halson would have forgotten that kind of fast flying experience. At that time, the speed of Concorde was no more than Mach 2. If Shendon's supersonic private aircraft could reach Mach 2.5, the flight time would be shortened a lot. What's more, the Concorde only had 2 routes from New York to London and Paris, while the Shendon industry made private planes. This means that wherever he goes, he can enjoy a faster and more efficient flight experience than Concorde. Old Halson was shocked and determined that he would definitely order one as long as the supersonic private jet was produced. No, it suddenly occurred to old Halson that his Bombardier Global 6000 took nearly a year from order to final delivery, which is fast. It's common for someone to wait for 2 or 3 years. After knowing the existence of supersonic private jet, it's hard for him to wait another year. Since Kit said that the prototype of the supersonic private aircraft has been built, it means that the R&D has been completed. Can he order it now? With the experience of the master car and holographic smartphone, especially the fact that this time it was perfectly saved by Kit, old Mr. Halson has reached unconditional trust in Shendon industry. Even the Thunderbolt Ranger Kit, with wisdom and self-driving ability only exists in TV, has been manufactured by Shendon industry. It's no difficulty for old Halson to build a supersonic private plane stronger than the Concorde plane decades ago. "KITT, can you order this supersonic private jet now?" asked old Halson impatiently. Kit quickly responded, "Shendon Industry has not released any information, but I can ask Shendon Industry through the user feedback system and wait for the other party's reply." Old Halson nodded at the words. "Good. Ask now if you can. I want to order one first." "Yes, sir. The question has been answered." The questions raised by old Halson through the user feedback system of the noble holographic smartphone were soon submitted to Chen Mo. "How's the plane going?" Chen Mo asked Anna in front of him as he flipped through the questions asked by several distinguished holographic smartphone users about ordering supersonic private airplanes. Anna, who is in charge of Shendon Aerospace, replied immediately. "The first prototype of the supersonic private aircraft has been basically assembled and is about to enter the final commissioning stage. It is expected to be put into use within a week at most." Chen Mo nodded and continued to ask, "How long does it take to open the reservation?" Anna was responsible for Shendon machinery before and participated in the construction of Shendon Automobile's second production line in the whole process. She accumulated a lot of experience in the production management of large-scale equipment, so she quickly made an accurate answer to Chen Mo's questions. Due to the production of many parts and equipment, the production of the first prototype has been delayed for some time. In addition, the assembly personnel are not skilled, and the production time is longer. For formal production, as long as the order of the same period does not exceed 3, the delivery time can be controlled within 1 month. What about the cost? Chen Mo just handed over the design drawings and data of the supersonic aircraft before, and didn't ask too much about it, so the cost of this supersonic private aircraft is really unclear. Since he plans to launch the market and price it, he must consider the cost. Anna didn't look at the tablet in her hand. She had been familiar with these numbers for a long time. Almost all the core components, raw materials and equipment used in supersonic private aircraft, such as jet engines and special aviation alloys, are all produced by Shendon machinery itself, which reduces the cost a lot. But the expensive special alloys still raise the cost by a large margin. The total cost of an aircraft is about 50 million, of which the special alloys account for more than 30 million. Chen Mo is clear in his mind. Like Shendon's H2 alloy, the new aviation special alloy used in supersonic private aircraft is also the Hydra technology Chen Mo brought out, and only Chen Mo knows the real formula. In fact, many precious metal materials have finally run into the space of Chen Mo and become the raw material reserve of Alderman alloy and alpha alloy. The real cost of these strong aviation special alloys is actually less than 1/10. That is to say, the cost of special alloys used in a supersonic private aircraft is less than 3 million, and the total cost is only about 20 million. Of course, only Chen Mo knows this fact. Do you have any suggestions on pricing? The profit margin of an aircraft is generally about 10%. If it is calculated at a cost of 50 million yuan, it is more appropriate to price between 55 million yuan and 60 million yuan. Chen Mo hears the words but laughs but doesn't speak. Seeing this, Anna recalls the boss's pricing and sales strategy for Shendon. She immediately responds and continues. However, the profits of Shendon Machinery Co., Limited, are not included in the 50 million li. We can increase the cost of equipment purchase and parts processing by 20 million yuan and increase the selling price to 80 million yuan. Shendon Machinery can offset this part of profit through equipment depreciation without additional tax, but correspondingly, the number of orders will definitely decrease a lot. But Chen Mo still didn't say that. Anna bit her teeth and went on. We can improve our profit margin and avoid taxes by expanding our scale and purchasing equipment from Shendon Machinery. In fact, Chen Mo is very satisfied with Anna. He is a lawyer. He did not forget to help him avoid taxes when raising the price. However, Chen Mo did not accept her suggestions. Don't bother. The price of this supersonic private plane is set at $150 million, and the revenue is fully invested in the next spaceship construction. Compared with the high price of 150 million yuan, Chen Mo said, Anna was even more shocked by the spaceship Chen Mo mentioned. The $1.5 billion private jet is not uncommon, but most of them are mainframes, and their supersonic private jet is actually a medium-sized business jet. The price of medium-sized business jet is mostly about 20 million to 40 million US dollars, almost no more than 100 million. However, their supersonic medium-sized airplane with the highest speed of Mach 2.5 per hour is not too hard to accept, but the sales volume is bound to drop a lot. But their boss never seems to worry about this. Chen Mo Anna just needs to do what she says. But a spaceship. Although the name of their branch company is Shendon Aerospace Company, Anna always thought it was just like other aircraft manufacturing companies named as Aerospace Company, just to be more powerful. Spaceships and other things are just for fun. But now Chen Mo tells her that the next step is to start building the spaceship. Their supersonic private jet is still in the production line, and the future sales volume is totally bottomless. Chen Mo even plans to build a spaceship now. Efforts to control their emotions, Anna comfort themselves. The boss must be in order to avoid taxes, only then propose to build the spaceship, the profit all uses in the spaceship research and development above. When Anna finally convinced herself and looked up to Chen Mo again, Chen Mo's words directly denied her idea. Today, I will announce that the supersonic private aircraft will start the scheduled work, and at the same time, I will start the preparatory work for the construction of the spaceship. I have prepared the relevant drawings and materials, and I will start the construction of the spaceship within half a month. Chen Mo's order has been issued. No matter how unbelievable in her heart, Anna still takes the lead to retreat. But the shock in her heart could not be cured for a long time. Spaceship. It's always something that only exists in science fiction movies and novels. As early as 8 years ago, the U.S. space shuttle was completely shut down due to high cost and serious safety problems. Now the main space vehicle in the world is still rocket. Even the U.S. space shuttles can only fly in low Earth orbit, and they can't leave the Earth at all. The probes to explore the Moon and Mars are launched in one way through rockets, which belong to a one-way ticket with no return. And if they can make spaceships that can freely shuttle between the stars like in the movie, they will surpass the world's major space powers as companies and become the strongest in space exploration and development. Now that Chen Mo has made a plan, according to the past amazing performances of Chen Mo and Shendun Industry, Anna can't believe it anymore, but she knows that Chen Mo is definitely not joking. He really intends to build a spaceship and has a full set of drawings and materials. Just like the previous construction of a supersonic private aircraft, all she had to do was to follow Chen Mo's requirements. After fully accepting the fact of building a spaceship, Anna began to be full of curiosity and expectation about the spaceship. What will the spaceship look like that will change the world's space pattern? How much performance will it achieve? Is it a little better than a space shuttle to reach the Moon, or is it a step further to reach Mars directly? In any case, whether it's the Moon or Mars, as long as they can go back and forth at will, it means that they can develop the resources of these two planets. Just now, they know that there are countless precious resources on these two planets, and no one can compete with them. The interests behind this are absolutely beyond imagination. But before preparing to build the spaceship, Anna first released the news of Shendun Space's supersonic private plane open booking, according to Chen Mo's order, and released some detailed data and pictures of the prototype on the official website. This announcement didn't attract too many people's attention. After all, the distance between private aircraft and ordinary people is quite far. Even supersonic private aircraft is just a novelty for ordinary people. Not many people pay more attention to it, but some people don't. Old users of Shendun Industry, who are as interested in supersonic private aircraft as old Harson, don't have to say, but there are other people who have started to pay attention to the news of supersonic private aircraft before them. Needless to say, these are the major aircraft manufacturers that now dominate the jet and private aircraft markets. When Shendun Aerospace Company was founded and began to develop supersonic private aircraft, it aroused their vigilance. There was a precedent that Shendun Automobile Company ran over all the major old automobile companies and occupied the whole top automobile market at one stroke. They did not dare to be careless. In particular, some of them also have their own supersonic private aircraft in the process of development, which is a real enemy. Originally, they thought it would take a year or two before the supersonic private jet would appear, but now, in less than 2 months, Shendun Aerospace announced the opening of the reservation. This reminds them of the original Knight, off-road vehicle, and Thunder and Lord, quickly completed the R&D and listing, which is a very familiar style. But when the price and performance of the supersonic private jet were announced, most aircraft manufacturers were relieved. $150 million. It's the price alone that makes most of their hanging hearts fall back. The largest market for private aircraft is still small and medium-sized business aircraft priced in the range of millions to tens of millions of US dollars. Tens of millions of US dollars can also buy some relatively cheap large business aircraft. Most of the private aircraft priced over 100 million are converted from Boeing's and Airbus's large passenger aircraft. The number is relatively small, which is not the mainstream business of major aircraft manufacturing companies. Most of Boeing's and Airbus's aircraft orders are still from major airlines around the world. Even if some private aircraft orders are stolen by Shendun Aerospace, the impact is not significant. In addition, Shendun Aerospace's medium-sized supersonic business jet is faster. Due to its size, there is no way to compare its space and capacity with those of the large-scale business jet modified by a large airliner. They have their own advantages, so although they have some impact on the two companies, they have little impact. On the other hand, the The estimated price of their supersonic private aircraft is far below 150 million yuan of Shendan Aerospace. Even though there is some gap between the speed and Shendan Aerospace, there is still a strong competition. I'm not afraid that Shendan Aerospace's supersonic private jet will completely seize the market. The major aircraft manufacturing companies are relieved, but they don't know. The aircraft data released by Shendan Space is just the most common of them. The real core functions and data have not been published, and even the basic data published are reserved. As for the reason, it's not that they are afraid of scaring these aircraft manufacturing companies, but that the prototype has not yet started the test flight, and many data are displayed on the data provided by Chen Mo for strict consideration. They have not published these slightly exaggerated data. But even so, there are still people in the first time to open a reservation, order this supersonic private aircraft. There were 2 people in the first batch of orders. They knew each other. One is a new fan of Shendan Industry. He is a big fan of Shendan Industry. He also pursues the stimulation to drive cars to death. At last, the myocardial infarction is timely released by the advanced artificial intelligence kit of holographic smartphones, saving the old Halcyon. When old Halcyon, who was still lying in the hospital, learned from Kit that the supersonic private plane had opened its reservation, he ordered one for himself as soon as possible, and another one just came out of the hospital. He was a late-stage pancreatic cancer patient who took part in the clinical trial of Shendan Biological's new anti-cancer drug, and Robert, the millionaire who was with old Halcyon in New York. Due to the sudden face of the Food and Drug Administration, the review of new anti-cancer drugs in the United States has been blocked, and clinical trials have ended ahead of schedule. However, all cancer patients, including Robert, were under control. The final examination results before the end of the experiment showed that the cancer cells in their bodies had been completely inhibited. The cancer cells in areas with less diffusion had been eliminated by their own immune system under the inhibition of drugs. No matter early, middle, or late patients, the condition has greatly improved. Even if the drug is stopped after the end of the trial, there will be no major risk for at least a few months. Shortly after he returned from the hospital, he received a phone call from his old friend Halcyon. On the one hand, he asked about his participation in the trials of new anti-cancer drugs to verify the real effect of Shendan Biological, a new anti-cancer drug. After receiving his affirmative reply, old Halcyon mentioned that Shendan Aerospace was building a supersonic private plane and revealed that he had the intention of ordering one. In fact, Robert noticed Shendan Aerospace and the supersonic private plane they were developing when he learned about Shendan Industry long before he participated in the clinical trials of new anti-cancer drugs. At this time, he was reminded by old Halcyon, and he could not help but also came up with the idea of buying one. Compared with the old Halcyon who was saved by artificial intelligence, Robert has a deeper sense of the strength of Shendan Industry. Even the incurable disease, cancer, which the world medical community has been unable to overcome for many years. All of them have been cured by the newly established divine shield creatures. Robert, who participated in the clinical trial, clearly felt the great changes of his body in this more than 1 month. From the original weakness, suffering from disease every moment and death at any time, to now cancer cells are basically under control, the condition has greatly improved. In addition to being too emaciated and unrecoverable due to cancer, the mental state of the whole person seems to be no different from that of the normal person, and the pain that tormented him at all times has already left him. At the moment when he came out of the hospital, looking at the bright sunshine and prosperous street view outside, Robert felt that he had gained a new life. So, after hanging up the old Halcyon's phone, Robert, like the old Halcyon, asked Shendan Industry about the supersonic private aircraft through the AI assistant of his noble holographic smartphone. In the end, they got the reply from Shendan Industry and got more detailed performance introduction of supersonic private aircraft than on the official website. Then, Robert did not hesitate to order. This supersonic private plane is based on a supersonic bomber of Hydra. The bomber has a large space bomb bay. The overall structure does not need to be changed. As long as the cabin layout is slightly modified, it can meet the needs of private aircraft. So the shape of this super-moving private plane is not as thin and soft as the ordinary private plane. Instead, it is full of military aircraft's power and toughness. As a supersonic strategic bomber, its maximum speed can reach Mach 3, which is more than 360 km/h, half faster than that of Concorde. Yes, the design speed of this supersonic private plane is actually Mach 3, not Mach 2.5 marked on the official website. This is the obvious difference between Shendan Industry and other companies. Other companies will try their best to exaggerate the performance of their products, and the end users cannot reach the nominal value in actual use. On the contrary, Shendan Industry will not easily exaggerate the performance before the final actual performance test, whether it is the Shendan car or the recently released holographic smartphone. Users will be surprised to find that the product performance of Shendan Industry is not only not as shrunk as they used to be, but also much higher than the official introduction. However, the reason why Shendan Industry has the courage to do this is that its technology level is far higher than that of other companies. Even if it is lower, it is still a large part stronger than the similar products of other companies. In the case that it has already occupied an absolute advantage by virtue of its strong strength, there is no need to exaggerate and bluff. It is better to be modest. But this modesty is only temporary. The delivery time of the two supersonic private planes ordered by Oldhausen and Robert is 1 month. 5 days after they placed the order, the first prototype completed all the assembly and commissioning work and officially started the test flight. As for the test pilots, Bradley, of course, has all kinds of driving proficiency. After a full day of flight tests and various functional tests, the actual performance parameters of this supersonic private aircraft have been updated. Wingspan, 36 meters. Fuselage length, 48 meters. Cabin width, 4.2 m. Maximum flight altitude, 25,000 meters. Maximum flight speed, 3 Mach. Maximum range, 23,000 kilometers. You know, this supersonic private plane doesn't use 4 or even 6 engines in a row like some supersonic bombers. It uses a large number of power piles. At the same time, it also makes the fuselage narrow in the front and fat in the rear. This supersonic private aircraft of Shendan Industry only has 2 huge new turbojet engines installed at the rear of the fuselage. The whole fuselage has strong and smooth lines without any overstaffed, but its speed can make most fighters out of reach. The distance from Los Angeles to Bincheng is more than 10,000 kilometers. If you take a regular flight, it will take only 12 hours to fly, but this plane can arrive in less than 3 hours, which is more than 4 times faster than the ordinary plane. Moreover, in addition to being comparable to the terrifying speed of military supersonic bombers, this super high-speed luxury private aircraft also has a strong security. The whole fuselage frame and shell are all made of high-cost but super-performance new aviation special alloy, which can resist the impact of birds and hail without worrying about the risk of crash, and can easily shuttle in the storm and resist the impact of various extremely bad weather. In addition, the top-level fighters can reach a terrifying speed of 3 times the speed of sound. Even if they are attacked by fighters under special circumstances, they can drive full horsepower and quickly get out of their attack range. Whether it's natural or man-made, it's hard to make this supersonic private plane crash. In addition to the solid frame and shell, the aircraft is equipped with a special escape cabin, which can accommodate all 20 passengers and crew members. Even if extreme situations happen and the plane is in danger of crashing, this escape capsule with top-level space technology can ensure that the people on board can land safely on the ground. This escape capsule is not the function of the Hydra's supersonic bomber, but Chen Mo applied the recovery technology of the capsule here according to the space technology of the Life Foundation he mastered, and specially built this escape capsule. What is the most attractive thing about supersonic private aircraft? Super speed. But at the same time, this kind of extremely high speed will also cause people's concerns about its safety, especially many people who are afraid of flying are worried about what to do in case of an air crash. Can only wait to die. The more high-ranking people are, the less they like the feeling that life and death are not in control. So Chen designed this escape capsule specially. In case of special circumstances, facing the risk of crash, there is no need to panic and despair, and no need to take a huge risk to make a forced landing. Everyone can enter the escape capsule. Fix your body, open the escape button, and the escape capsule made of aviation special alloy will pop out of the aircraft. After falling to a certain height, the parachute will pop out first to slow down, and then the 4 small thrusters at the bottom will be ignited and started to ensure the safe and stable landing of the escape capsule on the ground. People who can afford to buy private planes may not have much strength. After all, small and cheaper private planes only need millions of dollars. However, no one who wants to buy supersonic private planes is not the world's top rich. Money is just a number for them. Compared with faster speed and timeliness, price is not a problem at all. So, even if the precious metal alloy materials collected into his space by Chen Mo, whose construction cost is only 50 million supersonic private planes, Chen Mo dared to set a high price of $150 million. The profit of a supersonic private plane has reached an amazing 1 billion. However, the main reason why Chen Mo set such a high price is not simply to make money. After all, the sales volume of private aircraft is limited. Even if the sales volume is no more, it will not reach the profits of Shendun Automobile and Shendun Technology. At the beginning, he asked Shendun Aerospace Company to take the lead in manufacturing supersonic private aircraft, but in order to exercise the company's construction ability and prepare for the construction of spaceships in the future. Now, the goal has been achieved. At present, the most important thing is to prepare for the construction of spaceships. Only a small amount of supersonic private aircraft can be shipped. If the price is too low, no matter 60 million or 100 million, with the unparalleled super performance of supersonic private aircraft, the sales volume is bound to skyrocket, which is bound to occupy a lot of productivity, which is contrary to Chen Mo's original intention. And if you really sell the modified supersonic private plane based on the supersonic bomber produced by Hydra for tens of millions of dollars, Chen Mo can't accept it. But now, because of the high price of 150 million yuan, this supersonic private plane did not sell as much as Chen Mo hoped, but it still attracted great attention. This supersonic private plane is the first supersonic private plane so far. Before that, only the Concorde passenger supersonic plane appeared, and it has been retired for many years due to safety problems. Although the maximum flight speed of Mach 3 can't be compared with that of SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, it can also be compared with that of NV-Wuxian supersonic long-range bomber developed by the U.S. military. However, due to the change of the concept of the U.S. military on large strategic bombers, the ground-to-air missiles continue to develop at a higher speed, and the MiG-25, which can intercept its opponent, the former Soviet Union, has also come out. This NVW supersonic long-range bomber eventually produced only 2 prototypes, and then was ordered to stop. So now Shendun Aerospace's supersonic private aircraft has the same performance as the female Wuxian supersonic long-range bomber, but it has not touched the nerves of the U.S. military. Instead, it has aroused great enthusiasm of the general public. Although they can't afford it, it doesn't affect their love for beautiful and powerful things. Several flight test videos of supersonic private aircraft released by Shendun Aerospace have been widely spread on the internet. The powerful posture of supersonic private aircraft like military supersonic fighter makes countless people amazing. And one of the videos taken from the porthole of the cabin is even more amazing to many people. The flight altitude of supersonic private aircraft has reached 25,000 meters, more than double that of ordinary airliners. At this altitude, you can clearly see the arc of the Earth in the sky, which is like being in space. And another video of the escape capsule landing makes many people in the unknown call for a breakthrough in space technology. The capsule has been able to land so smoothly. However, when Shendon's supersonic private aircraft became the focus of public attention and took the top position of the hot search of holographic smartphones, a rich second generation pushed the holographic smartphones back to the top of the hot search list again with their own experience. He was the first super rich second generation to snap up a holographic smartphone, Dan Brandon. To be exact, this rich second generation, who likes to show off their wealth on Twitter, met with something. Late that night, Dan Brandon was lying on the sofa in the spacious and comfortable living room, cuddling his left and right, watching TV leisurely with his 4 sexy beauties. But his hands were not honest for a moment, cruising in those plump places from time to time. Just as Dan Brandon was going to do something more, the holographic smartphone on the tea table in front of him suddenly projected a holographic projection, and a slightly cold female voice sounded. "Warning, find the intruder. They have automatic weapons." The desire in Dan Brandon's heart was suddenly extinguished by this sound, and he looked down at the holographic virtual projection, only to see a monitoring video screen displayed on it, and Dan Brandon recognized that it was in the gate of his villa. At this time, a group of masked people are holding rifles, heading for the direction of the villa quickly. He saw at least 7 or 8 people. Obviously, the other side is not here to be a guest. Dan Brandon's face changed a lot. He hurriedly pushed the 2 girls out of the sofa, picked up the holographic smartphone on the tea table, and beckoned the 4 girls to run upstairs. These armed bandits have come into the yard and can break into the villa in less than a minute. They can only wait for death to stay in the living room. Dan Brandon's villa was intruded by gunmen in the night. Thanks to the advanced artificial intelligence of holographic smartphone, Dan Brandon was able to find out the other party before the other party broke into the villa, and had a precious opportunity to escape. Before studying the functions of holographic smartphones, Dan Brandon found that advanced artificial intelligence can manage all the electronic devices in the home that can be connected to the internet, just like the real intelligent housekeeper in science fiction movies. So he gave this advanced artificial intelligence named TX the management authority of all the connected devices in the villa, including the security monitoring system. Now, Dan Brandon is very grateful for his decision. If it wasn't for the TX, they would have been relaxed and probably at his critical moment. And it's obviously not good to wait for their results in the end. Now, under the early warning of TX, he has precious time to respond. Dan Brandon is not only a top second-generation rich man, but also a retired soldier. During his service in the U.S. Navy, he even participated in the selection of SEAL Special Forces, but was disqualified for violating safety regulations during training. After his retirement, Dan Brandon still has a great passion for firearms. As a rich second-generation and enthusiastic firearm enthusiast, Dan Brandon has a special arsenal on the second floor. There are hundreds of long and short guns and corresponding ammunition in it. He often drives a luxury car with all kinds of guns and beautiful women to practice guns in the countryside. Under the warning of the advanced artificial intelligence, TX, before the group of armed bandits entered the villa, Dan Brandon took the lead and quickly hid upstairs with a group of beauties and entered the weapon warehouse. The 3 walls in the room are covered with all kinds of guns, many of which are the top guns with high price and strong firepower. But Dan Brandon did not stop at all, went directly to the inner gun rack and began to equip it. 2 P2-26 pistols, together with leg holster, were tied to both thighs, and Dan Brandon took a HK-416 automatic rifle from the gun rack. Until then, with the gun in hand, Dan Brandon's heart had settled down a little, but now it is still very dangerous. The gunmen should have entered the villa. TX, where are they? Just after Dan Brandon's voice dropped, a 3D holographic projection was instantly projected from the holographic smartphone inserted in his chest pocket, outlining a blue building frame. This is the 3D structure model of the villa where they live. There are more than a dozen red and green spots. Dan Brandon can easily judge that the 5 spots on the second floor are the 5 of them in the arsenal. The remaining 10 red spots are obviously the gunmen who broke into the villa. At the moment, the light spot representing the enemy is just on the first floor of the living room where they watch TV. If I had just slowed down, they would have caught me right now. Dan Brandon was surprised by this 3D model of villa projected by Advanced Artificial Intelligence, TX. Through the real-time positions of both sides marked above, Dan Brandon can accurately grasp the real-time position information of the enemy. No matter he chooses to attack or retreat, he can take an absolute advantage to ensure that he will not be surrounded by this group of enemies and be shot without knowing it. With the weapon, Dan Brandon was ready to leave the arsenal. Although the door of the armory is locked, it's just a common lock, which can't stop the gangsters outside. So Dan Brandon didn't leave the 4 terrified beauties in the armory. "Follow me, keep quiet, let's go to the garage." Dan Brandon lowered his voice to the 4 sexy beauties who had been following him all the time, with a look of panic. With weapons and self-protection, the next step is to evacuate. Dan Brandon is not arrogant enough to think that he can kill all the 8 armed bandits by himself, but he is unharmed. Not to mention that he didn't complete the training of SEAL Commando at the beginning. Even the formal members of Special Forces can't retreat completely under the siege of 8 armed bandits. Even if he has the help of Advanced Artificial Intelligence of holographic smartphone, he still can't completely eliminate the number advantage of the other side. Although the bandits were also scattered when they entered the villa to search, they were all in a group of 2 or 3 people. It was possible for him to attack and kill 1 or 2 of them suddenly. It was impossible for them to kill each other in an instant. It was too dangerous to do it rashly. Moreover, there is no such need. All he has to do now is to ensure their own safety. It's SWAT's business to fight with these robbers. But although the reason in his heart let him know that he should try to avoid fighting, but Dan Brandon's heart still had some hidden expectations. In that year, he failed to complete the training of the SEAL Commando, which has always been a great regret for him. If he can kill several bandits, it is also a proof of himself. Maybe it was driven by this kind of heart. And suddenly, after the crisis, Dan Brandon's first reaction was not to run away directly, but to go upstairs and get a gun. As a gun enthusiast in SEAL Reserve, only guns can bring him a sense of security. Dan Brandon doesn't want to be blocked by these gunmen without any defenses, no resistance, and can only be slaughtered. Dan Brandon is the only one of the 4 women to rely on at this time, so after he finished, the 4 women hurriedly nodded, afraid that Dan Brandon would leave them behind. They are not Dan Brandon's girlfriend. To be exact, they should be female friends. They are not sure whether Dan Brandon, the rich playboy, will leave them at the critical moment and run for his own life. So after the alarm of TX just now, I learned that they were attacked by a group of armed bandits, and the 4 women in panic followed Dan Brandon closely. Even after entering the weapons warehouse, the 4 women were still clinging to him. If they didn't know that they couldn't affect Dan Brandon's action, they might drag his clothes directly. Dan Brandon doesn't care. They just don't affect his actions. Although he doesn't have deep feelings with these sexy girls, he doesn't care about them. Before leaving the arsenal, Dan Brandon reconfirmed the position of the gang. They have just searched the first floor and found no one. They are going to come to the second floor. There's still time. Staring at the 2 red dots moving towards a stairway, Dan Brandon's eyes flashed a cold light. He can't deal with 8 bandits. He is confident to deal with 2. After admonishing the 4 women again not to make any noise, Dan Brandon and the 4 women quietly walked out of the arsenal and toward the stairs near the garage. There are 3 staircases in Dan Brandon's villa. They may be afraid that they will escape. So when they go upstairs, the bandits will move in 3 ways at the same time. Under the stairway chosen by Dan Brandon, 2 bandits are climbing towards the second floor with their rifles. When the 5 of Dan Brandon arrived at the stairway, the position of the 2 bandits on the 3D holographic projection projected by the chest holographic smartphone had just moved to half. Raise your hand and signal to the 4 girls to hide behind the wall. Dan Brandon shows half of his body at the stairway entrance. He points the muzzle of the HK-416 automatic rifle at the corner of the stairway below. A sound of footsteps comes from the bottom of the stairway. Soon, a bandit with an automatic rifle turns out from the corner, but Dan Brandon is not in a hurry to shoot. He took a deep breath, then held his breath and pointed the gun at the first bandit. A second later, when the second bandit appeared in his sight, Dan Brandon's eyes snapped and quickly pulled the trigger. Although he had been away from the army for many years, Dan Brandon would still practice guns frequently, and the shooting method did not slow down much. Bang, bang, bang. A short shot hit the bandit's chest accurately. Several blood splashes splashed his body back, and before the companion behind him could react, Dan Brandon had moved the muzzle of the gun rapidly and pulled the trigger again at him. Bang, bang, bang. The bandits in the back also follow the example of their companions. They are shot in the chest and killed instantly. At this time, the body of the bandit in front of the stairs just turned upside down. They collided and rolled down the stairs together. Dan Brandon didn't have any delay after 2 blocks were neatly removed. Keep up. Waving back at the 4 women who were still in a panic, Dan Brandon rushed down the stairs with his rifle. The shooting just now must have alerted the rest of the bandits. They will come here soon. They must hurry up. The 4 women naturally know their current situation. They are closely behind Dan Brandon. When they pass by the bodies of the 2 bandits who fell on the stairs, although they are scared, they still resist the fear in their hearts. They walk over their bodies with shaking legs and run downstairs with Dan Brandon. On the first floor, 5 people quickly ran towards the garage. The stairs that Dan Brandon chose were the closest to the garage. So before the rest of the bandits went downstairs, 5 people had arrived at the garage. In the wide garage that can hold more than 10 cars, in addition to several luxury cars that seem to have not been driven for a long time in the corner, there is also a dazzling blue Thunderbolt running. Although Thunder Super Run is a super sports car, it's bulletproof just like the off-road vehicle. The automatic rifles in the hands of these bandits can't break through the defense of Thunderbolt in a short time. As long as they get into the car, they will be safe. Although there are only 2 seats in the Thunderbolt race, the space is very spacious. In an emergency, you can squeeze a crowd and still hold 5 of them. Get in the car quickly. You 2 get on the co-pilot. You 2 come with me. The 4 women who have never experienced such a dangerous and intense escape scene are just like flies without heads in a panic. If Dan Brandon doesn't say it, they will all face their co-pilot from then on. Looking at the 3D projection projected by the chest holographic smartphone, gathered around the 2 dead bandits in the stairs, and 6 red dots coming towards the garage, Dan Brandon released the HK-416 automatic rifle in his hand, let it hang on his chest, stretched out his arms to grasp 2 women who were still in a daze, and dragged them towards the cab. Around the front of the car, Dan Brandon opened the door and pushed the 2 women into the car. Hurry up. They are coming soon. Go inside and make room for me. When Dan Brandon finished, he saw that the 4 women were all pushing quickly into the car. Then he looked down at the holographic projection on his chest and noticed the position of the group of bandits who were coming. Now that group of red dots is only a short distance from the villa to the garage. It only takes less than 10 seconds to get there. Holding the HK-416 automatic rifle on his chest again, Dan Brandon leaned slightly over the top of the Thunderbolt running car and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the entrance of the tunnel where the bandits were about to appear. Touch! The co-pilot's door was closed, and the 2 women were all in the car. But Dan Brandon's side was a little slower, so the other one was still puckering into the car. He glanced at the 2 white buttocks that were completely exposed outside the bikini. Dan Brandon could not help kicking them up, but he has no time now. The enemy is coming to the battlefield. Hurry up! As Dan Brandon spoke, his eyes were fixed on the front. The next moment, a man appeared in the passage. Bang! This time, Dan Brandon shot each other straight in the head. The blood fog behind the other side's head exploded, but the bandits behind them had a little meal. Obviously, there were many outlaws in this group. After a short pause, another one rushed out quickly, and at the same time he raised his gun and aimed at Dan Brandon's position. But Dan Brandon waited for work with ease, coupled with his excellent shooting skills and reaction, took the lead in pulling the trigger before the fierce bandit. Bang, bang, bang. Although the bandit was fierce, he obviously didn't receive formal combat training. His whole body was exposed under the muzzle of Dan Brandon's gun. The bullet fired by Dan Brandon directly hit his chest. While blood splashed, his body fell back involuntarily under the impact of the bullet. But at the same time, his fingers unconsciously pulled the trigger, and the gun he was holding suddenly rang. A series of bullets came rapidly from the ground towards Dan Brandon. Dan Brandon's face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that the robber could shoot after being hit by him. He didn't bend down to avoid for a while, and the thunder ran only to Dan Brandon's waist. Even though he quickly attached himself to avoid, he still couldn't completely avoid. As the robber's body fell back after being shot, the bullets spewed from his rifle went all the way up from the ground, first hitting the thunderbolt running in front of Dan Brandon, leaving a straight bullet mark on the door and glass. At the same time, the four women in the car screamed in panic under the bullet shooting. The bullet continued to move up along the window and was about to cross the car roof. The car body of Thunderbolt suddenly rose rapidly. Within a few seconds, it rose a large part and blocked several bullets that were supposed to cross the car roof again. However, this Thunderbolt Super Run is not a cavalier off-road vehicle after all. Its height and chassis adjustment ability are limited. Even if it reaches the highest level, it can't reach a height of more than 2 meters like the Cavalier off-road vehicle, completely blocking the people behind. Finally, there was a bullet against the roof, hitting Dan Brandon in the chest. Dan Brandon's body was thrown back to the ground by the powerful impact of the automatic rifle bullet. The four women in the car, who were in panic under the bullet attack, turned pale. Dan Brandon was their only support now. If he died, they would hardly survive. But then they were surprised to find that Dan Brandon, who was lying on the ground after Kwai, quickly rose up from the ground in pain and quickly used her hands and feet. Though slightly staggering, she quickly climbed into the Thunder Run. After he diligently closed the door and pressed the control button to lock the door from the inside, the four women responded and asked, "Dan, are you okay? Didn't you just get shot? Let's hurry to the hospital." When the four women were worried about the inquiry, the remaining group of bandits carefully looked into the garage and found that there was no threat. After that, they had rushed into the garage from the passage and ran towards Thunderbolt with their rifles. Panic reappeared in the face of the four women. "Dan, they're around. Let's run." Dan Brandon's face was painfully panting at this time, and there was no response. The four women could only watch the group of bandits surrounded their cars with guns. The gang also tried to open the door, but Dan Brandon had locked it from inside the first time he got on the bus. After discovering this, some of them began to try to smash the window glass with the butt of the gun and try to open it violently. However, no matter how hard they tried, the butt of the gun was deformed, but the seemingly thin window glass didn't crack at all. "Open the door. If I don't open the door again, I'll shoot." The butts couldn't be broken, and the gang immediately raised their rifles and pointed them inside the car, threatening Dan Brandon with a loud voice and opening the door. When the robber who hit Dan Brandon just shot, the others hid behind the passage and did not see the bullet blocked by the window glass. Dan Brandon, they will not be stupid enough to open the door. Now this Thunderbolt is their last safety barrier. Once the door is opened, it will definitely die. Seeing that they didn't mean to open the door, Liu Ming's bandits looked at each other. Even after one of them nodded, they directly pulled the trigger towards the window. The purpose of their group is not to kill people, but to earn more money from Dan Brandon, the second generation of the top rich, so they deliberately avoided Dan Brandon, but the remaining four sexy girls were not treated like this. Even though she knew that the car window of Thunderbolt was bulletproof, the four women were still shivering with fear in the face of the gun pointing at them at a close distance. But these bullets, in addition to making a few shallow white marks on the glass, and even failed to crack the reinforced bulletproof glass. At last someone recognized the car. "This is Thunder Super Run. The glass is reinforced bulletproof glass. The bullet can't penetrate at all, said a masked bandit suddenly. The leading bandit could not help shouting at him. These damn rich people, even the sports car is bulletproof. But he didn't give up. He waved to the people he saw and shouted impatiently. What are you doing? If you beat me hard, I don't believe you can't open such a broken glass. Then the remaining 6 bandits, armed with rifles, kept shooting at the glass of the co-pilot's seat. Bang, 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 bang. With the continuous and huge gunfire, the white mark on the glass is increasing, and soon it is full of the whole window, and some places are obviously starting to thin up and then continue, sooner or later will be broken. What shall we do now, Dan? The window is about to be broken. Let's get out of here. Dan Brandon had been paralyzed for a long time since he climbed into the car. Until then, it seemed that he had just eased off. Still suffering, Dan Brandon raised his hand to stop several women's inquiries. He reached hard to take out the holographic smartphone which had been put in his chest pocket. At this time, the 3D hologram of the mobile phone has been closed, and the screen is darkened. Dan Brandon turns the mobile phone over but sees the original black and smooth alloy shell on the back. At this time, there is a peanut-sized light mark. Correspondingly, there is a burnt black bullet hole on the edge of his chest pocket. Just now, the bullet from the roof hit the holographic smartphone on his chest, which made him escape. However, the huge kinetic energy carried by the bullet was completely borne by him, making him feel as if he had been hit hard on his chest by a heavy hammer. The whole chest was extremely painful. Even breathing became very difficult. Dan Brandon felt that his ribs must have been broken. Just now desperate to climb into the car, it seems to have consumed all the rest of his strength. At this time he even took out his cell phone has become very difficult. In his present state, he can't drive at all. Moreover, there are 5 people crowded in the car at this time. Although the space of Thunder Super Run is spacious, it's 2-seat Super Run after all. It's the limit to squeeze into 5 people. At this time, 3 women are crowded in the position of the co-pilot in the middle, and he sits directly in the arms of the beautiful woman who finally enters the car. At this time, the hot, sexy girl in bikini was read by his heavy weight. 2 huge plump top in the back of Dan Brandon, but he did not have the usual feeling of enjoyment. On the contrary, some regret why not find a slim, flat-breast sister. At this time, he was almost stuck on the steering wheel by the huge murder weapon behind him. Not to mention driving, it's very difficult to even move bullets. And his broken ribs now make it impossible for him to swap places with the girl under him. Now we can only hope for the holographic smartphone in our hands. Before Dan Brandon has tried to let the advanced artificial intelligence, TX, control Thunder Super Run and can drive the car without him. TX, how are you? Dan Brandon said anxiously to the holographic smartphone in his hand. But the holographic smartphone didn't respond, and Dan Brandon couldn't help but sink. In his current situation, there is no way for him to drive Thunderbolt to leave. However, looking at the car window may not be able to support the arrival of the police. If the holographic smartphone strikes, they will only be trapped here and let it happen. The 4 girls who were huddled nearby and under Dan Brandon's body were also quick to react. They were all in despair for a while. Could they only be trapped in the car waiting to die? When people were in despair, the holographic smartphone suddenly lit up. The original dark mobile phone screen once again showed the 9-dragon logo of Shendan Industry, and then it completely lit up and entered the main interface. Dan Brandon's face brightened, and he called out. TX, this time, his call finally has a response. Sir, just now the body was severely impacted and the system was restarted passively. Now it is back to normal. It is detected that you are being attacked by armed elements and your life is under great threat. The emergency authority is opened. Thunder Super Run starts. With this cold female voice, the 5 people in the car are surprised to find that the dashboard and indicator lights in the car are all on automatically. The next moment, the roar of Thunderbolt's surging engine starts. The sound of TX then rings again from the car stereo. 80% of the windows are complete, and the remaining defense time is 7 minutes. Turn on autopilot. Start evacuating. At the next moment, the engine suddenly made a loud noise. In a sharp tire friction sound, Thunderbolt suddenly started and rushed forward. At the same time, the rolling shutter door leading to the outside of the garage began to rise rapidly. The bandits running around the car didn't expect that the Thunderbolt would start suddenly when there was no movement under their attack. In the face of the Thunderbolt that was suddenly launched like a beast, the 6 bandits, even if they were not in front of the car, also instinctively dodged in a hurry. However, their choice is not wrong. Thunder Super runs under the control of TX and rushes out with a sharp turn. The car body wipes the corners of several retreating bandits and rushes towards the rising garage door. Looking at the red tail light of Thunderbolt, the leader of the bandits suddenly responded and shouted, "Shoot me! Stop him!" As he spoke, his rifle in his hand had already launched an attack on Thunderbolt. A stream of bullets hit the alloy car body and the rear windshield at the rear of the Thunderbolt sports car, which had no impact on the speed of Thunderbolt except for a few sparks. By the time the remaining 5 gangsters launched their attack, Thunderbolt had already crossed the gap just opened more than 1 meter under the garage door and rushed out of the garage. Most of their bullets hit the rolling door of the garage. "Chase me!" Seeing the duck flying away, the leader of the bandit roared angrily, then rushed to the garage gate. However, just after Thunderbolt rushed out of the garage, the rolling shutter door began to close down. When 6 bandits came after them, the rolling shutter door had closed again, blocking them in the back. "SHIT! FUCK! Touch, touch, touch!" The 6 bandits who were stopped smashed the shutter door with their butts and feet angrily, but it didn't help. Although the electric rolling shutter door in the garage is not so strong, it is not easy for them to damage it. When they returned from the original road and came out of the villa gate, Thunderbolt had long disappeared. Standing at the gate of the villa, the remaining 5 bandits could not help turning to look at their eldest brother. "Boss, what shall we do now?" "What to do? Of course, it's him and his mother who have to leave now, or wait for the police to catch it." A group of 6 people immediately got on the 2 SUVs parked outside the villa and started to leave the scene quickly. But they didn't find out. Just a few hundred meters away, a blue Thunderbolt suddenly rushed out of a nearby intersection and rushed towards them. Thunder Super runs up, several girls anxiously advise Way. "Dan, you are injured. Let's go to the hospital as soon as possible." "Yes, the bad guys will be dealt with by the police." Dan Brandon was unmoved, with a deep anger on his face as well as pain. "I can't die. If these bastards dare to provoke me, I will make them pay the price. TX knocked their car over for me." Dan Brandon has full confidence in Thunderbolt's performance and defense, but he doesn't worry about his safety. As soon as Dan Brandon's voice fell, the engine of Thunderbolt Racing burst into a stronger roar. The precious blue body of the space fighter suddenly accelerated and rushed out towards the front. The remaining 4 women saw that the persuasion was ineffective and watched Thunderbolt run closer and closer to the 2 bandits' cars in front of them. They had to firmly grasp all the tight edges to fix their bodies, so as to prevent their faces from being photographed on the windshield. The bandits on the front 2 SUVs soon found the Thunderbolt running at a high speed. Someone shouted, "Boss, that Thunder sports car is coming from behind." "What?" The leader of the bandits sitting in the front of the car turned to the rearview mirror and saw the familiar blue Thunderbolt running behind him. "I sent it to you by myself. Slow down, stop him." However, just after his voice fell, before his staff could contact the people in the car behind him, Thunderbolt had already rushed to the back 10 meters of the car and was still accelerating. "No, he's going to hit it." "What are you afraid of? This is an off-road vehicle. I'm afraid that a sports car won't work." "Don't worry, he won't dare to crash. Wait for a few people in the back car to fight for a result. Thunder Super Run has already rushed to the front quickly." At this time, the chassis of Thunderbolt Super Run has dropped to the lowest level, and the whole body is close to the ground. The height of the front of the space fighter's general vehicle is no more than 20 cm from the ground, while the height of the rear of the SUV driven by the bandits is nearly 30 cm. At the same time of 2 vehicles approaching, the real-time position information of the 2 vehicles in front and their own are constantly displayed on the central control screen, and various data calculations are constantly carried out. At last, the head of Thunderbolt ran directly into the bottom of the SUV behind. Several bandits in the car felt the shock of the car body. Then the back rose rapidly, and the whole body fell forward involuntarily. In the Thunderbolt race, the 5 people in the car saw the SUV passing their car's front and windshield, running to the top of their roof, and the whole chassis was fully displayed in front of them. The next moment, Thunder super run but began to slow down smoothly, and the 5 people saw the SUV lying on their roof slowly rolling forward and flying out. In the first car in front of him, although the bandit leader sitting in the co-driver's position has been paying attention to the situation behind him through the rear-view mirror, he didn't see what happened at the moment when the 2 cars collided because of the cover of the SUV body behind him. In his vision, he only saw Thunderbolt rush up. At the next moment, he was surprised to find that his men were riding that SUV actually flew straight up. First, the rear of the car was raised high, then the whole body turned over and flew up, but then his face changed a lot, because the car is flying forward and the SUV is heading down, completely off the ground is smashing down towards the car they are in. Get out of the way. The leader of the bandit turned around in a panic and wanted to seize the steering wheel. However, when his hand touched the steering wheel, he only felt the darkness on the top. Through the skylight, he saw the other SUV's reversed roof. Boom, bang, when 2 SUVs smashed hard together and the car body shrank. With a sound of metal fracture and harsh friction, the 2 SUVs buckled together slipped forward in a spark for a long time before slowly stopping. The 4 women in the Thunder supercar, including Dan Brandon, all looked at the scene in front of them. That's it. When the 2 cars collided just now, they didn't even feel a big impact in the car. It's not so much a crash as a shovel. In fact, the positions of the 2 SUVs are not exactly aligned. Obviously, the positions of Thunderbolt crash are precisely calculated, which makes the 2 SUVs crash together so precisely. What shall we do now, Dan? A girl in the car looked at the 2 groups of smoke in front of her and asked blankly. To the hospital, of course. In addition to the paint on the front of the car was scratched in the impact just now, everything else was normal. After slowing down and avoiding the collision of the 2 cars in front, Thunderbolt started to speed up again, drove past the 2 SUVs smashed together, and drove towards the nearest hospital. And when the 6 bandits who were injured in 2 cars were not easy to climb out of the car, several police cars had pulled sirens and surrounded them from both sides of the road. The robbers, who had been hit with 7 meat, 8 vegetables, and blood all over their faces, even several people whose arms and legs were broken, measured their own combat effectiveness and finally surrendered obediently. Don't shoot. We surrender. My leg is broken. Send me to the hospital. The police hiding behind the police car with pistols couldn't help but look at each other. This is the group of armed bandits mentioned in the police call. How come they've just come out and they've annihilated the whole army before they do it? What's the matter with those 2 SUVs stacked together? Building blocks or performing stunts? After a short period of silence, after confirming that the 6 gunmen in the scene were indeed without threat, the police separated some people to control them. With the arrest of the 6 surviving gangsters, police later found the bodies of several other gangsters in Dan Brandon's villa and learned from the surveillance video what happened in the villa that night. It soon became clear that the gangsters were not terrorists or international mercenaries, but members of a small gangster in Los Angeles. They noticed Dan Brandon from the internet, a super rich second generation with a rotten but rich life, and then came up with the idea of robbing the rich to help the poor. In their opinion, robbing such a rich second generation surrounded by beautiful women all day is much easier than robbing banks. Besides robbing money, they can also rob color, by the way, so that they can also have a chance to taste the taste of these top beauties and supermodels. Dan Brandon also showed off his arsenal on the internet, so to be sure, they are going out of their way this time, carrying all kinds of automatic rifles, but in the end, they are all destroyed. Besides Dan Brandon's own fighting power, the most important product of Shendon industry, The advanced artificial intelligence of holographic smartphones found their arrival in time, gave an early warning in advance, so that they could not catch Dan Brandon unexpectedly. Then, with the help of advanced artificial intelligence and holographic projection, Dan Brandon completely grasped their dynamics, not only escaped their search, but also killed their 4 accomplices. In the end, Thunderbolt not only blocked their attack, but also protected the safety of Dan Brandon. Under the control of advanced artificial intelligence, it directly captured the escaped people. The police later found Dan Brandon in the hospital, where he was already heavily bandaged and lying on the bed, surrounded by 4 cool and sexy young women. Dan Brandon didn't leave them running at the critical moment, but took them all out safely, killed several bandits in the middle, and knocked them all over. In order to protect them from getting on the bus, Dan Brandon was shot. If he had not been lucky to be blocked by the holographic smartphone, he would have died. At this time, in the eyes of the 4 women, Dan Brandon is their hero. He has to be more attentive than ever before to serve him in the hospital. His eyes are full of charm. Otherwise, Dan Brandon's rib fracture can't exercise violently. It's estimated that the 4 women have jumped on him and staged a fierce battle in the ward. Row is so. The unusual atmosphere in the ward also makes several policemen feel uncomfortable. These rich people's life is too extravagant, not afraid to die in the hospital bed. However, no matter how envious, jealous, or hateful you are in your heart, you still have to do your business. Dan Brandon is the victim himself, and the whole process is undoubtedly self-defense. At this time he was injured again, so several policemen, although they had a bad taste in their hearts, only made notes for 5 of them at the scene, and took the video of Thunderclap running and left the hospital with complicated faces. Such a big thing can't hide from the media. That night, what happened in Dan Brandon's villa was uploaded on the internet and on TV, and quickly attracted great attention. Dan Brandon has no low-key meaning. Although he can't move while lying in bed, he also sent his video to his Twitter through the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, TX. While making the people understand the whole process more clearly, his fans also ushered in a huge explosion. In the face of a large number of armed bandits, Dan Brandon didn't choose to just focus on himself and run away. Instead, he always took the 4 women around him and bravely took up arms to fight back. In order to protect the 4 women getting on the car, he was shot in the gun battle with the bandits. Many people who didn't really like Dan Brandon, the rich second generation, changed their minds. At least, he was a real man. But the whole event than Dan Brandon more attention is the holographic smartphone and Thunder Super Run. The advanced artificial intelligence, which can automatically carry out early warning and combat assistance after connecting the monitoring system, once again let people see the strength of holographic smartphones. In the surveillance video, Dan Brandon, with 4 beauties evacuated, projected a 3D map projection on his chest, which reminds us of the plot in the science fiction movie. Thunder Super ran under the continuous attack of automatic rifles in the hands of 6 bandits. It was still unbreakable. 5 people in the car were undamaged. Later, like the special effects of the movie, it directly shoveled over the bandits' vehicles and captured them all. The whole video, after TX editing, looks like a science fiction action blockbuster, making countless people watch the blood boil. With the heat of the event, the sales volume of holographic smartphones ushered in a huge explosion. Although few people can afford the noble holographic smartphones, many people can still take out the standard version of $10,000. If it's just a mobile phone or a computer, no one is willing to spend $10,000 to buy it, but the functions of holographic smartphones are far more than that. In the period after the release of holographic smartphones, in addition to the glorious holographic smartphones like Old Halcyon and Dan Brandon, the powerful functions of standard and elite versions are also known by many people. It's not just Dan Brandon, the second generation of the rich, who likes to show off their wealth. There are more ordinary people who are keen on showing off their wealth. They show off in various ways, but also the standard version and the elite version of the holographic smartphone features all in front of the public. Sales of holographic smartphones have soared, along with sales of Shendan automobile. However, these things did not attract Chen Mo's too much attention. These things are just expected. In addition to the preparation of the spaceship plan, Chen Mo focuses on the review of new anti-cancer drugs in China. The sales volume of holographic smartphones and Shendan cars is just how much money they make, while the new anti-cancer drugs are of great significance to the whole world and can save countless lives. Chen Mo naturally pays more attention to it. After this period of clinical trials, the effect of new anti-cancer drugs has been shown, and the effect of inhibiting cancer cells has been verified, which is just a few days after passing the audit. With the joint efforts of He Han and other Shendan employees and the strong support of Huaxia, Shendan Biological Huaxia branch has completed the assembly and commissioning of the drug production line and has carried out trial production in advance, all of which are normal and can be put into formal production at any time. Everything is ready, only the east wind. But Chen Mo can't wait for that moment, because it's time to cross again. It's another month since I came back from the Avenger. In this month, the real world has changed much more than ever before. In addition to the great development of Shendan industry, holographic smartphones and supersonic private planes are coming off the production line one after another. Under Hill's management, the Hydra organization has taken root in the real world. The underground secret base of the castle has begun to take shape. A large number of equipment and materials brought by Chen Mo Space from the Avenger Alliance world have also been transferred to the underground base, enough to support the development needs of the underground base and Hydra in the future for quite a long time. Chen Mo has not been idle for a month. In addition to flying to China in his own Wakanda spaceship, smuggling a batch of cutting-edge equipment and materials, and getting together with his family, Chen Mo has spent most of the rest of his time in the castle to be familiar with his surging power in the United World. At this time, Chen Mo's physical quality has reached 10 times that of ordinary people. If the increase of riot is added, it can reach 12 times. This kind of strong physical quality, in addition to a few top powers such as Raytheon and Hulk, can surpass Chen Mo in some aspects such as strength. Most of the superheroes are not Chen Mo's opponents at all. In addition, his self-healing ability, blinking ability, mental power and other powerful variants become more and more powerful as his strength increases. Now Chen Mo has initially stepped into the ranks of top powers and can compete with superpowers such as Raytheon. But in fact, Chen Mo's strength is still at the bottom of these top powers. It's better than Hela, the goddess of death, Odin, the thunder god and the ultimate boss in the peak period. Their strength is far beyond Chen Mo's, not to mention killing him in a second, but Chen Mo can't match them. If they are against each other, Chen Mo will only escape. However, superpowers like Mieba and Hela are limited. So far, at least, Chen Mo has not met any of them. So far, Chen Mo's encounter with the most powerful is just not yet reached the peak of the strength of Thor and Hulk. In the face of them, Chen Mo is sure to win, but the next time we meet, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. Chen Mo can't guarantee that the speed of his strength improvement can be comparable to these metamorphoses that soar like a rocket. He'd better improve himself step by step. When the space comes to the familiar feeling again, Chen Mo, who has been waiting for a long time, puts his mental power into the space at the first time. At this time, the space is not the same as it used to be. In a few months, after repeated shuttling and strengthening, it has become a huge space with a side length of 40 meters and a full length of 64,000 cubic meters, from the size of the backpack that initially made Chen Mo lost so much. Today's space is comparable to that of a medium-sized base. In addition to some aircraft and warships that are too long to accommodate due to size limitations, the space size alone has enough space for Chen Mo's shuttle space. Whether it's carrying the materials and equipment Chen Mo needs to the movie world, or bringing the equipment and materials from the movie world, today's space can meet. A large number of materials and equipment brought back from Hydra to the real world last time not only fully meet the construction needs of underground secret base under the castle, but also meet the short-term development needs of Hydra in the real world. This time, Chen Mo was also prepared early. In addition to the steel battle suit, Edelman alloy armor battle suit, King's sword and vibration gold shield, Chen Mo, the ghost chariot and the Wakanda spacecraft, also brought all other energy weapons, sonic gun, god of fire gun and other weapons and equipment. Needless to say, food and fresh water and other basic living materials were all prepared batch. Chen Mo is not sure what the world will be like this time, and whether it will be more dangerous than the previous world. Therefore, Chen Mo will be well prepared for every time of crossing. Even in the world after the end of the world, Chen Mo can survive normally. Compared with the narrow space of only 1 cubic meter at the beginning of crossing, even a small boat can't be put in. Now the huge space provides Chen Mo with sufficient logistics material support so that he can face each crossing without worries. After the original construction materials and related equipment in the space have been transferred to the underground base, the huge space becomes much more empty. Even though Chen Mo has been extravagant enough to put his private spacecraft in the space, a lot of advanced and conventional weapons and ammunition have been prepared, just like an arsenal, but it still occupies a small space in a small corner. The remaining space is very empty. If the world this time has enough material, Chen Mo doesn't mind filling up the space and being a hard-working porter again. When the spiritual force penetrates into the space, Chen Mo doesn't pay attention to the powerful technological equipment and weapons that are enough to make anyone crazy in the space, but directly throws himself out of the space barrier that becomes transparent again. 3 bright balls of light are quietly floating in front of the barrier, shining with soft light. Chen Mo, who has been through many times, is not as excited as he was when he first crossed, but he is full of expectation. I don't know what kind of world this time will be, whether it is a new world that has never been to, or the follow-up of the world that has been to before, like the world of Avengers. Chen Mo can't help but think of the world of the Legend of the Night in the second crossing. I don't know if little Selena has grown up now. What about Andrew, Amelia, Victor, and Marcus? In the world of the Legend of the Night, Chen Mo has gained the perfect blood and real eternal life. Also here, he took his powerful and loyal order of Knights of the Temple across the European continent and established a powerful and incomparable empire. At the same time, it completely eliminated the ferocious werewolves, repaired the defects of vampires, and rewritten the history of vampires and werewolves. I don't know what the world will be like if I cross the past again. How long? 10 years will it be? 100 years? Or millennium? They should never forget themselves, right? With a faint expectation, Chen Mo explores the spiritual force into the first light ball. However, the world projection from inside disappointed Chen Mo. It seems that he still has no way to freely choose the world to cross. However, Chen Mo believes that as his spirit grows stronger and stronger, sooner or later, he can choose to cross the world on his own, and then he can see the lovely little Selena again. After regret, Chen Mo once again focused on the world projection in his mind. A female robot with a human female face, but other parts of the body can clearly see the machine parts is locked in a spacious glass room, and a thin man is talking with her. But on the face of this female robot, there are almost all kinds of emotional expressions which are the same as human beings. Obviously, this female robot has a high intelligence and even may have emotions. But Chen Mo is not very interested in the world. The technology of iron and steel battle suit is much more advanced than that of robot. Although Chen Mo has no ready-made humanoid robot technology in his hand, if he wants to, he can deduce it from the iron and steel battle suit, which is definitely much more powerful and flexible than the thin robot in the world projection. As for the artificial intelligence system, Jarvis owned by Chen Mo has already belonged to the top-level artificial intelligence. Although Jarvis has no emotion, he is extremely powerful in processing ability. His help to Chen Mo is definitely more useful than a female robot with emotion and can chat with him. What's more, it's not necessarily a good thing that robots really have emotions. The image behind the world projection also confirms Chen Mo's idea that a man with a beard was stabbed in the chest by the female robot in front of him and killed. Obviously, this emotional female robot did not follow the 3 rules of robot. This kind of robot can only bring hidden danger to the real world. The world was passed by Chen Mo without hesitation. Chen Mo did not stop when he took consciousness out of the first photosphere, but also probed consciousness into the second photosphere. The projection of the world quickly came to Chen Mo's mind. In a challenge arena much larger than the ordinary one, 2 robots, 2 meters tall, rough and slightly bulky, are fighting against each other. They attack each other like 2 boxers. When they attack each other, there are sparks flying from time to time. Around the challenge arena, countless spectators are waving their arms excitedly and shouting to cheer on their favorite side. On the side of the challenge arena, Chen Mo sees a very familiar face. James, or Logan. This tall and strong middle-aged man looks very similar to Rogan, the Wolverine in the X-Men world. Chen Moding even knows which movie this is, but similar to the previous world, this world has not much to recommend except for robot technology. In terms of robot technology, just look at the clumsy appearance of the 2 robots on the challenge arena. We can see that they are not so advanced and have little attraction to Chen Mo. Although the robot technology of the second world does not have much attraction to Chen Mo, if there is no better choice for the next world, Chen Mo can only choose the world that looks slightly more advanced than the first world to try his luck to see if he can find more advanced technology. As for the improvement of strength, there is obviously not much hope at present. However, Chen Mo's strength has just been greatly improved in the Avenger Alliance world. Now, it's not urgent to strengthen it again. First, he has fully digested and mastered the current strength. Chen Mo is very clear about the truth that greedy eating is not bad. Just blindly pursuing and continuously improving the strength, but not fully digesting and mastering it. Just like an ordinary person has guns are invincible in dealing with ordinary enemies. But once we meet the really powerful top-level strong, the loopholes of strength will appear immediately. So since Chen Mo came back from the Avenger League, he has been exercising constantly and digesting the strength that has been suddenly improved. Although it's only a short month, Chen Mo has not fully mastered his own strength as before and can play a very powerful role, but he has basically mastered most of it and can play a power of 89%. In the later stage, as long as we carry out more battles and exercises of sufficient intensity, we will be able to fully digest these forces and play a 10% combat effectiveness in the battle in not too long. At that time, these forces are completely accepted by Chen Mo. With a little expectation, Chen Mo put his consciousness into the last ball of light. The first picture in Chen Mo's mind is a body covered with a layer of ice. It seems that it is in the process of freezing. It looks very tall, but it also shows a little rough, even some ugly robots. Robot again. Just when Chen was disappointed in the next picture, the huge robot broke the ice on the body's surface, and then, in a dazzling change of the body, it became a space fighter with a very sci-fi shape. The familiar deformation scene let Chen Mo know the identity of this giant robot soon. Combined with the frozen state of the robot before, Chen should know exactly which movie world this is. Although it is also a robot, compared with the previous 2 worlds, the third world is far superior to the former in terms of technology level and power level. What's more, it's not technology that attracts Chen Mo the most in the world. A cube with complex lines on its surface appears in Chen Mo's mind. This time there may be an unexpected receipt. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly chose to cross. In a flash of white light, Chen Mo disappeared from the underground base. The next moment, Chen Mo in a black leisure suit appeared in an abandoned factory. Chen Mo releases his mind and explores the surrounding environment. After confirming that there is no one around, the first thing Chen Mo does is to call out Jarvis. Jarvis, report where we are now. Jarvis was ordered to quickly connect to the satellite network and locate where they are now. Sir, we are now in an abandoned factory east of Los Angeles. Chenmo nodded at his words. Los Angeles is the main place where the story of the movie happened and the city where the movie's protagonist is located. Jarvis, search eBay for a broken pair of antique glasses. Yes, sir. Shortly after Jarvis's voice fell, a holographic projection was projected from Chen Mo's watch, forming a light curtain in front of Chen Mo. It shows the trading items page of eBay. In the photo, it is a pair of antique glasses with tiny cracks on the lens. The search is finished, sir. Only one of them meets the requirements. Chen Mo looks at the ID of the seller of this pair of glasses, Mr. Wanrenmi 217, which is consistent with Chen Mo's memory. However, Chen Mo still looks at the introduction below. This pair of glasses belongs to my great-great-grandfather, Captain Archibald Witwicky. He is a great explorer and the first man in the world to set foot in the Arctic. In 1897, he once led 41 brave sailors into the Arctic. Seeing this, Chen Mo has determined that this pair of glasses is the one he is looking for. Jarvis, buy this pair of glasses. In addition, let me rent an independent house. I will stay here for a few days. Good, sir. After explaining several tasks of Jarvis, Chen Mo takes out a Cavalier off-road vehicle from the space. Although there are Vacanda and ghost chariots in Chen Mo's space, these vehicles are sometimes exaggerated. So when the space is sufficient, Chen Mo has prepared many different vehicles for himself to meet different needs. Open the door and get on the car. The powerful engine sounds. As soon as Chen Mo steps on the accelerator, the mighty Cavalier off-road vehicle starts up in an instant and drives towards the abandoned factory. Although the factory was abandoned, the rusty steel gate was still chained. However, Chen Mo didn't mean to get out of the car and open the door. He drove the off-road vehicle directly to the closed door without slowing down. With a bang, the rusty chain was broken and the two iron doors were opened to the left and right in the harsh creak. The riders rushed out of the gate, crossed an arc at the intersection, turned straight on the road and headed for downtown Los Angeles. When Chen Mo stopped in front of an independent two-story house with a wide lawn according to Jarvis's navigation, a real estate agent in a suit had been waiting in front of the lawn with information. On the way, Jarvis has done everything, including renting the house and creating a new legal identity for Chen Mo. To stop the Cavalier SUV directly in front of the house, Chen Mo gets off the car and takes the key of the house from the real estate agent, is to officially move into this very common independent house in the United States. However, that pair of glasses hasn't been replied yet, and Chen Mo is not worried. He knows that the owner of this pair of glasses is still a high school student. At this time, he should still be in school, so it's impossible to reply immediately. The glasses can't run even there. At present, the plot hasn't started. Chen Mo has enough time to prepare. After Jarvis was told to monitor the situation of the U.S. military base in Qatar at any time, Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to it, but instead considered what to eat for dinner. On the other hand, Sam, a high school student, turns on his computer to check the things he hangs on eBay when he comes home from school. Sam's father promised to buy him a car, but only if he got 4 A's for his schoolwork, and he also needed to save a car fund. So Sam put his great-grandfather's navigation tools and personal belongings, which were barely antique, on eBay for auction. But so far he hasn't even sold a thing. Today, when he came home from school, Sam turned on his computer and logged into his eBay account as usual. The auction time is almost over. I hope this time we won't auction again. God bless, we must sell even one, Sam muttered to himself with expectation. And when the web page landed, Sam's eyes immediately found a prominent message reminder in the message bar. At last, someone is interested in my things. Sam's face excitedly hurriedly opened the web page, and then he was surprised to find that someone finally offered under that pair of glasses. You know, the previous bidding record has always been 0. Now, someone's offer means that even if no one else is interested in this pair of glasses, he can also sell this pair of glasses at the base price marked by him. And the bottom price he marked was $250. Great! Sam can't help clenching his fist excitedly. In fact, after a long time of no one's attention, Sam's psychological price has fallen again and again. If someone is willing to buy it, even if it's $50, he can accept it, but his unwillingness still keeps him from modifying the price. Now, he finally waits for the man who knows the goods. It's just a few minutes before the auction is over. Sam looks at the computer screen without blinking, expecting someone to continue bidding. It's better to launch a fierce bidding, but obviously he thought more. With the end of the final auction time, the transaction was closed, and the only person who made the final bid was that person. The transaction price of this pair of glasses was fixed at $250. He sighed a little regretfully, but then Sam became excited again. $250, another big step closer to my new car. It's not easy to sell a pair of glasses at a high price. Sam can't wait to finish the deal and get the money. American high school is very early after school. It's still early now. Even when Sam pulled out the pair of broken antique glasses from his treasure box, he carefully packed them several layers and mailed them according to the delivery address left by the person who took the glasses. When filling in the address, Sam found that the person who bought his family's antique glasses was not far away from him. But Sam didn't plan to deliver the goods in person. One is that the other party didn't leave his contact information. It's not good for him to come to the door so rashly. In addition, eBay's punishment for offline transactions is very heavy, and it's easy for him to sell this pair of glasses. He's more confident about other antiques, and he's still counting on the rest of things to reach his auto fund. Moreover, since the other party only bought this pair of glasses, it was obvious that he was not interested in other things. Even if he had the cheek to sell them at home, the other party would not necessarily buy them. So Sam finally gave up the idea of selling products by delivering them to his home and sent them by express. In fact, Chen Mo would not accept Sam's delivery. He asked Jarvis to buy this pair of glasses from the internet instead of choosing to buy them at home more quickly. He was not only too lazy to go out in person, but most importantly, he wanted to leave clues for some people to let them know that this pair of glasses was in his hands. This pair of glasses is a very important plot item in the movie world. It is because of this pair of glasses that the hero will be involved in a series of subsequent events. But after he sent out the glasses, he had nothing to do with the follow-up events. While avoiding a series of dangers of being chased and killed by the villains, he also lost his opportunity. This danger and opportunity all along with this pair of glasses transferred to its new owner, Chen Mo's body. Although the American Express delivery system is not as efficient as China's, the same city express delivery is no longer slow. The next morning, Chen Mo, who was staying in his new home, received the glasses. Opening the box, Chen Mo picked up this pair of plain round glasses from inside. This pair of glasses has obviously been damaged for some years. In addition to several obvious cracks, there are also some very fine marks on these two small round glass lenses. If you don't look carefully, you will only think that they are worn marks. But Chen Mo's strong vision can clearly recognize those marks, which are actually some complicated characters and symbols. This pair of broken glasses, which seems to be ancient, actually contains a very important coordinate. And the location marked by this coordinate hides the most important treasure of the movie world, which is also the core of the fight between the forces of good and evil, the source of fire. And in this pair of glasses printed on this coordinate is the world's villain boss, Megatron. That's right. The world Chen Mo is going through this time is Transformers. From what Chen Mo has now mastered, the plot of the movie has not yet begun. When Sam's great-grandfather was exploring the Arctic, he accidentally found Megatron under the ice and accidentally triggered the navigation device, which imprinted the coordinates of the ignition source Megatron came to the Earth on his glasses. Now, Megatron is being frozen and studied by human beings in the secret research base of Zone 7 under Hoover Dam, yet to wake up. However, the Decepticons who are under Megatron have come to the Earth and started looking for their leader, Megatron, and the source of fire. Once they get the kindling source, they can give any mechanical life and transform it into a transformer. They will create an endless Decepticon army. At that time, human beings will be destroyed. The whole Earth will fall under the rule of Megatron. At the same time that the Decepticons are acting, their rivals and Autobots have discovered their purpose. The Bumblebee, who has been lurking on the Earth for many years, has been ordered to investigate and stop the Decepticons' plot before the reinforcements arrive. The focus of their competition is the pair of glasses with the coordinates of the ignition source. At this time, Chen-Mo has been in the center of the brewing storm in the world, and may welcome the attack of Decepticons at any time. However, this is exactly what Chen-Mo wants. Transformers are high-level silicon-based life forms in outer space. They are huge in size and power. They are equipped with all kinds of powerful thermal weapons and high-tech energy weapons. They have powerful combat power that ordinary people can't fight against at all. At the beginning of the movie Transformers 1, there was a scene of a Decepticon destroying an entire U.S. military base. Although there are some reasons why human beings are unprepared for the first time to deal with the attack of Transformers, it is enough to show the powerful fighting power of Transformers. They are the opponents Chen-Mo is looking for now. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, these Transformers are no worse than Hulk. They can make Chen-Mo fight with spirit. They are very good targets. In addition to attracting Decepticons to send them to practice, Chen-Mo has other considerations. Like the Avengers world, the Transformers world is composed of many movies. In addition to being able to turn mechanical objects into the fire source of Transformers, there will be many powerful things in the future Transformers world. The energy matrix that contains powerful energy and can revive the dead Transformers, the space bridge that can carry out space transmission to the huge and incomparable stars, and the technology that human scientists later developed to use the remains of Transformers to make Transformers artificially, etc., all have great attraction to Chen-Mo. So Chen-Mo doesn't want to go away after robbing like the world of Venom. Of course, Chen-Mo didn't plan to build the world into his own base like the Avengers world, which took too much time and energy. It's enough to have Avenger Alliance as his base world, with powerful Hydra, Shendan Bureau and Wakanda in hand, as well as top talent scientists such as Tony Stark and Princess Shuri to provide scientific and technological support, whether it's materials, equipment, talents, or technology to meet Chen-Mo's needs. And in the future there will be alien technology and the power of the Protoss. In addition to Transformers and their related technologies, other valuable things in the world of Transformers are limited, and the world heritage is far from being compared with the world of Avengers. Therefore, Chen-Mo will not spend too much effort to establish and develop his own power, but he will not recklessly. In view of coming back to the world to acquire some powerful technology products and cutting-edge technologies, Chen-Mo decided to take a gentle action this time. So Chen-Mo gave up the plan of putting on steel battle clothes and going straight to Hoover Dam to rob, and chose to start with this pair of glasses. Of course, the most important reason for Chen-Mo to make this decision is that he doesn't know how to control the ignition source. At this time, the fire cube hidden under Hoover Dam is very huge, with side length of more than 50 meters, and Chen-Mo's space can't accommodate it at all. This sacred object from the planet Cybertron, only Transformers know how to control and use it. In the movie, the Bumblebee controls the fire source to reduce it, which brings it out of the underground base. So Chen-Mo is not only waiting for Decepticons to send him to practice, but also waiting for the arrival of Bumblebee. Arvis, monitor all the surveillance videos in Los Angeles, pay attention to an unmanned yellow Chevrolet, and notify me as soon as it appears. Yes, sir. Leaving the matter to Jarvis, Chen-Mo threw the glasses on the table at will. Next, just wait for the plot to happen. Holding the key plot items, Chen-Mo is about to face a fierce fight between the good and the evil. However, he settled down in his new home quietly. For the moment, no Decepticons came to practice for him. He is not idle. He exercises his mind power and electromagnetic control ability from time to time. Under the baptism of Saul's thunder power, Chen-Mo's physical quality soared, while his mental power also improved greatly, and his mental power also contained a weak thunder power. Although Chen Mo found this before, he didn't study it very carefully. At this time, he had mastered the power of the body, and Chen Mo began to focus on the mental power. Before Chen Mo's meditation, he had not exercised much. He was familiar with mind control, consciousness reading, and meditation control. After his mental power soared, his power increased a lot. The original range of more than 10 meters of meditation control and scanning also increased to 40 meters. Chen Mo can sit at home and be familiar with the movement within 40 meters around the house, and can control the enemies within this range to hang at any time. Although Chen Mo used to exercise the ability of electromagnetic control, he has relatively few opportunities to use it, so it is the weakest ability of Chen Mo now. But electromagnetic control itself is not weak. However, Chen Muping's enemies can be basically solved by virtue of his strong physical quality and invincible king's sword. He also has mental power in auxiliary aspects, and his electromagnetic control ability is rarely used, but this time it's Transformers. It's mechanical life. Chen Mo wants to try the power of electromagnetic control, so Chen Mo spent more time on electromagnetic control than on mental exercise. The easiest way is to directly use electromagnetic control to control the equipment. Instead of boring to control the home appliances, Chen Mo chose to control the UAV like Bradley. Shendun Technology uses the technology of the Life Foundation to build the 4-rotor jet UAV Chen Mo Space, which also has several, but also the military version with weapons. In addition to being able to impact and explode as in Venom, it can also be attacked by an automatic machine gun installed under the body. Under the control of artificial intelligence system, it can independently investigate and attack. Since Chen Mo wants to exercise his electromagnetic control ability, he does not use artificial intelligence. Instead, he undertakes the work of artificial intelligence system to control the flight and operation of UAV. At first, Chen Mo didn't like it very much. The drone controlled by him seemed to be wandering around like drunk. If it hadn't turned off the self-destruct function, it wouldn't have exploded even if it had been hit violently. The house he had just rented would have been in ruins. However, with continuous exercise, Chen Mo will be able to control the UAV flight normally soon and become more and more flexible. Just when Chen Mo was involved in the UAV business and getting better, Jarvis got a message. "Sir, the U.S. military base in Sankerson, Qatar, has just been attacked and is now completely out of contact." When Chen Mo is using electromagnetic control to control a UAV for complex flight operations, Jarvis's voice suddenly rings. At the same time, a holographic projection is projected from the watch on Chen Mo's wrist, forming a virtual screen in front of Chen Mo. "This is the picture I monitored before the communication was completely cut off." Chen Mo stops controlling the UAV and throws his eyes on the virtual screen in front of him. This should be a picture recorded by a surveillance in the base. Only one heavy military helicopter landed in an open space in front of the base. Chen Mo recognized that this was an MH-53 heavy helicopter. Around the helicopter, several armored vehicles and a group of fully armed soldiers are waiting to point their guns at the heavy helicopter that just landed. But then, the picture began to blur and seemed to be disturbed. Before the picture disappeared completely, Chen Mo saw that the shape of the heavy helicopter seemed to have changed. The helicopter broke into the control airspace of the Sankerson base, and still did not leave after the base issued a warning. Finally, it was intercepted by 2 Raptors sent by the base and landed in the base. After the screen turns black, Jarvis's voice continues. Subsequently, the base's communications were disrupted, and it was soon completely disconnected from the outside world. Jarvis has long been instructed by Chen Mo to secretly monitor the movements of the Sankerson base, so that these information and images can be transmitted back before the communication is cut off. At this time, the U.S. military knows nothing about the situation of the Sankerson base, except for the confirmed loss of contact, does not know any reason, and does not know the existence of the mysterious MH-53 heavy helicopter at all. Although Chen-mo only received such a vague picture, he was aware of the situation of the Sankerson base. This seemingly ordinary MH-53 heavy helicopter is actually a Decepticon. It's also the first wild transformer to appear in the movie Dizzy. By this time, Sankerson base should have been destroyed by him. Except for Captain William Reynolds and his combat team, all the personnel of the base were killed. The purpose of Vertigo attack on Sankerson base is actually to capture the intelligence in the base server. It has to be said that Decepticons, not in the name of their fanatics, behave in a crazy and rough manner and directly destroy a military base in order to steal information. However, his gains were not great. At the most critical time, the personnel in the base found out his intention and desperately cut off the power supply of the server. At last, the information he stole was very limited. He only knew that there was a mysterious seventh area in the United States and the existence of the Iceman Plan. The research object of the Iceman Plan was the frozen Megatron. But beyond that, Vertigo didn't get the more detailed information they wanted. They knew nothing about the specific location of Iceman Plan, the location of Megatron, and the coordinates of the fire source. The Vertigo of the invasion was in fact a failure. However, the attack and loss of contact at a military base also made the U in order to find the enemy hidden behind the scenes. The Pentagon urgently called a large number of senior signal analysts to analyze this mysterious signal. At the same time, they regarded China, Russia, North Korea, and other countries as imaginary enemies, without knowing that the base of the attack was the Decepticon robot. The President of the United States sent an aircraft carrier fleet to the Persian Gulf and the Yellow Sea for the first time. The Pentagon is in combat readiness. Although the attack of Vertigo failed, the Decepticons on Earth are not just Vertigo at this time. Although Jarvis didn't report, Chen-mo knew that at this time, another small Decepticon was lurking in the Air Force One where the President of the United States was. He was ready to steal the secrets they wanted through the military network of Air Force One. Chen-mo has no intention of interfering in this matter. How could they easily let others enter the secret base under the Hoover Dam and get in touch with Megatron and the source of fire? Chen-mo doesn't plan to rush in. He wants to ask the other party to invite him in and ask him to take the fire source. And of course, the cooperation of Decepticons is indispensable. What's more, if Decepticons are not allowed to get confidential information about Megatron and Captain Archibald Witwicky, how can they bring them here? It's not easy for Chen-mo to find them by himself. It's easier to wait for the hare. But before the Decepticons, the Autobots came first. After all, Decepticons just came to the Earth and began to look for Megatron and the source of fire, while bumblebees have been lurking on the Earth for decades. Shortly after the attack on the Sankerson base, Jarvis first reported the invasion of eBay. The records of his purchase of Captain Archibald Witwicky's glasses were checked. The receiving address had been disclosed. Later, through the city monitoring system, Jarvis found the old yellow Ford car that Chen-mo had previously described as driverless in downtown Los Angeles. However, what Chen-mo didn't think was that the car didn't come to him as he thought, but it was still bought by the actor Sam again, as in the movie plot. But Chen-mo soon figured out why. It's not 2 days for Bumblebee to monitor Sam after all. It's many years ago from Captain Archibald Witwicky's discovery of Megatron in the Arctic to the Iceman Plan around Megatron in Zone 7. Sam should have entered the field of vision of Bumblebee long ago, but because the Decepticons are not coming to the Earth in the future, the frozen Megatron hasn't existed there is a threat to the Earth, so the Bumblebee has not taken any action. But now Decepticons such as Vertigo and Roadblocks have emerged and launched attacks on humans. The Autobots have felt the threat, which has sent out bumblebees that have been lurking on the Earth for many years. However, Chen-mo thought that getting the glasses would make the bumblebee give up the idea that Sam came to find him, but he was a bit of a miss. Chen-mo asked Jarvis to arrange a new identity for him, but compared with a strange adult who just happened to buy this pair of glasses, it is obvious that Sam, who is not an adult, has a simple mind, and has an indissoluble relationship with Transformers, is more worthy of their trust. Apparently, Bumblebee wants to get this pair of glasses with the coordinates of the burning seeds again with Sam's help. They just regarded Chen Mo as an ordinary person who was bored and interested in Sam's adventure story. In the uncertainty whether Chen Mo can be trusted as Sam, the Hornet chose to contact Sam. Maybe if he wants to come, it's not a problem whether Sam comes out or he hands it himself. So, although Chen Mo bought this pair of glasses, he didn't let the Bumblebee turn to him as he thought. However, Chen Mo was not annoyed by unexpected events. Since the original plan to attract bumblebees by glasses failed, he had to go out in person. It's boring that everything goes according to the plan. A little accident can bring him some fresh feeling. Maybe things will become more interesting. Chen Mo's mouth raised a smile, but he didn't act immediately. Instead, he controlled the UAV to perform a flying stunt in the house again. Don't worry, it's not the time. Sam just drove his first car back from the used car market, an old yellow Chevrolet with black racing stripes. Although he was joking with his father before, when he passed the Porsche 4S shop, the luxury sports cars in the window that made him scream excitedly were incomparable. But the first car in his life still made him excited. With this car and the $250 he got from selling antique glasses accidentally last time, he has a car and money now. It's time to find a girlfriend. He dressed himself up well and sprayed a lot of breath fresheners into his mouth. Sam grabbed the car key and went downstairs excitedly. Sam is looking forward to tonight. It's time to start looking for his other half. After his parents, who were taking care of the yard in front of the house, had a long-winded meal and had to go home before 11 o'clock, Sam finally started his car. In a thick black exhaust pipe that could almost block out the sun, Sam started his excitement love night. Not far away, I picked up my good friend Miles. Sam drove his new car to a lake on the outskirts. On the way, Miles, pulled by him, asked with some uncertainty, "Man, are you sure we're invited?" Sam replied without hesitation. "Of course, Miles, it's a lake, a public place." Obviously, Sam, they didn't actually get an invitation. In fact, when Sam was at school, he happened to hear that his goddess Mikola was coming to the lake to play after school. Sam, who had just owned his own car, could not wait to follow his goddess here under the stimulation of hormones. In his heart, "I'm looking forward to something tonight." As for Mikola's current boyfriend, he was directly ignored by Sam. When the car drove to the lake, several cars stopped at the roadside in front of it, and there were many figures on the grass near the lake under the road. Some people are playing ball on the grass, some are sitting under the trees chatting, some are lying on the grass directly, sunbathing in the warm sunset. "Oh my God!" Sam, who was driving, suddenly lowered his voice and exclaimed, "My God, Mikola's there." Even if he had made psychological preparations in advance, and saw Mikola in front of him on the grass, wearing hot pants and vest, showing a tall, plump and perfect figure, Sam could not help but his heart beat faster and a little flustered. However, looking at Miles with his arms out of the window, he suddenly remembered his friend's unreliable character and regretted bringing him here. Sam wanted Miles to give him courage and show off his new car in front of his friends. He thought it would take them some time to find Mikola when he came here, but he met her on the side of the road. Now it's too late to hide because Mikola has seen them. At this point, Sam didn't care about anything else, so he told his friend in a low voice, "Don't do anything strange, okay?" Seeing Miles nodding, Sam opened the door and went down. Meanwhile, he arranged his clothes nervously. "Do I look good?" Sam asked Miles in a low voice as he walked on. "Yes, you look good." Miles clapped Sam on the back and encouraged. Sam was relieved, pretending to walk calmly towards Mikola's position. Just beside Mikola, a black Humvee is parked on the lawn. Several men and women are chatting and playing nearby. One of them is a strong young man wearing a sleeveless T-shirt and a cap on the back, who is the owner of the car and the current boyfriend of Mikola and the captain of the school football team, and he happened to see the arrival of Sam and his wife. Huey, who used to play tricks on Sam at school, immediately showed a bad smile and threw the rugby in his hand to the other guy. Huey said hello to his friends around him. "Hey, "Everybody, look, those two fools are coming." A group of people around turned their heads to Sam and found that they were the two, and most of them had a funny look on their faces, because they know that Brian is going to play a trick on these two guys again. When Huey finished greeting the crowd, he immediately turned around and leaned on the top of the Humvee's big car and said with a smile to Sam and his wife, "Hey man, your car is good." Sam, who is coming over and has been paying attention to Mikla, has noticed the existence of Train. He also finds that he seems to be a little impulsive and frowns when he comes over. Then he saw the Humvee that Tren was leaning on. Sam can't help but look back at his old used car. It's obvious that Huey's praise of his car is actually satirizing him. Compared with the powerful and valuable Humvee in front of me, my $4,000 used car is just a bunch of junk. It made him feel angry and embarrassed at the same time. Before the appearance of pretending to be calm can no longer be maintained, the hand is inserted into the trouser pocket unnaturally. The eyes dodge, become a little flustered up. At this time, Miles, who came with him, took off his coat, took 2 steps forward, grabbed the trunk of a big tree beside the Hummer and climbed up the tree. Sam was caught off guard by his friend Miles's unexpected act at the critical moment. In my heart, I deeply regret that I brought this guy here. At the same time, Sam, who was already embarrassed, was totally flustered. At this time, Huey smiled, stepped forward 2 steps, looked at Sam with a bad face and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here?" At this time, Mikla, the goddess of Sam's secret love, is nearby. She looks at him with her charming light blue eyes and feels Mikla's eyes. Sam can't help but get a thrill. Sam kept telling himself to be calm, never lose face in front of Mikla. Under the gaze of the goddess, Sam, who had collapsed, felt that he was full of fighting spirit again. Sam tried to calm himself down and answered with ease in the face of Huey's questions. "Let's climb this tree here," Sam said, and looked up at Miles, who was holding on to the branch as if they had planned to climb the tree for a long time. Huey can't help but be stunned by Sam's answer. He turns his head and looks at Miles, who is climbing the tree. He doesn't know how to answer for a moment. "I see. It's fun." Sam, who was pretending to watch Miles climb the tree, said nothing. Now his mind was running fast, thinking about how to deal with the embarrassing scene. But Huey, who took the initiative, soon came up with a new way to fight Sam. "I remember you auditioned for the rugby team last year, didn't you?" Once again, there was a bad smile on Huey's face. Sam can't help but think of his miserable experience when he was trampled by a group of muscular men. The members of the school football team are all the school's personalities. It's the dream of every teenager who wants to show off in front of the girls to join the football team. Obviously, Sam's body is not qualified to join the football team, so it was just a shame to take part in the primary. At this time, it's obvious that Huey was laughing and satirizing him as much as he just praised his car. Sam felt the beautiful gaze and shook his head. Oh no, no, no. At that time, under the great pressure to make a fool of himself in front of the goddess, Sam's brain potential was stimulated, and he thought of the reasons for explanation. "In fact, I don't want to participate in the primary election. I'm collecting information for the book I'm writing." Huey looked at Sam's effort to explain and asked with a smile, "Oh, is it?" "Yes." However, it's clear that Train doesn't intend to let Sam go. "So what is it about? Sports waste wood." At this time, Sam calmed down completely and heard more direct taunts from Brian. He smiled and replied, "No, it's about the connection between football and brain damage." Huey's face changed when he heard that. He didn't think Sam would dare to satirize him. But at this time, Sam's courage swelled to the point where he could not be further strengthened in the presence of Mikla. He continued to jeer at Huey, who had never dared to provoke before. "That's a good book. Your friends will like it. There are coloring places, 3-dimensional folding and pictures. It's very interesting. Sam is talking about something in children's books." Obviously, Sam means that he is a fool with intellectual problems. It has to be said that the male creatures in the estrus are impulsive and blind. Before Mikla, Sam didn't think about the consequences at all. Like the ram fighting for a mate, he bravely attacked his opponent. But his courage did attract Mikla's attention, and she didn't expect that the thin guy in front of her would dare to confront him. It made her feel very interesting. But she obviously didn't know that Sam was blessed by her frenzy aura. QEN's mood is not so good, he said in a cold voice, staring at Sam viciously. Very interesting. But what Trent said was ironic. As he said it, he walked towards Sam, intending to give this guy the courage to mock him. Looking at QEN approaching a little, Sam's heart suddenly became nervous. At this time, he thought of the consequences of provoking QEN, the school bully. But now it's too late to regret. Just when Sam thought he was going to be beaten tonight, Mikla, who had been standing by, stepped forward and stopped him. "Well, don't do that," Mikla said, turning straight to the Hummer. He gave Sam a bad look, gave up the idea of beating him, and turned to his friends. "Guys, let's go to the party." Watching QE turn around and leave, Sam's heart finally falls. There was a murmur, and Sam whispered to Miles, who was hanging upside down in the tree. "Come down from the tree now." Seeing that Miles was still ignorant, apparently unaware of the thrilling encounter just now between himself and QEN, Sam whispered again with his teeth clenched. "Come down from the tree, please." Miles jumped from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. "What are you doing?" Sam asked Miles, suppressing his anger. Miles seemed to have no idea what happened just now. Still immersed in his own world, he said excitedly, "Do you see me coming down? The girls are looking at me." As Sam walked towards his car, he growled in a subdued voice, "You make me look like a fool. We were all fools." On the other side, Mikla went to the driver's cab and said to him expectantly, "Hey, how about I drive?" Mikla is a hot beauty, but because of her father's relationship, she likes cars very much, especially the powerful muscle car, just like she likes strong muscles. But when QE heard it, he shook his head. "Oh no, it's not a toy car." Pointing to the apparently modified tire, which is much larger than the normal size, QE said incredulously, "It's a 22-inch tire. I don't want you to crush people, no." Then he said to Mikla with another smile, "Why don't my lovely little white rabbit jump into the back seat?" "Oh my God." Mikla smells the words but can't help but be angry and smile. Looking at QE, who coaxes the little girl's expression, Mikla says with a smile, "I want to tell you that I am not your little white rabbit." After that, Mikla's smile disappeared quickly. Then she reached out and pushed QE away. She walked towards the distance with two long legs under her short skirt. "Mikla is going to walk home." "Okay." QEN didn't care, shrugged at Mikla's back and said confidently, "You'll call me." At this time, Sam is walking to his car, while Miles, a unreliable guy, is not opening the door properly, but is twisting his ass from the window to drill into the car. Sam, who was about to get on the bus, just saw Mikla's slim figure walking far away alone on the road. He contacted the conversation he had just overheard. Apparently, Mikla and Train had a fight. This made Sam's heart move, and just at this time the car radio of the second-hand Chevrolet that just got started suddenly. A song suddenly came out of the window. "Who will drive you home tonight?" Hearing the words, Sam made a decision in his heart. "Hey man, what's wrong with your radio?" Getting into the car from the window, Miles, who had just sat in the co-pilot's seat, asked Sam with his head in the car, but Sam didn't answer. "I'll take her home tonight." Miles was stunned at the words. "What?" "She is the girlfriend of that cruel character. Let her take a ride." Sam's eyes were still on Mikla, who was walking away along the road. He didn't want to take it back for a long time. "Her home is 10 miles away from here. It's my only chance." Speaking of this, Sam turned to look at Miles in the car. "You want to understand me, okay? Well, let her sit in the back seat. I'll be quiet." Sitting in the co-pilot's Miles' speech indifferent said, but Sam didn't think so. "You said let her sit in the back." "The co-pilot I got first," Miles argued. "The space and vision of the co-driver's seat are much more comfortable than that of the rear seat." Miles didn't let him go out consciously, but at this time Sam was full of beautiful figures of Mikla. Seeing Mikla gradually go away, Sam turned to open the door and quickly sat in. At the same time, he said firmly, "I won't let her sit in the back. You have to get off," Miles said with some excitement. "It's against the party rules." "What rules?" "You can't put too much emphasis on sex over friends." Sam asked him out to play this time, but now Sam has to leave him alone, which makes Miles a little unacceptable. But at this time saw the precious opportunity to approach the goddess in front of him. Sam that also care about other. Looking at Miles, Sam said seriously, "Miles, I beg you to get out of the car, will you?" "You can't do this to me." Miles looked at Sam incredulously. "You must get out of the car at once." Sam's tone is unmistakable. In the end, Miles was driven out of the car by Sam. He looked wrongly at Sam driving towards Mikla. At this time, his heart was very sad. His friend Sam even left him for a woman, which made him angry and muttered in a low voice, "I hope you can't get in touch with her if you forget your friends." Just as Miles's voice was falling, a strong engine roar suddenly sounded from behind him. Before he turned around, a huge dark shadow suddenly roared past him. The huge engine roar hurt the eardrum, and the clothes on his body were also rattled by the sudden strong wind. His body was almost unstable. In the second-hand Chevrolet, Sam, who is driving towards Mikla with an excited face, suddenly feels that the car body suddenly shakes violently, as if it is affected by a strong wind. Sam quickly tried to stabilize the steering wheel, and at the same time stepped on the brake, which did not drive the car to the road lawn. Mikla, who was walking in front of her, was the furthest away. She had time to turn around when she heard the roaring engine behind her. Then she saw a large cross-country vehicle with black paint like a steel monster coming towards her from behind. If the average person might have been scared to avoid, but Mikla's face did not panic at all. A pair of pale blue eyes flashed with excitement. With a loud but not harsh sound, it makes people feel like they are on the F1 field, and the passionate long brake sound. The steel monster decelerated rapidly under Mikla's gaze, and finally stopped steadily beside Mikla. Influenced by her father, Mikla likes the car very much, and also knows the configuration and performance of the car. She can be sure that this car is definitely the most powerful car she has ever seen. No one. According to her visual inspection, the speed of the car just rushed over 180 miles, but the braking distance was less than 50 meters. That's more than Formula One. Although it is only a brake, it fully shows the excellent speed, braking performance and strong stability of this steel behemoth. And this is not only a problem of car performance, such a short braking distance. The acceleration generated is also very huge, can accurately control the car parked beside her under this huge acceleration. The door is facing her. The whole process is very smooth. The driver's body quality and car technology have reached a very amazing point. Mikala's eyes in the window couldn't help glowing. She was very curious about what kind of people would have such a tough car that she had never seen before, with the same tough car skills as top racing drivers. It's not only Mikla, but all the people around the lake can't help but turn their heads and look over here. Just now, the roar of the powerful engine comparable to the top-level Super Run and the subsequent brake sound attracted the attention of all the people on the scene. Looking at the roadside parked car as tall and powerful as the same military armored car, but the dark and bright car body is full of luxury, many people can't help admiring the large-scale off-road vehicle of Chi. Whoa, this car is so cool. It's like a modified military armored vehicle. This car must be very expensive. Kiwi, standing on the roadside lawn, naturally noticed the sudden appearance of the black cross-country vehicle. After staring at the vehicle for a long time, he turned his head to look at the Hummer that he regarded as a treasure. Suddenly, Kiwi felt ashamed. It's also similar to the appearance of military off-road vehicles, but this black off-road vehicle of unknown brand has completely crushed his Hummer no matter its overall body shape, chassis height, tire size, or the power and magnificence of its appearance. Even if he was extremely reluctant to accept it, he had to admit that the price of this car was far beyond the Hummer that he regarded as a treasure and would not let Mikla touch it. The paint on the body surface is even darker and brighter than the top luxury cars. It's several grades higher than his Hummer, not to mention the powerful power and performance just shown by the steel giant. When Mikala's eyes were fixed on the window, trying to see through the dark glass, the originally closed window suddenly fell down, and Mikala's eyes just hit a pair of deep and sharp eyes. For a long time, Mikala broke away from those eyes that seemed to penetrate everything and contain endless mystery. Then she finally saw the driver's appearance. In her opinion, The guy whose driving skill is comparable to that of the top racing driver is actually a Chinese-American young man who looks not much older than her, but whose temperament is very calm. But those impressive eyes made her unable to connect him with her peers at all. Chen Mo is sitting in the car naturally, and this off-road vehicle that attracts everyone's attention is the night off-road vehicle worth $5 million. After the plan of attracting bumblebees to come to the house by glasses was aborted, Chen Mo turned to attack on his own initiative, but he didn't plan to come to the hard one either. It's too low-level to rob a car or anything. Besides, bumblebees are not ordinary cars, just grab them directly. But Chen Mo has no other way. But instead of going to Sam directly, he parked his car beside Mikla. Naturally, Chen Mo didn't drive too fast and didn't control the braking distance, let alone the speed of less than 200 km/h just now. Even if he doubled it, he could park the car in any position accurately with his current reaction speed, and the error would not exceed 3 cm. When he lowered the window, Chen Mo looked at Mikla, who was looking at him curiously. He also had to admit that Mikla was really a special thing, beautiful and sexy, not under the Black Widow, and more charming. Mikla's assessment of Chen Mo is also very high. Although Chen Mo didn't get down in the car at this time, Mikla could still see that Chen Mo was very tall. Even in a casual suit, Mikla could still clearly feel the strength of Chen Mo's body. It doesn't need to show any fierce look like those tough characters in the school. Chen Mo just sits there quietly, with the cold and strong temperament which makes Mikla deeply feel the power of Chen Mo. In school is the football captain of the day, in front of him like a child. Just as Mikla was comparing the huge gap between Chen Mo and Qen, Chen Mo suddenly spoke to her. "Shall I give you a ride?" Chen Mo's voice is neither as gentle as her pursuers at school, nor as powerful as she seems to be. It seems that she just wants to take her on foot. Mikla did not hesitate to hear the words, grinned at Chen Mo and said simply, "Thank you." In the eyes of Qen and Sam, Mikla naturally opened the door and got on the car. Then, with the familiar roar of the engine, the black steel behemoth suddenly killed in the middle of the road started again. The strong power brought a strong acceleration comparable to the super run. The night cross-country vehicle suddenly turned into a black lightning again, carrying their goddess, roared and disappeared in the distance. Sam, sitting in the second-hand Chevrolet, stared at the black luxury SUV that had robbed his goddess, looked down at the old steering wheel in his hand, and the engine cover with some paint off the front windshield. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration, which was even more sad than Qe's mockery of him just now. At this time, the old car radio in the car started to move again, and the adjustment knob turned to switch to another radio station. After a short rustle, another song sounded in the car. "Get her back." At first, Sam was so depressed that he could not help but see the light in front of him. But just as he was about to step on the accelerator, a figure suddenly jumped in from the open window of the co-pilot. Sam looked around, but Miles, who had just been abandoned by him, jumped in from the window again. At this time, his upper body was lying on the co-pilot's seat, while his legs were still stretched out of the window, and he was clumsily twisting his body to drill in. "What are you doing?" Sam cried out in a broken voice. Miles was completely unaffected by Sam's mood, wriggled his legs into the car, got up from his seat and sat down, and then saw Sam show a smile and said with a simple smile, "Your goddess has been robbed by others. You don't need to send her home, and I forgive you." Sam had no intention to quarrel with Miles at this time. He took a look at the dark shadow that was going to disappear at the end of the road in the distance. As soon as Sam bit his teeth, he didn't talk to Miles anymore. He stepped on the accelerator and drove his old Chevy to catch up with him. A thick black smoke from the exhaust pipe of Chevrolet covered the space nearly 10 meters behind the car, while Qe, who was standing beside his Hummer, was just within the range of the black smoke. Qe was choked, coughing, and hurriedly got into his car and closed the door, which finally blocked the poisonous gas outside. But at this time his face was already smothered with a layer of black ash and looked very embarrassed. Ben was upset because of the quarrel with Mikla. Chen Mo, who was driving the night SUV, robbed Mikla in front of him. Q's heart was already very angry. At this time Sam, the fool who just provoked him, even let him eat a mouthful of tail gas, which made him very embarrassed. Qe felt that his flight was about to explode. "You damned guys, I want you to know what's going on with me." Qen angrily started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The fresh grass leaves were smashed by the huge tires that suddenly started, and even directly exposed the soil below. In the splashing of the grass leaves and soil, the modified Humvee roared to catch up with them. "Ouch, there's a good play to watch. Let's keep up." Seeing Mikla get on Chen Mo's car by the lake, the people who Sam and Qe catch up with immediately get excited. One by one loudly greeted the companion. One after another got into the car parked at the roadside, screamed to catch up. Many girls even had no time to change their clothes, so they set off in bikinis. It's exciting just to think about what's going to happen next. Racing, chasing, stopping, and then will we have a fight? I don't know if the owner of the luxury SUV that took Mikla would be their football captain, the opponent of Scholastic Batrin. As for Sam, the nerd who has no sense of existence in school, is regarded as the role of playing soy sauce by most people. His most likely result is to be knocked down by Qen, and then drive away in his old car. There is a bend in front of the road beside the lake where people are, and around it is a straight suburban road leading to the city. When Qen and the car behind him turn the corner, the powerful grand SUV that had disappeared from their sight reappears on the road ahead. However, in less than a minute, the car has pulled them several kilometers away, and the speed is comparable to that of a super sports car. In fact, it's a large-scale off-road vehicle, which should be very bulky. It's like the Humvee driven by Qen, which has a top speed of less than 180 mph. When driving to 150 mph, Qe feels a little difficult to control. After all, it's an off-road vehicle with strong off-road ability. The tall body suffers a lot of wind resistance at high speed, and its stability is far less than the car and sports car with low body. Though he was full of anger, Qe dared not joke about his life. He did not dare to speed up anymore, so he continued to catch up with the current speed. Most of the cars behind him are ordinary cars, and the speed can't be raised. Qen and the other cars in the back chase after him for a long time, but they are far away from the goal ahead. It's Sam's second-hand Chevrolet that barely keeps up with the powerful off-road vehicle. The two cars disappear in the sight of the people in the back. Damn it! Seeing that he couldn't catch up with him, Qe reluctantly stepped on the brake, looked at the open road ahead and hit the steering wheel hard. "Hey man, slow down. You just got your driver's license. You're going to kill us." In the yellow Chevy passenger seat, Miles clung to the handle on the top of the window and the seat belt on his chest with one hand, shouting at Sam in horror. But Sam didn't hear it. His eyes were fixed on the luxury SUV, which was more and more far away from him. His hands were tightly holding the steering wheel, and there was a layer of sweat on his forehead. After biting his teeth, Sam stepped up the throttle again. The second-hand Chevy engine roared louder and chased the SUV ahead, but even then, the distance between the two cars was getting farther and farther. Miles's scream grew louder. Parking. I want to go home." Although Chen Mo saw several cars coming after him through the rear-view mirror, he didn't pay attention at all. Except for the second-hand yellow Chevrolet with black racing stripes, which was the only one that barely followed him, he had no other reaction. Even the speed of the car kept 200 miles all the time and drove Mikla towards the city. Sam didn't expect that this ugly second-hand Chevy was in such a good condition that it could drive at a super high speed of 180 miles. Moreover, he felt that if he continued to increase the throttle, he could drive faster. But now the speed is the limit that he can control. He is not a race car driver. In fact, he just got his license for more than a month. Before that, he drove the car as fast as 120-30 kilometers. Now the super high speed is beyond his imagination. This road is still in good condition. Most of the road is straight and straight. There is no sharp turn. With the stimulation of a lot of hormones brought by Mikla, the goddess sitting in the car in front of him, it can play an extraordinary role. Driving this second-hand car to this speed, if it's fast, it's beyond his ability. He's afraid that he's not small heart will drive the car out of the road and hit the tree. Then it will be the end of the car crash. Even now, Miles on the co-pilot has been crying and screaming for him to stop, and now he regrets that he just sat up, which is to die. So, although seeing Mikola's SUV in front of him getting further and further away, Sam was afraid to speed up, except for biting his teeth to keep up with him. At this time, the Bumblebee didn't reveal its intention, so it didn't show any other special features except occasionally playing a few songs on the radio. Although Optimus Prime asked him to protect Sam and try to get that pair of glasses at the same time, now he is not running for his life. He will not turn on autopilot to help Sam catch up with the girl, so early to expose himself on the night. Off-road vehicle. Chen-Mo was driving all the time without speaking. Mikola sat on the co-pilot's side and looked at Chen-Mo from time to time. Most of the time, her eyes are on Chen-Mo's arm holding the steering wheel. At this time, Chen-Mo's physical fitness has reached 10 times that of ordinary people and has been strengthened by super soldier serum. Although he is not as strong as Steve looks, he is almost the same, and his muscle lines are more distinct. Even though he is separated by his clothes, Mikola can still clearly see the distinct muscle lines of Chen-Mo's arm on the steering wheel, and Mikola can feel that these muscles, like steel, contain huge explosive force. Mikola has a near obsession with strong muscles, which is why she would choose football captain Brian as her boyfriend, but compared with Chen-Mo, Kiwi's muscles are like a pile of cotton. Although Chen-Mo felt Mikola's gaze, he did not respond. Mikola is sexy and beautiful, but like most Western women, she is not exquisite and does not conform to Chen-Mo's aesthetics. And the world is just a place of adventure for Chen-Mo. He will not stay in the world for a long time or leave too many emotional fetters in the world. But the simple desire of flesh and body can be controlled completely for Chen-Mo with his superhuman mental power and iron will. He will not be controlled by hormones for a long time. Instead, he can control his own hormone secretion. Chen-Mo has traveled through many worlds and met many top beauties that can make ordinary people crazy. But compared with beautiful appearance, Chen-Mo values one's inner self more. According to Mikola's performance in the film, she is brave, but from her current boyfriend, we can see that her vision is not so good. Although Qen is the captain of the school football team, he is in fact a bully at school. Just like Sam satirizes him, he has developed limbs and simple mind. The reason why he can attract Chimera is that he has developed muscles. Mikola said in the movie that she has a special love for muscular men and asked Sam if she thought she was superficial. Sam, who is also obsessed with Mikola's beauty, naturally answers no, but Chen-Mo thinks Mikola is really superficial. If his daughter dares to find a boyfriend like Kiwi in the future, Chen-Mo will let him disappear from the world in absolute seconds and check her brain with his mind. Today, Mikola and Train just proved how wrong she made this choice. Chen-Mo is not Sam. In addition to the woman who really makes him attractive, no beauty can make Chen-Mo emotional. Although Mikola is beautiful, Chen-Mo obviously has no law. Compared with the sexy and charming Western beauty, Chen-Mo prefers the gentle and soft Chinese girl. The openness of Western girls, Chen-Mo said cannot accept. So, although Mikola always wanted to talk to Chen-Mo after getting on the bus, Chen-Mo didn't say much. It seemed that he was all focused on driving. It seemed that he just gave her a lift. The lake they used to play in was only 10 kilometers away from Mikola's home. Under Chen-Mo's gallop, they reached their destination in a few minutes. Here we are. The night SUV stopped steadily downstairs at Mikola's house. Mikola man looks at Chen-Mo with a grudge. Seeing that Chen-Mo has no intention of retaining him, he has no choice but to leave car. In fact, as long as Chen-Mo takes the initiative a little bit, even if he just shows his love for her, Mikola doesn't mind coming home later tonight. Chen-Mo's clothes have made her feel the muscular strength of his body. I don't know when he takes off. Mikola, who is infatuated with strong muscles, is eager to find out about Chen-Mo. But Chen-Mo didn't mean in-depth communication with her. Mikola pulls out of the car, turns to look at Chen Mo through the window again and finds that Chen Mo just smiles politely at her. After no other expression, she has to die. "Thank you," Mikola whispered in her sexy voice, looking at Chen Mo's blue eyes full of bitterness. If Sam saw this picture, he didn't know what he would think. Finally, Mikola reluctantly returned to her home, but Chen Mo did not hurry to leave but sat in the car and waited for a while. About a minute later, Sam, who was far away from him, drove his second-hand Chevy to catch up with him. Even though he couldn't see the shadow completely, Sam still didn't give up. He chased up all the way according to the address of Mikola's house as he knew it. Downstairs of Mikola's house, he saw the black luxury SUV that robbed Mikola as he wished, but Mikola had already gone home at that time, and he could not even see the back of the goddess. However, Sam didn't know that Mikola had got off the car. He imagined that his goddess and a strange man were alone in a car parked on the side of the road, and there was no one around him. Sam's heart felt as if he had been held tightly by others. "Man, let's go home." Miles on the co-pilot obviously thought about it with Sam. In order to prevent his friends from getting more serious stimulation, he made wise suggestions. But at this time, Sam could not hear it. In his mind, he flashed several pictures that he had secretly seen on the computer. However, the heroine changed to Mikola, and Sam's eyes turned red. With his right foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, the car's speed, which had not been lowered, soared again. Miles felt a strong feeling of pushing his back and screamed again involuntarily. "No, Sam, stop." Under full acceleration, the speed of second-hand Chevrolet quickly exceeded 200, and the distance between them and the off-road vehicle of night was also quickly shortened to less than 100 meters. Squeak. There was a screeching brake on the street, and Miles and Sam were hurtling forward. Thanks to the safety belt, they didn't fly out. In the end, Sam stops beside Chen Mo's car, and then, regardless of his sore chest, he can't wait to turn his head and look at the driver's cab of the night SUV, but he only sees the darkness. The window of night can adjust the light, and the situation inside can't be seen from the outside, which makes Sam more firm the previous speculation, and also makes his heart more anxious. He unties the safety belt in a hurry and plans to get off. Sam went all the way through the chase, adrenaline-crazy secretion. At this time the mood is in the most exciting time, full of only the obsession of saving the goddess in his mind. How can we consider whether his behavior is appropriate? But just as he was about to get out of the car and untie his seat belt, the window of the driver's cab of the luxury SUV next to him suddenly fell down. Sam quickly looked up. Through the open window, Sam was surprised to find that there was only a young and handsome young Chinese in the car. Before that, he saw that Mikola was not on the co-pilot. Stretching his neck and looking at it carefully for a long time, Sam finally confirmed that Mikola had got out of the car and gone home. This made Sam's heart heave a sigh of relief, but then there were some regrets. Tonight he should have sent Mikola home. Maybe he could have some flashbacks in his mind with her, which were all destroyed by the man in front of him. Thinking of this, Sam looked at Chen Mo's eyes and couldn't help but burst into flames of anger. But soon, in Chen Mo's cold eyes, Sam was frustrated again. If you think about it carefully, he knows that even if Chen Mo doesn't kill him halfway, he can only send Mikola home at most. As for those who are interested in him and have sex with him, he knows that it's impossible. In school, he's just a nerd. A woman like Mikola, who is so popular, probably doesn't even know his name, can't fall in love with him at all. In addition to the campus celebrities like Qen, it is estimated that only the handsome rich second generation driving a luxury car like this young man in front of them can move Mikola. Sam can't help but compare the second-hand broken Chevrolet with some peeling-off paint with Chen Mo's high and domineering luxury SUV. Obviously, there is no comparability between the two. Even though the Chevy has shown unexpected speed performance, it still can't let him catch up with the luxury off-road vehicle that doesn't seem to have a strong speed. This made Sam, who was disappointed that Ben had spent only $4,000 on his father's second-hand car, lose even more. If it's him who drives this luxury SUV, Can he also steal Mikla from Train and become her new boyfriend? Unfortunately, let alone this luxury off-road vehicle, which is worth a lot at first sight. He doesn't even have a new car. For the idea of sending Mikla home before, Sam only felt funny at this time. He was so naive. How could Mikla want to ride in his old used car which looks almost useless? Only the luxury car like the one in front of her can match her. Chenmo doesn't know. At this time, he has become a rich second generation in Sam's eyes, but Chenmo obviously doesn't care. Looking at Sam, who was turned from angry at first to depressed at present, Chenmo put his arm on the window and shouted at Sam, "Boy, your car is not bad, but it's not good to chase girls." At this time, Miles, who was sandwiched between the two, looked up at Chenmo, who was a big part higher than him, sitting in the tall luxury SUV beside him. He turned to look down at Sam, who was decadent and could not help whispering, "Sam, I think we'd better go home." Sam didn't listen to the words and didn't turn around to look at Chenmo, but his hands again grasped the steering wheel, obviously intended to drive home as Miles said. But his hands holding the steering wheel tightly betrayed his heart. Obviously, he was not willing, but what could he do? The other side is right. With the broken car he drives, he even wants to pursue Mikla. It's just wishful thinking. He was totally overwhelmed by the excitement of owning his first car, which made him want to send Mikla home. Now, Sam, who knows the reality, just wants to leave here. He doesn't want to make a fool of himself. But just as he was about to step on the gas pedal, Chenmo's words made him stop. "Maybe I can help you." When Miles heard this, he saw Sam stop and whispered to Sam, "Don't believe him, he must be trying to trick you." But Sam didn't listen to him, but turned to look at Chenmo. He wanted to see if the other side was the same as Qen, with a joking face. If so, he would leave without hesitation, but if not, Chenmo naturally didn't want to play with him. Even if he didn't use his mind, he could make Sam feel his sincerity through his eyes. Although not sure about Chenmo's motivation, Sam still has some drums in his mind, but when Mikla's moving figure reappears in his mind, Sam chooses to try. "How are you going to help me?" Looking at Chenmo, Sam asked seriously. Chenmo's face was a faint smile. "Follow me." As soon as the voice dropped, the off-road vehicle of night started again and drove out towards the front. Sam hesitated a little and drove up with his teeth clenched. "You don't really believe what he said, do you? Don't be silly." Sam held the steering wheel in both hands, his eyes fixed on the Cavalier SUV in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "I'm stupid enough, not bad this time." A few minutes later, two cars stopped in front of a building, one before and one after another. Sam got out of the car and looked at it. He soon found out where it was. Today, when his father brought him to buy a car, he first drove him through here on purpose. He thought that his father would buy a car for him here, which made him excited, but it turned out to be a prank of his father. And now, is he being played again? Thinking of this, Sam's face couldn't help looking ugly. Miles, the co-pilot who got on and off the bus, didn't care about it. Just when he was going to persuade Sam to leave again, a tall figure came up from the luxury SUV in front of him. "No nonsense," Chenmo said directly. "I'm going to make a deal with you." Sam was stunned and asked, "What deal?" Chenmo did not speak directly, but raised his hand and pointed to the nearby building. Through the clean glass wall, Sam saw clearly a beautiful and cool luxury sports car placed inside. "You can choose any car in this shop. I'll buy it for you in exchange for the Chevy you drove." "What?" Hearing Chenmo's words, Sam opened his eyes in shock on the spot, and Miles next to him looked unbelievable. How could someone be willing to trade a Porsche worth several $100,000 for a second-hand Chevrolet worth $4,000? Even if the car is in good condition and can drive at a speed of 1780 or even 200 miles, it is still a used car with a shabby appearance. Any Porsche can easily overtake it. If it's them, it's impossible to trade Porsche for such a used car. However, Chenmo's serious face didn't seem to be joking. "Although your car is a little old, I like collecting old cars, especially those that can run so fast." Hearing Chenmo's words, Sam can't help but turn his head and take a look at his old Chevy. The paint of this car is mottled. The rusty old Chevrolet in many places can hardly be regarded as an old car, but it's not uncommon. It can be seen everywhere in the second-hand car market, and it doesn't have much collection value. However, they can't understand the idea of the rich people. Maybe they just like this kind of broken texture. And the performance of this car is really very good. It may not be comparable with Chen Mo's off-road cavalry car and the sports car in the side exhibition hall, but compared with ordinary cars and other classic cars, it is absolutely powerful. Even so, Sam doesn't think it's worth a Porsche. Faced with this kind of good thing, Sam was still a little uneasy. Seeing Sam's look, Chen Mo continued with a smile. Don't think this car is worthless. Money is just a number for me. When I meet something I like, I never care about the price. A few days ago, I bought a pair of broken antique glasses from eBay. Although the lenses are full of cracks, I like the story behind them. Sam can't help but look at it. Didn't he just sell his great-great-grandfather's eyes from eBay the other day? He did. He was the only one selling broken antique glasses on eBay. Now it seems that the local tyrant who bought glasses is probably the rich and handsome man in front of him. Yes, Chen Mo's image in Sam's heart was upgraded from rich second generation to rich and handsome as an old customer who visited him when his capital was most difficult. When Sam hesitated to explain the matter to Chen Mo, he listened to Chen Mo continue. Some people may think of them as rubbish, but I think they mean a lot. Chen Mo takes a look at the rusty second-hand Chevrolet beside Sam and says to Sam sincerely, I think your car is worth a Porsche, of course. If you don't want it, I'll never be hard. Before Sam spoke, standing behind him, Miles, who had been urging him to go home, quietly pushed him and whispered to Sam in a voice he thought Chen Mo could not hear. I don't think he's joking. In fact, it's not necessary for Miles to say that Sam has a decision in mind. I took a look at the old used car I just got today, and then turned to the luxury sports car in the nearby Porsche 4S shop, which has beautiful lines, cool shape, and dazzling light reflected by the paint. Sam's eyes are full of expectation. Turning to look at Chen Mo, Sam nodded and said seriously, I promise you. Just after Sam's voice fell, the second-hand Chevy on the side put on the music again. Don't abandon me. Chen Mo naturally knows that this is not a coincidence but a bumblebee talking. His voice device was destroyed by Decepticons in the previous battle, so he can only express his ideas through the radio. Chen Mo looks at Sam with a smile and doesn't speak. Although this car is the first car in Sam's life, he just got it today. He doesn't have deep feelings. In addition, he is not very satisfied with his father's purchase of a second-hand car, so the bumblebee's retention naturally has no effect. Looking at Chen Mo's smile, Sam thought that Chen Mo was dissatisfied with this. For fear that Chen Mo would repent, he quickly explained. There is something wrong with the radio of this car. It often rings by itself, but its sound is okay. Well, I can choose a cheaper one. Looking at Sam in a hurry, Chen Mo smiles and shakes his head. It doesn't matter. You can choose whatever you like best. In the evening, when Sam was driving a bright red Porsche 911 convertible, driving Miles out of the 4S store, both of them had a dream-like feeling. Sam, am I not dreaming? Did you exchange a worn-out second-hand Chevrolet for a Porsche? Miles asked Sam as he reached for the luxurious leather interior. Sam tightly holds the steering wheel in his hand. He is also excited. The soft and comfortable leather texture in his hand tells him that all this is not a dream. On the other hand, Chen Mo is also in a good mood. If he changes his $100,000 Porsche for a Transformer, it's a good deal. At this time, Chen Mo was sitting in the Bumblebee, driving it home, while his original Knight SUV was taken into the space by him while no one noticed. Being sold by Sam without hesitation, the Bumblebee seems to be in a very low mood. The radio that used to sound by itself didn't make any sound all the way, and the whole car seems to have no power to drive. If it wasn't for the Bo Pi Autobot logo on the steering wheel, Chen Mo would have doubted whether he had bought the wrong car. In fact, Chen Mo can get the Chevrolet transformed from the Bumblebee at a lower price, but taking the car away is like taking Sam's chance. Without the adventure of helping the Autobots save the Earth, he can hardly win Mikla's heart. Chen Mo's Porsche sports car is a kind of remedy. At least with this sports car, even if Sam can't catch up with Mikla, there is no problem to find a beautiful girlfriend. At this time, the Bumblebee's heart is extremely broken. This transaction, he can be said to be the only victim. Originally, after investigating from the internet that the glasses with the origin coordinates of the fire were bought, he also considered whether to find a way to mix with each other and lurk. However, in the case of uncertainty about each other's character, they finally chose Sam, who is more related to them, and planned to take back the glasses with his help. As a result, to his surprise, this afternoon he was just bought by Sam. He stayed with him for less than 2 hours and was sold. Although it was exchanged with a sports car worth $100,000, compared with his previous price of $4,000, it is also a double price, but he is a transformer. How can the ordinary sports car of that kind of human compare with him? If he could not reveal his identity, he would like to deform on the spot and use his energy gun to blow the damn junk sports car that robbed his position into a mess of scrap iron. But now Decepticons are still hidden in the dark, and his backup has not arrived at the Earth, and he can't be exposed casually for the moment, so even if he is extremely reluctant, he can only continue to install and ride an ordinary car, forced away by this human. In the middle of the night, just slip away. Soon, Chen-Mo drove the Bumblebee back home and drove the car directly into the garage. Feeling the garage door slowly down behind me, the Bumblebee thought to himself, "It seems to be a bit of damage tonight." At this time, Chen-Mo, who had got off the car and turned to the front of the car, suddenly said, "Bumblebee, you'd better not break my door or I'll fix it with your parts." Bumblebee can't help but be stunned when hearing the words. How can this human know his name? Seeing that the Bumblebee still hasn't moved, Chen-Mo said directly, "Don't pretend." Autobots from Cybertron, Bumblebee, it's not a secret that you exist on the top of the Earth. This time, with Chen-Mo's voice falling, the car finally made a move. Seeing Chen-Mo has pointed out their origins directly, it is obvious that he is very clear about his real identity, and the Bumblebee no longer continues to pretend. Library click. With a sound of mechanical operation and collision that is very similar to that of steel war clothes, this old and used Chevrolet has undergone amazing changes. The outer shell of the car body quickly decomposes and unfolds outwards, and the complicated mechanical structure inside is exposed, and in a dazzling deformation, it is recombined into a huge robot. The original car shell became the yellow armor on the surface of his body, but the mechanical structure of many parts of his body was still exposed. It looked complex, powerful, and full of the beauty of science fiction. This is the mechanical life from the planet of Cybertron, the Autobot warrior Bumblebee. At this time, his huge body, which is 4 or 5 meters high, is squatting in the garage. His head is almost on the ceiling of the garage. A large diameter energy gun formed by deformation of his right hand is aimed at Chen-Mo. The thick gun tube is slowly rotating in a low hum, and a hot yellow light is brewing. Being aimed at by such a powerful energy cannon at such a close distance, Chen-Mo did not panic at all, so calmly stood there watching the Bumblebee. A sound of radio clips from different channels was heard in the garage. "You are who?" "Black Chen, Special Agent of Shendun Bureau. Our responsibility is to protect the Earth's security and deal with special events endangering world peace. As the master of Shendun Bureau, Chen-Mo is in Shendun Bureau. The existence of your Autobots has always been under our control. After dark examination, you advocate peace and pose no threat to the safety of the Earth, so we have not taken action against you before." At this point, Chen-Mo's expression suddenly sank. "But not long ago, we found new Autobots coming to Earth and launching attacks on U.S. military bases. Although their invasion failed, after investigation, we found that they should be looking for this thing." Chen-Mo says, took out that pair of glasses from the space, immediately say to the Bumblebee, "And then you appear." At the beginning of Chen-Mo's speech, the Bumblebee's eyes turned, and he hesitated to believe it. After all, he had never heard of the so-called Shendun Bureau before. But when Chen-Mo said at the end, he could not care about the doubt anymore. He quickly put away the energy cannon of his right hand, and his hands were swinging in front of him, and he shook his head constantly. "No, we are different cars, people peace-loving." The Bumblebee is obviously in a hurry. The radio keeps adjusting the channel and making a messy sound. But of course, Chenmo knows the meaning of Bumblebee. Even if he is a robot, Chenmo can still clearly feel his anxiety. The two armor shells with the same antennae on his head are constantly swinging, which is very interesting. Looking at the Bumblebee being forced by him, Chenmo couldn't help smiling but pretended to be suspicious. "You mean those who attacked us bases are not with you?" The Bumblebee nodded at the words and the radio switched to another channel. "Thank you, you are excellent. You are wonderful, great." Chenmo's expression is still not relaxed. Looking at the happy Bumblebee, Chenmo continues to ask, "Then why do you come here and are bought by Sam Witwicky, and you want to get this pair of glasses?" Finally, under Chenmo's pressing questions, the Bumblebee honestly explained everything. Of course, the process was a little more tortuous. After all, he could only communicate through wireless broadcasting. Even if the simple meaning was given, the complex situation would be more troublesome. If Chenmo had not been very clear about their situation, it would not have been easy to fully guess what he meant. As in the movie, the Autobots discovered the Decepticons' conspiracy. The Bumblebee was ordered by Optimus Prime to get the glasses before the Decepticons, find the source of the fire, prevent the source of the fire from falling into Megatron's hands, and then use it to convert all the scientific and technological items on the Earth into Decepticons, ruling the world. "Glasses give it to me protect the Earth." Finally, the Bumblebee pointed to Chenmo's antique glasses. Chenmo looked at the glasses in his hand but shook his head and said positively, "Protecting the Earth is the task of our Shendon Bureau. Just don't make trouble. The Bumblebee is in a hurry. The enemy very powerful, we can help you." Obviously, he doesn't think that relying on the power of human beings on Earth alone can defeat the powerful Megatron and Decepticons. Chenmo hears the words but smiles. "Tomorrow, you will know our real strength." When Chenmo finished, he turned to leave. Bumblebee saw that, some anxious to continue to persuade, but saw Chenmo suddenly stopped. When the Bumblebee thought Chenmo had changed his mind, he saw Chenmo turn around and look at him with a warning and a deep voice. "Remember, don't damage my door, otherwise be careful of your parts." Looking at Chenmo's figure disappearing in the garage, the Bumblebee laboriously looked at the rolling shutter door behind his eyes, looked up again at the ceiling that was about to reach the top of his head, hesitated for a moment. Some of his frustration collapsed, and then he was transformed into a second-hand Chevrolet. Anyway, the position of the glasses has been determined. He just needs to stay here to ensure the safety of the glasses. For others, we'd better wait until Optimus Prime arrives. After stabilizing the Bumblebee for a while, Chenmo returns to the living room in a good mood. When he goes to the table to make a cup of coffee for himself, Jarvis suddenly appears. "Master, another fish has been caught." It turns out that not long ago, the military network of the Air Force, one special plane that the President of the United States, was invaded by the small Decepticons who had infiltrated it. Although the Ministry of Defense cut off all the server networks in time after discovering the invasion, Decepticons found some clues. They found that Sam's great-grandfather had contact with Megatron through confusing and stealing some information about the Iceman plan. Then they found the pair of glasses Sam had put up for auction on eBay after a large number of searches by invading the internet. It's very easy to find the secret hidden in the glasses because of the confusion of Transformers. The key to find Megatron and the fire source is on this pair of glasses. Now the glasses are in Chenmo's hands. After a series of invasions and searches, the Decepticons finally put their target on Chenmo, the current owner of the pair of glasses. According to the delivery address left on eBay, they are rushing to Chenmo's location. But they won't know. Just when they are confused and invade eBay to find Chenmo's address, Chenmo receives a report from Jarvis, learns their trend in advance, and is ready to meet them. That night, maybe only Chenmo had a good sleep alone. Many people, including Sam and Mikla, had a sleepless night. The same is true of John Keller, the U.S. Defense Secretary. That night first, the President's special plane Air Force One was intruded. Someone intruded into the U.S. military network through the server on Air Force One, stole a large number of secrets, and planted a virus in their national defense network system. Although the President was safe, many Secret Service members were killed, but in the end, they did not even see the intruder's shadow. They linked the invasion to the previous attack on Qatari's Sangsun Air Force Base, but their imaginary enemies were Russia, China, North Korea, and other countries. Maggie Madsen, the talented female analyst who first detected the invasion, found out the problem. The firewall of National Defense Network was broken by the other party within 10 seconds, and even the most cutting-edge and aggressive supercomputer would take at least 20 years to do it. The enemy this time is obviously not as simple as they think. According to her knowledge, Maggie Madsen proposed the assumption that the intruder might be an alien creature with advanced technology, but no one at the top of the Pentagon, including the Defense Secretary, believed her. There is no clue about the invasion, but there is a new situation in Qatar. A special forces unit that survived the attack on the Sangsun base escaped under the leadership of Captain William Reynolds, but they were then attacked by the Scorpion Decepticon Sark. They not only witnessed the attack of Decepticons Vertigo on the base, but also one of the soldiers, EPPs, took photos of Vertigo at close range with a thermal imager in his hand. In order to prevent exposure, Vertigo sent out the attached Scorpion Decepticon robot hidden in his body. Sark Giant launched a chase to the survivors' team led by Captain William Reynolds. The special soldiers who fled in a hurry didn't carry heavy firepower at all, while the Sark Giant not only can drill the ground, but also has the powerful close combat ability, and the double tongs can continuously launch the energy attack which is as powerful as the howitzer. The surviving soldiers of the Special Combat Team can only hide in a local village and struggle to support under the fierce attack of Sark Giant. Fortunately, they found a phone in the village, finally contacted the Pentagon and got air support from the U.S. Army. Under the attack of aircraft guns, missiles and 105 armor-piercing ammunition of AC-130 air gunboats, the Sark Giant gave up pursuit and fled. In the end, only 7 of the survivors who escaped from the Sangsun base survived. Although the Pentagon saw the ferocious figure of the scorpion-shaped Decepticon, Sark Giant, through the live pictures captured by the Predator drone, they still regarded it as a new weapon secretly developed by other countries, and still did not think of aliens, let alone the existence of Transformers. So, until now, the U.S. Department of Defense still does not know what kind of powerful enemies they are facing. The next day, Los Angeles was still calm, except for the news on television about some new military moves being made by the U.S. military. Chen Mo didn't feel nervous about the coming of the war. He didn't even go to the garage to have a look at the Bumblebee. And the Bumblebee has always been like an ordinary car, staying in the garage honestly, and I don't know whether it was frightened by the threat of Chen Mo breaking it down into parts to repair the door. Time glided so peacefully into the afternoon and saw the sun slanting to the west. The yellow sun shone into the living room from the west window and landed on Chen Mo, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely. It gave him a light, warm, and golden halo. After drinking the coffee in the cup, Chen Mo is preparing to pour another cup for himself. Jarvis's voice suddenly rings in the room. "Sir, a police car that is not registered in the local police system appears outside 3 streets and is moving towards our position quickly." Hearing this, Chen Mo put down his coffee cup, got up and sat up from the sofa. The light golden halo that had originally covered him dissipated. Where the sun couldn't shine, Chen Mo's face slowly emerged. It seems that the tea time will be over ahead of time. Without waiting for Chen Mo to act, the roar of a slightly manic car engine entered Chen Mo's ear from a distance. When he got to the window, Chen Mo raised his eyes and looked out. As the roar of the engine became clearer and clearer, soon a brand new black and white Ford Mustang police car came rushing from afar. However, after approaching, its speed slowly decreased and finally stopped at the roadside tens of meters away from Chen Mo's residence. Through the window, you can see someone sitting in the cab. However, when Chen Mo reveals his mental power and covers the police car, the mental power detection reflects a very different picture. There is no one over the driver's seat. This is also a driverless car. In fact, The policeman visible to the naked eye on the driver's seat is actually a holographic projection for camouflage. The identity of the police car is also looming. Decepticons, roadblocks. In addition, under Chen Mo's mental scanning, there is another relatively small presence in the position of the deputy driver of the police car. Chen Mo, who is familiar with the plot of the movie, naturally knows that it is the spy Decepticon who sneaks into Air Force One and successfully invades the U.S. National Defense Network and finds the clues of the fire source. Confused. After confirming that the police car parked on the road outside is Decepticon's roadblock, Chen Mo can't help but smile coldly. He has been waiting for a long time to practice together and finally comes. But Chen Mo didn't sit at home waiting for the barricade to come to him. Decepticons are still in hiding. They won't be exposed easily until Megatron is found. Now in broad daylight, roadblocks won't attack easily. At least, he will wait until the night is quiet and no one notices. But Chen Mo is obviously not going to wait. The purpose of Decepticons is to find Megatron and the source of kindling. At least, they will not easily expose themselves before finding the whereabouts of both, so as not to disturb the human government. Although the scientific and technological level of human beings is far behind them, the powerful weapons of the army can still pose a threat to them. Moreover, if human beings find their existence and guard against them, they will inevitably hinder their next actions. In order to be able to continue to hide under the eyes of human beings, roadblocks will not act immediately at this time. So, Chen Mo decided to help him. Turning away from the window, Chen Mo went directly to the garage, opened the door of the old used Chevrolet, and sat in. Although the bumblebee doesn't know what Chen Mo is going to do, his task now is to protect that pair of glasses and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, and that pair of glasses is on Chen Mo. So all he has to do is protect Chen Mo. No matter where Chen Mo is going, he just follows, so the bumblebee doesn't fail to cooperate, and Chevrolet is started normally by Chen Mo. However, the car radio began to adjust its channel, and a combination of radio stations sounded in the car. "We where to?" Driving the bumblebee out of the garage, Chen Mo glanced at the police car parked on the opposite side of the road, smiled and said to the bumblebee, "Didn't you say it yesterday? Let you see our real strength. By the way, let you see an old friend." Chen Mo said and drove the car onto the road. Through the rear view mirror, Chen Mo clearly saw that the police car that had been parked on the side of the road started slowly and kept a distance with him and followed him quietly. Bumblebee apparently didn't notice this and didn't take much interest in Chen Mo's answer. He has been lurking on the earth for decades. He knows the technology and military strength of human beings. He doesn't think Chen Mo can let him see anything new. In his mind, it's nothing more than missiles, artillery, machine guns, and so on. It's Chen Mo's old friend who makes him wonder. Does he know that other Autobots are about to arrive on Earth? The only one who can be called his old friend is the coming other Autobots. However, they are still flying in the universe. It will be a while before they reach the Earth. I don't know why Chen Mo is so early. Chen Mo didn't say much. He drove the bumblebee all the way to the suburb and soon came to a desolate industrial area. In the open space in front of an abandoned factory, Chen Mo stepped on the brake. Squeak! With the wheels rolling up a cloud of smoke, the car stopped steadily in the middle of the open space. The car's paint is mottled and worn-out Chevy, which is very consistent with the cracked cement floor under the wheel, the overgrown weeds, the rusted pipe iron frame, and the dilapidated factory building as the background, as if it was originally an abandoned car here. This is Chen Mo's first feeling after getting off the bus and looking at the bumblebee. To be honest, Bumblebee's shape is really frustrated. If he didn't know his identity as a transformer, Chen Mo would never drive such a car out. It's too cheap. The bumblebee doesn't know Chen Mo's thoughts at this time, otherwise it will definitely change itself directly and fight with Chen Mo, thinking that when I go back for a while, I must let the bumblebee change its shape. Chen Mo patted the roof and told the bumblebee, "Just stay here and watch." Chen Mo finished, and before the bumblebee knew what he meant, he turned around and took 2 steps toward the factory gate. Bumblebee is wondering, don't understand what Chen Mo asked him to see. Next moment, Chen Mo's changes make him surprised that the light almost fell off. At the same time of Chen Mo's first 2 steps, a set of black equipment similar to mechanical armor suddenly appeared in front of him. With Chen Mo's step in, this set of mechanical armor was like transformer deformation. The originally deployed armor closed quickly, completely wrapped Chen Mo's body in the armor. In the end, a 2-meter tall and powerful human-shaped steel armor appeared in front of the Hornet. Stab, stab. There was a messy noise behind Chen Mo. Apparently, the bumblebee was frightened by this sudden and amazing change and didn't know what to say for a while. Before he could reorganize his language, a new figure appeared that he had to stop. At the gate of the factory they had just opened, a brand new black and white Ford Mustang police car came in slowly with red and blue explosion lights on. The bumblebee quickly shut up. Although Chen Mo found out his real identity, he didn't intend to expose himself in front of other people. But soon, he realized that it was wrong. He asked a familiar but disgusting smell from the police car. Decepticons. Just as the bumblebee reacted and was ready to transform to fight, Chen Mo's voice sounded again. I said, stay there. Chen Mo's voice became a little lower through the loudspeaker of the steel battle suit, but the unquestionable majesty in his tone made the bumblebee stop deforming. At this moment, he couldn't help thinking of his leader, the leader of Autobots, Optimus Prime. Compared with Optimus Prime's Quan, Chen Mo gives him a more dignified and sharp feeling. In addition, Chen Mo has just become a steel warrior in front of him, which makes the bumblebee not only do what Chen Mo says, but also keep where it is. Of course, his spirit did not relax at all. He put it all on the police car, which is slowly coming towards them. If there is any adverse situation, he will not hesitate to transform. In any case, he must guarantee Chen Mo's safety. The police car that followed them soon stopped a dozen meters in front of them, and the next moment, like last night's change in the garage on the bumblebee again. In a dazzling change, the Ford Mustang police car quickly changed into a giant robot with a height of 4 or 5 meters. However, compared with the bumblebee, the roadblock is also formed by the deformation of the car, and its appearance looks more ferocious. A pair of scarlet electronic eyes stared at Chen Mo closely, but Chen Mo felt a little doubt from his eyes. The barricade remembers that it's a human being. How can it become a small robot now? With full of doubt, the barricade looked down at Chen Mo in front and asked in a cold voice, "Are you a Autobot too?" His answer was a swift figure. "No, I'm from the Earth." In fact, Chen Mo has many ways to kill the roadblock, but his purpose is not to simply kill the Decepticons, but to take the other side as a training partner, and to take the opportunity to strengthen the control of power in the battle. There is no actual combat in any way, and it can quickly improve his control of his own strength. Therefore, Chen Mo did not directly take out the invincible sword of the king, but put on the iron and steel battle clothes, incarnate as the iron and steel warrior, with the strong defense and mobility provided by the war clothes and the roadblocks to launch a positive close combat. As for why not fight directly with his own strength, Chen Mo's strength is not strong enough to directly fight against Transformers. Although Chen Mo is able to stand in an invincible position and even kill the roadblocks by relying on his powerful speed, blink, mental power, and other abilities, it is against his original intention of melee training. Although Chen Mo's physical quality has reached 10 times that of ordinary people, he is still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength in the face of huge Transformers, and his physical strength is not enough to withstand the attack of Transformers. Chen Mo doesn't want to try how strong his self-healing ability is now, and he doesn't want to make himself so embarrassed, but the steel battle suit is now the most suitable auxiliary equipment. The iron and steel battle suit is driven by machinery, and its strength is based on Chen Mo's own physical strength. In addition, the strength of Chen Mo's own 12 times that of ordinary people after the increase of Riot is barely able to compete with the powerful power of the huge Transformer. Moreover, the steel battle clothes made of AM and alloy are more powerful and strong enough to resist all kinds of attacks of roadblocks and ensure Chen Mo's physical safety. The only drawback is that after the iron and steel battle, the flexibility will be a little bit worse. This is also that Chen Mo would never wear the iron and steel battle suit before when fighting with the top strongmen such as Raytheon, but would choose the Edelman alloy armor battle suit without mechanical devices and strength bonus. To fight against the real strong, flexibility and reaction speed are just the most important. However, the roadblock in front of him is obviously not a top-level strongman. Even the leaders of Autobots and Decepticons, the super warriors of Transformers, Optimus Prime and Megatron are far from top-level strongmen in Chen Mo's view, because their weakness is too obvious. The huge size brings them powerful power, but also leads to their low speed and flexibility. Even though the steel battle clothes will affect the activity of Chen Moling, they are still much better than these Transformers. Chen Mo, who was dressed in steel battle clothes and mistakenly recognized as a small car man by the roadblock, didn't have much nonsense. He directly started the propeller at the foot of the battle clothes, under the ribs and behind. The whole body suddenly rushed out at a high speed and flew towards the roadblock like the iron giant ahead. The roadblock didn't expect that the small Autobot, who called himself a man of the earth, would dare to attack him. Chen Mo, who is 2 meters tall in a steel battle suit, is no better than confused in the view of a 4 or 5 meter high barricade. Although he is bigger and stronger, among Transformers whose strength is proportional to his size, he is still the weakest level, usually used for tracking, diving, and other intelligence activities. His combat power is very limited, and he can trample to death with 1-foot weak chicken. So although Chen Mo's sudden attack caused some accidents to the barricade, he did not panic, but directly extended his right hand, intending to directly seize Chen Mo and crush him into pieces. But Chen Mo is so easy to catch. In Chen Mo's opinion, the action of the barricade is not much faster than that of the tortoise. Chen Mo guessed his intention at the first time. His arms moved slightly. The flight stabilizer in the palm of his hands adjusted the angle rapidly, and the flight route changed instantly. Chen Mo, who was originally rushing towards the barrier chest, quickly pulled up, and then rushed towards the head of the barrier. Chen Mo's whole speed is not reduced at all, just passing by the palm of his hand stretched out from the barricade, grabbing the air with one claw, and the electronic eyes of the barricade emitting scarlet light can't help but shrink suddenly. At the same time, Chen Mo, who easily dodged the attack of the barricade and flew to him, suddenly changed his posture. The right leg, which had been stretched back and straight, quickly bent and raised, and the upper part of the body, which was leaning forward, also stood upright. At the next moment, Chen Mo's knee and the roadblock's nose hit each other heavily. Bang! A huge metal crash sounded in the field, and the whole head of the barricade suddenly leaned back, and a pile of silver pieces of metal also splashed around. At the same time, the body of the barricade lost its balance under the heavy blow, and the body staggered back and forth. After a hit, Chen Mo's body passed directly over the top of the barricade, then made an arc in the air and landed on the ground behind him. This is in the wind and sun under some cracks in the cement floor. Chen Mo's feet once again stepped out of a pile of cracks. The bumblebee on the other side looks at the fool's eyes on the spot. Is this really the human who has been regarded as the weak by them? Originally, when Chen Mo just rushed out, he was worried about Chen Mo's safety. Although he was told by Chen Mo to stay in place and not move, the bumblebee was ready at any time. Once Chen Mo fell into the hands of the barricade, he would attack at the first time and rescue him. But now it seems that he wants more. Chen Mo not only didn't get a hair from the barricade, but he hit him in the head with a crisp blow, which made him suffer a big loss. Bumblebee asked if he could do it so easily, and the answer was no. As the elite of Decepticons, Bumblebee is no stranger to roadblocks. Both of them are investigative Transformers, with the same positioning, similar body, and similar strength in their respective groups. In the past, when they were on the planet of Cybertron, they also had a hand-in-hand, but they were just half a dozen. In a short time, no one could defeat each other. And Chen Mo, the ordinary human who called himself the secret agent of Shendun Bureau, could easily beat the barricade in such a mess after wearing the steel armor. This is the real power behind the scenes of the Shield Bureau that protects the Earth. The barricade was hit by Chen Mo's knee in the air. The center of gravity was not stable, and the body staggered backward and walked out 3 or 4 steps to get back on its feet. Shaking some dizzy head, the barricade hurriedly looked forward, but there was no shadow of Chen Mo. Only a worn-out Chevy quietly stopped there, and then was directly ignored by the barricade. After a little stupefied, the barricade quickly turned around, and even saw a dozen meters behind him, standing there quietly watching his silence. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't intend to attack for the moment, the barricade touched his nose, and then found that the original position of the nose had only a deep depression. Looking down at Chen Mo, who stood proudly in front of him, his eyes looked straight at him. The scarlet light in the eyes of the barricade suddenly became more intense. "You damned fish." His nose was destroyed by a small transformer that he didn't pay attention to at all. The barricade felt a huge insult, and the anger in his heart burned up. Looking at Chen Mo, his eyes were full of cold, murderous ideas. In fact, Chen Magen can take advantage of his carelessness to cause more damage to him, for example, to explode his eyes directly. However, Chen Mo didn't want to end the battle so soon. Finally, he came to practice with a Decepticon. He must drain all its value. Although the barricade scolds the miscellaneous fish in the mouth, but dare not take lightly again. His eyes were fixed on Chen Mo. A tire on his left wrist was rapidly deformed and unfolded, and a dozen sharp spikes were stretched out, which turned into a weapon like a meteor hammer. As he rotated, he strode towards Chen Mo, trying to crush Chen Mo into pieces. Chen Mo looks at the barricade rushing towards him, but there is a smile on his face under the cover of steel and war clothes. Finally into the state, then, we can officially start. Facing the barricade, Chen Mo did not use the propeller to fly again but ran directly to the barricade. Seeing that the sneak attack hurt his miscellaneous fish transformer, he rushed to him unconsciously. The red light in the eyes of the barricade was suddenly huge. He waved his arm hard, and the meteor hammer in his hand was rotating rapidly, and he hit Chen Mo, who rushed to him head-on. The diameter of this meteor hammer is almost the same as that of Chen Mo in a steel war suit. In his mind, as long as Chen Mo is hit by this blow, he will be quickly twisted into pieces by a high-speed rotating blade. But how could Chen Mo be easily hit by him? In the face of the huge meteor hammer smashed down by the barricade, Chen Mo's speed of running at a high speed does not decrease at all. While running, his foot suddenly makes a lateral force, and the figure with the pen straight forward suddenly moves 2 or 3 meters to the side, just avoiding the attack of the meteor hammer. The meteor hammer, with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, smashed hard on the ground. The cracked cement ground was easily crushed by the rotating blade. The broken cement and the soil stirred by the blade scattered and splashed, but they could not catch up with Chen Mo's speed at all. At this time, Chen Mo had rushed to the front of the barricade. Chen Mo, who was 2 meters tall in steel battle clothes, reached his thigh in front of the barricade, which was nearly 5 meters high. However, the height obviously did not affect Chen Mo's attack. Chen Mo's right foot, which had just landed on the ground, had a strong force, and his whole body rose up quickly. He was in the air. Chen Mo twisted his body, and his clenched fist was carrying a great force. He tore open the air and smashed it on the armored belly of the barricade. The armor that can easily resist bullet shooting is like paper paste under Chen Mo's fist. The previous scene is staged again. The steel armor in the abdomen is directly broken under Chen Mo's fist. When pieces of armor are splashed out, Chen Mo's fist is completely immersed in the belly of the barricade. However, with the size of the barricade, this attack did not cause him too much damage, but the severe pain still made him angry. "Ah, you fucking worm, I will crush you." The meteor hammer in his left hand hasn't been recovered yet, when the barricade hit him with his empty right hand to his abdomen. To catch Chen Mo pulled out his fist. At the same time, his legs pushed hard on the raised armor on the barricade, and the whole man rushed up again. When the barricade's right hand can't stop clapping on his stomach, Chen Mo has come to the front of the barricade's head again. The scarlet eyes of the barricade glared at those white eyes on Chen Mo's mask, and the right hand clapped on his belly, made a series of sparks on his body, and then grabbed him again. But Chen Mo is obviously faster than him. The fist, covered with Edelman armor, kissed the head of the barricade. As a result, it is needless to say that a piece of armor on the face of the barricade once again bid farewell to him and became a piece of metal fragment flying away. Although this attack is a little weaker than that volley knee hit, it still hit the barricade head involuntarily twisted to one side. After Chen Mo's attack, his feet stepped on the barricade's chest for several times, and his body quickly continued to pull up. He just escaped the right hand grabbed by the barricade. At last, he pushed his feet hard, turned his body flexibly, and landed in a light somersault in front of the barricade. While Chen Mo was ready to continue to attack, his action was a surprise. From the beginning of the battle, Chen Mo's mind power has been enveloping the whole field, holding all the movements in the field at any time. At this time, there are two unexpected guests in his mind power range. In order to prevent being seen, Chen Mo's abandoned factory is not only located in a remote place, but also surrounded by walls more than 3 meters high. In addition, it is not necessary to worry about being seen inside the factory building. At this time, the two figures are sneaking along the outer wall towards the gate of the factory. Under the cover of mindfulness, Chen Mo's body shape and appearance are clearly reflected in Chen Mo's mind. Chen Mo soon finds out their identities. The two intruders were Mikla and Sam, who had a brief contact with Chen Mo last night. But because of Chen Mo, they didn't sleep well last night, and they got up late today. Sam, who just traded a $4,000 old Chevrolet for a Porsche 911 sports car, stayed up all night excitedly until the sun was about to set. Then he got up and started his new car with great enthusiasm. He planned to start the journey again. Mikla also tossed and turned all night. From time to time, Chen Mo's strong body and cold face flashed in her mind. I don't know how long her slender legs have been entangled in the quilt. She didn't know when she fell asleep until she was woken up by her girlfriend's phone at noon and dragged out to go shopping and chat. A few people sat on the fast food table on the side of the road and discussed what happened by the lake yesterday. Naturally, they could not help teasing Mikla. Only Mikla himself knew that nothing had happened last night. It was really just a simple ride. When Chen Mo drove the old Chevrolet by the roadside, Mikla just saw Chen Mo's familiar figure from the down window. After a short pause, Mikla stood up and said hello to her girlfriends. Then she rode her pink scooter to catch up with her in the eyes of several people. When crossing the road, she was almost hit by a police car in a rampage. But soon, she found that the police car seemed to be chasing Chen Mo. Just from the distance between the two, it's more like tracking. Why does the police car follow him? Why did he keep the powerful luxury SUV last night and change it into such a shabby used car? What happened in the middle? Mikla's mind was filled with questions and guesses, and her desire to catch up became stronger. Her intuition told her that there must be a secret, and as long as she keeps up, she will be able to find out. But even if Chen Mo didn't drive too fast to wait for the roadblocks that followed him quietly, it wasn't that Mikla's little motorcycle could catch up with him. Seeing the distance between Chen Mo's yellow Chevy and her is getting farther and farther, Mikla can't help being frustrated. When Mikla hesitated to give up, a bright red Porsche 911 convertible suddenly came up from behind her, and a surprise voice immediately sounded beside Mikla. "Hi, Mikla. Where are you going?" "Let me see you." Mikla looked around and saw that the boy in the driver's seat looked familiar. It seems to see the doubt in Mikla's eyes, the boy said immediately. "I'm Sam. We met by the lake yesterday." At Sam's warning, Mikla remembered that she did see him by the lake last night. While thinking of Sam, Mikla suddenly responded. Yesterday, he drove like Chen Mo's old yellow Chevrolet in front of him. Kiwi also made a mockery of him, and he had the courage to make a mockery of Kiwi. If Mikla didn't stop him, he would be beaten by Kiwi. But now, why is his car in Chen Mo's hands, and he has changed into such a brand new Porsche sports car? Mikla was full of doubts when she looked at Sam's open-top sports car. But it's obviously not the time to think about this. Seeing the bumblebee figure in front of him getting further and further away, Mikla immediately stopped his motorcycle. Sam saw that there was an excited look on his face. He stepped on the brake and stopped in front of Mikla. Sam didn't expect to meet Mikla just after driving out, and he looked worried. Now he is not the same as before. With the brand new Porsche 911, Sam becomes confident and takes the initiative to drive forward and send out an invitation. Mikla parked her pink bike directly on the side of the road. Even if she stepped forward quickly, she didn't waste time opening the door, but jumped in directly from above. Looking at the goddess Mikla sitting in the passenger seat beside him, Sam felt that his heart beat faster and his face was even more full of excitement. He finally sat with the goddess and Mikla got into his car. Sam really wants to cheer at this time. Tightly holding the steering wheel in his hand, Sam credits all this to his new car. If he still drives yesterday's broken Chevy, Mikla will not come up. Thinking of this, Sam can't help being grateful to Chen Mo. When Sam was in a daze, Mikla, who had been sitting on the co-pilot and was wearing the seat belt, found that the car had not moved. She frowned at Sam immediately. "Drive fast, catch up with the car ahead." Sam finally came back to his senses at Mikla's urging. Oh yes. As Sam promised, he quickly stepped on the gas pedal, and the bright red Porsche 911 racing car leaped forward to catch up with Mikla's fingers. At the same time, he took out his best technology to drive the sports car forward. Sam secretly turned Mikla with his spare light, trying to see a little worship and excitement on her face, but obviously his driving skills did not move Mikla. From her face, Sam saw only seriousness and anxiety. Some lost at the same time, Sam took back his attention, put all his energy on the driving. Absolutely can't drop the chain in front of Mikla. "Which car are we going after?" Sam asked as he drove. Although the road is not crowded at this time, the front is also full of cars. Sam doesn't know which one Mikla is chasing. Mikla took a look at the yellow Chevrolet, which could only be seen faintly in the distance. Finally, she pointed to the Ford Mustang police car, which was shining red and blue in the traffic ahead and looked more conspicuous. "Keep up with that police car." Sam can't help but be stunned when he hears the words. He has seen the police car in the distance for a long time, but he didn't expect that it was the police car Mikla was after. Isn't it usually the police who chase after the bandits? How come it's upside down now? But no matter how puzzled in my heart, Mikla's request Sam cannot refuse. Chase it. As long as you don't drive to hit it, no one can follow the police car. Following the roadblock, Sam drove all the way out of the city and into the suburban industrial area. The traffic in front of him gradually became sparse, and soon only the police car was left in front. In order to prevent being found that they are tracking, Sam deliberately reduced the speed and kept a relatively long distance. As for the yellow Chevy that originally belonged to him, Sam, who focused on the roadblock, didn't notice it at all. When the car arrived near the abandoned factory area, there were no other vehicles and people around. Seeing the police car turning into the gate of an abandoned factory, Sam could not help but lower his speed and look at Mikla on the co-pilot. "What shall we do now? I'm sure he'll be found later. He doesn't want to be caught by the police." Mikla naturally knows this, but she knows better. As long as she enters that gate, she will know the answer. Mikla's beautiful and moving face showed a tangled color, but soon strong curiosity prevailed. Anyway, they didn't do anything illegal. Even if they were found out, it was no big deal. Moreover, as long as they are careful, they are not so easy to find out. "Stop," Mikla said firmly to Sam. Sam thought Mikla had given up trying to find out what was going on. Then he slowly stepped on the accelerator and parked his car under the wall of the abandoned factory. But when he turned to look at what Mikla was going to say, he saw that she had unbuckled her seat belt, and then he got up directly from her seat and jumped out of the car holding the door. "You wait here, I'll see," Mikla said without looking back as she walked quickly forward. Sam watched Mikla's sexy and charming body go farther and farther. After a moment's hesitation, he got out of the car and chased her. "Wait for me." It's not easy to get close to the goddess Mikla. Sam doesn't want to be despised by her. Cowards won't win girls' hearts. Mikla saw that Sam was coming up and did not stop him, but whispered to him to be quiet. Just as they approached the gate of the factory where the police car had driven in, a series of strange sounds came from behind the wall. Across the tall wall and a little distance, the two didn't really hear. First, they heard a sound similar to mechanical operation and metal collision. Then it seemed that two people said something, but they still didn't hear it clearly. However, they heard several huge metal collision sounds at last. Even if you don't see what's going on in it, just listening to the sound can make you feel uneasy. Sam can't help but shrink his neck and can't help but feel his heart back. But when he turned to look at Mikla, he found that her face was full of excitement and obviously did not give up. After struggling for a long time, the hormone finally conquered the timidity in his heart. Sam clenched his teeth and followed Mikla, approaching towards the gate. In the process of their approaching, the huge metal impact sound like tank collision still sounded continuously, and after approaching, the two people heard more real. In addition to the impact sound, there were bursts of wind breaking sound and metal fragmentation sound. A strong shock came from the ground with the impact. It seems that there are two tanks fighting close to each other and they keep hitting each other. This is not only Mikla, but also Sam, who was originally reluctant to leave, becomes extremely curious. What's going on behind this wall? But soon they will know. Along the long wall, they finally came to the gate of the abandoned factory. Hiding beside the opening gate, the two stopped against the wall behind their backs. At this time, the impact sound they heard before became clearer. The vibration from the wall behind them was even stronger. It seemed that they could be collapsed at any time. Both of them couldn't help but fill up the scene in the gate behind them. Soon the answer will be announced. Mikla could not bear it at first. She took a deep breath and didn't pay attention to Sam staring at her chest. Mikla quickly turned around and quietly poked her head out of the gate. At the next moment, Mikla's whole body froze, and the sight she saw was more incredible than any she had ever imagined. Am I dreaming? What is that two-story steel giant? Look at its quick action. It's obviously not a sculpture. What shocked her even more was the figure around the steel giant's constant attack. Compared with the huge steel giant with 5 meters high and many mechanical structures exposed, the black figure of more than 2 meters is more like a human in steel armor, but his performance really can't let Mikla connect it with human beings. Although many times smaller, in fact, this humanoid armor is completely under the pressure of that huge steel giant. Although the movement of the iron giant seems to be as agile as that of human beings, it has no resistance in front of the ghostly black figure. Mikla finally knew what happened to the impact and vibration they had heard and felt before. Looking at the black humanoid armor smashing the steel giant's back armor, Mikla's eyes were full of shock. Then she found that at this time the iron giant's body had been scarred. Almost no place was intact. Even the red structure of the face seemed to be the eye had been broken, which should have been flashing scarlet light as nearby. At this time, only a deep black hole was left. In contrast, the 2-meter-high humanoid armor is still intact, and its surface is still dark and bright, just like the paint of a luxury car. Mikla couldn't help but flash the black luxury SUV last night, which made her look at the black armor that was still attacking the steel giant. It has to be said that a woman's intuition is really terrible. Of course, she is not guessing without reason. After all, the reason why she followed is Chen Mo. At this time, Chen Mo's yellow Chevy was parked on the side, but Chen Mo disappeared except for the two figures in the battle. Compared with the steel giant, it is obvious that the black armor is more likely to be Chen Mo, especially when the dark figure stopped attacking for a short time and stood proudly on the ground. Mickey, who finally saw his whole face, was more certain about his guess in his heart. Although the appearance of steel battle clothes is full of steel texture and strong edges and corners, just like Steel Warrior, as a set of comrades, the whole body is still built according to Chen Mo's body shape. Mikla, who has a deep memory of Chen Mo's tall and strong body, seems to see Chen Mo's shadow. After all, there are not many people of the same size as Chen Mo. Even those who are muscular fitness maniacs are not as vigorous and tough as Chen Mo. When Mikla was watching the two figures in the battle, Sam, hiding behind the wall, finally got up the courage to lean his head behind Mikla. At this sight, he was as stunned as Mikla. Chenmo found the two when they were just within 100 meters. Chenmo can choose to kill the barricades immediately and then quickly clean up the battlefield and leave here. But he doesn't want to waste the good target of roadblocks. The short fight with the barricade has made Chenmo feel that his control of power has been improved. Compared with the consolidation of his strength, it's nothing to be seen by these two people. As the protagonists and heroines of Transformers, Sam and Mikla would have been involved in the battle between Autobots and Decepticons. However, Chenmo's appearance changed the plot, which had already left the two people out of touch with all these things. Unexpectedly, now the two people are still involved. But in this case, Chenmo will go with them, and he is not willing to give up this exercise opportunity for the two of them. It's hard to find such a powerful, tough, and aerobics partner as Transformers. Chenmo is very compassionate for the roadblocks. So even if Sam and his wife were found approaching quietly, Chenmo did not stop fighting with the barricade. In the process of their quietly approaching, Chenmo caused more damage to the barricade, but it was limited to the body shape of the steel battle clothes. In addition, Chenmo deliberately kept his hands away from the key points. Although the barricade looked all over scarred and embarrassed, its combat effectiveness did not decline much. When the two men reached out from the gate, Chenmo didn't see it. He didn't react. He continued to dismantle the parts on the barricade. But even in the battle, his only scarlet electronic eye found the two people behind the door. Decepticons haven't found the source of fire and the whereabouts of Megatron yet, so their existence must be kept secret now. So while fighting with Chenmo, taking advantage of Chenmo's unstoppable kung fu behind him, the armor on the chest of the barricade suddenly opened, and a small silver transformer jumped out of the barricade. After landing, he quickly killed Sam and the two at the door. The attention of the Bumblebee was always on Chenmo and the barricade until the confusion appeared. He didn't realize the existence of Sam and Sam, however. There was still a barricade, and Chenmo between him and them. Even if he immediately deformed, it was too late. Confusion is a small spy transformer used for spying. It's only about 1 meter tall and very thin, but don't underestimate its lethality. Not long ago, he just killed several Secret Service personnel on Air Force One. It's easy for him to deal with unarmed Sam and Mikla. Seeing the obsession rush towards the two people, the Bumblebee, even though it's too late to know, intends to disobey Chenmo's order to chain. The order that Optimus Prime gave him was to stop the Decepticons and protect the Earth people, let alone one of them was his former owner. Although that guy used it to replace a sports car, the Bumblebee, though angry, couldn't survive. But the other is faster than him. Chenmo planned to ignore Sam and his wife first. He didn't expect that the barricades would be dismantled into parts by him, but he still had time to kill people. After stepping on the back of the barricade and hitting a bunch of parts on his shoulder with a fist, Chenmo pushed his legs hard and jumped directly from the barricade. At the same time, all the thrusters that were not used at the beginning of the battle were turned on, pushing Chenmo to fly towards the gate at a high speed. The barricade wants to stop behind, waving his arms, but he doesn't even touch Chenmo's heel. Sam and Mikla were still immersed in the battle between Chenmo and the barricade. The sudden attack of confusion made them have no time to react at all. At this time, they realized the danger, but it was too late. Just as they were looking at each other and waving a sharp blade towards them, their confused faces were frightened and despairing. Suddenly, a dark shadow came down from the sky and fell directly in front of them. Bang! There was a sound of metal fracture in the heavy landing sound. The two men looked back and saw a big and majestic dark steel figure in front of them. It was the black figure who was fighting with the steel giant just now. At his feet, the ferocious and incomparable silver robot who was rushing towards them was directly stepped on 3 sections. The only intact head is still slightly wriggling. Looking down at the still moving head, Chenmo didn't trample it. Instead, he turned around and rushed to the barricade that was coming to him again. Once again, the two fought together. In a loud crash, pieces of parts and debris fell from the barricade and covered the surrounding ground. Sam and Mikla look at each other and quickly shrink back to the back of the wall. With their backs against the wall, their chests heaved violently. At this time, Sam had no idea to pay attention to Mikla's towering parts. What they saw and experienced just now was really amazing. The 5-meter-tall steel giant disassembled the steel giant into parts of the human-shaped armor and moved quickly to kill their silver robots. It was difficult for them to be aliens invading the Earth. Just now, that is to kill their mouths. Should they run for their lives now? Scared out of cold sweat, Sam couldn't help looking at Mikla around but found her eyes blurred, her face full of intoxicating blush, and the corner of her mouth even raised a charming arc. Sam frowned and looked puzzled. Even if he survived, he shouldn't be fooling around at this time. Listening to the continuous metal impact behind him again, Sam, who already knew what was going on behind the wall, had no more curiosity. He just wanted to leave here now. Take Mikla's arm, Sam cried in a worried low voice. It's too dangerous. Let's get out of here. However, Mikla, who was awakened by him, threw off his next door directly, turned around again and poked her head out. You go first. Sam can't help but be stunned. This is the alien war. The steel giant can trample them to death at any time. Even the little robot that just rushed at them is obviously not what they can deal with. Staying here is likely to be affected. But looking at Mikla's firm figure, he could not walk away. Mikla is a girl who dares to stay here. Can he escape like this? If he did, Mikla would definitely look down on him. Moreover, the silver robot wanted to attack them just now, but was destroyed by the black humanoid armor which had been hit by the iron giant. Obviously, the powerful existence was to protect them. Think of here, Sam suddenly has the courage. The black humanoid armor is obviously more powerful when it can fight against that terrible steel giant. Since the other side has saved them, it must be on their side. It is likely to be the Earth's protection force. Sam's delusion just coincides with Chen Mo's fabricated identity. Mikla once again looked out and looked at the big one and small two figures who were still fighting in the field. Of course, her eyes are more on the fast and fierce black figure. Looking at the majestic figure that can always take pieces of parts from the steel giant with one fist and one foot, Mikla's eyes are full of admiration and ecstasy. Sam didn't notice Mikla's expression. Her eyes were also attracted by Chen Mo's battle with the barricade. Even if he had seen it once before, he could not help but see it again. His eyes were wide open, his mouth opened unconsciously, and his face was shocked. Isn't this the only scene in the movie? Sam looked at the steel giant with 5 meters high and fierce movements, and the black armor that could hardly see his body's shape. He couldn't help but secretly pinching his thigh. The severe pain made him confirm that it was not a dream at all. Looking down at Mikla again, Sam was excited. Not a dream. If before, he would never have been so close to Mikla, let alone hiding here to watch the alien fight. After today's thrilling experience, his relationship with Mikla is bound to get closer again. We have seen aliens together, killed by aliens together, and survived with our comrades in arms. Although they just stayed behind the wall, they also experienced life and death together. Not to mention all kinds of thoughts in Mikla and Sam's mind at this time, the battle in the field is gradually coming to an end. Even in order to exercise for a while, Chen Mo has tried to avoid attacking the key points of the roadblock. After a long time of fighting, the roadblock is already broken, and there is not a good place on his body. Originally ferocious steel giant, at this time, it is just like the scrapped robot in the dump. His armor was all broken, his eyes were blind, his left arm was completely broken, and he fell to the ground with the meteor hammer on it. Even his legs were seriously damaged, and his movements were no longer as flexible as before. The injury on the trunk is actually more serious. In other places, the most defensive part of the chest, layers of armor and parts were all gone, leaving only some traces of fracture, a dazzling red light flashing in his chest. This is the basis of Transformers' survival, the source of their soul and energy. At the same time, it's their biggest key. Once the fire source is destroyed, the life of the Transformer will also disappear. It's time for the fight to come to an end. Chen Mo didn't delay any longer. The roadblock has played its full role. It's time to send him on the road. Chen Mo's figure rushes again at a high speed. The barricade wants to resist, but it's too late. It can only watch Chen Mo rush in front of him, jump on him, and insert his right hand into his chest. No! A cry of anger and panic came from the barricade, but it could not stop Chen Mo's action. With Chen Mo's right hand clenched, the hot red light burst open and then quickly dissipated in the air. The only scarlet eyes on the barricade dimmed instantly, and the whole body lost all its strength at the same time and fell slowly towards the back. Boom! The 5-meter-high steel giant fell to the ground, smashing a large piece of cement ground which was originally full of cracks. The surrounding ground was completely cracked, and many places were directly pressed up, exposing the soil below. Until this time, Sam and Mikla, who were immersed in the battle between them, finally woke up and looked at the only standing figure in the field, with excitement and fanaticism on their faces. With a body size close to that of a normal human, he killed a giant robot up to 5 meters high, and it's not that heavy guy. What kind of existence is the black armor in front of him? Superheroes. More powerful aliens. The secret power of the Earth. Just between the two people's thoughts, Sam's expression suddenly moved. Just now, he seemed to see something familiar in the corner of his eyes. Sam can't help following Yu Guang to see the yellow Chevrolet that has been parked on the edge of the battlefield. Sam was immediately surprised. Isn't that the old car he bought yesterday and exchanged? Yes, in the eyes of Sam, who owns a Porsche sports car, this shabby second-hand Chevrolet is a real broken car. But why is it here? Looking back at the proud black figure, Sam suddenly felt very familiar with his height, body shape, and the cold temperament. He just felt it from a person last night. Although it was only a brief contact, he was very impressed by the other person. It was this man who robbed Mikla in front of him in QEN by the lake. It was also his second-hand Chevy that he replaced with his dream Porsche sports car. "It's you," Sam shouted at Chen Mo with an unbelievable face. Mikla was shocked by Sam's sudden shout, which made her eardrum ache. She could not help but turn her head and glare at him. But then she responded and looked at Sam and asked in doubt. "You know him?" Sam found that he was a little too excited. Under Mikla's eyes, Sam hesitated for a moment and finally decided to tell the truth. Pointing to the Chevy, Sam said to Mikla, "Yesterday afternoon I sold that car to the guy who took you home." At this point Sam's voice, then the voice cannot help but small down. "He gave me a Porsche." Mikla didn't care what Sam said but turned to Chen Mo. Mikla's eyes were full of firmness. Obviously he had identified Chen Mo. In fact, even if Sam didn't say it, Mikla had already speculated, and Sam's words only made her more certain of her own ideas. After all, she had followed Chen Mo to come here. At this time, the car he was driving was nearby. Apart from the iron giant who had been killed, the only one that could be Chen Mo was the steel armor in front of them. Chen Mo saw that he didn't cover up his identity anymore, and directly lifted the steel battle suit. In a sound of mechanical transmission, the war clothes quickly deformed and unfolded. When Mikla and his wife looked at the change of the war clothes in surprise, the opened war clothes disappeared in front of them, leaving only one slightly smaller than before. When compared with the two of them, they still stood in front of them. Seeing the familiar face reappear in front of them, they could not help but feel shocked even though they were prepared for it. "Just now I have disassembled the ferocious steel giant into parts. It's really a human in high-tech armor. When did human beings become so powerful? What kind of high-tech is that black armor that suddenly disappeared? Is it a powerful force hidden behind the scenes?" They couldn't help but mend their brains. Who are you?" Looking directly into Chen Mo's eyes, Mikla asked with a complex expression. Sam is also full of curiosity, looking at Chen Mo excitedly, looking forward to his answer. This time, Chen Mo didn't tell the identity of his Shendun Bureau agent as well as the bumblebee. His eyes swept over the excited faces. His sharp eyes made the two people in an extremely excited state feel a chill in their hearts, and then they reacted. They seemed to be involved in something terrible. How powerful is Chen Mo's momentum? Although he just wanted to scare them a little, he didn't really release the killing intention, but he also made them feel the extremely strong sense of crisis. The two quickly associate with the plots that often appear in the movie: aliens, secret organizations, confidential, silenced. From the shock of seeing the powerful alien robot and seeing Chen Mo's real face, the two people quickly understand their current situation. These ordinary people who have accidentally discovered high-level secrets are likely to be killed by those secret organizations. If it's the FBI or the CIA or something like that, it's easy to say. But Chen Mo's performance before that is obviously beyond their understanding of the FBI and other well-known special agencies. They have no idea about their behavior style. They don't think that Chen Mo will let them go easily just because he met them once. The cry on Sam's forehead came down on the spot. At this time, he regretted why he wanted to be brave. Just now, we should take advantage of Chen Mo's battle with the Iron Giant to run away. But it's too late to say anything now. Miquela's heart is also flustered. Until now, she has been in a state of narcissism. Even after seeing the battle between Chen Mo and the Iron Giant and guessing Chen Mo's identity, she is still immersed in the infatuation of Chen Mo's powerful power. But until now, under Chen Mo's cold and sharp eyes, Miquela finally came to her senses. Although this fierce and mysterious man sent her home last night, it was nothing more than that. There was no deep relationship between the two people, and it was even possible that the man at the moment didn't remember her at all. After all, last night she just hitchhiked, they didn't even leave the phone, and now I ran into his secret. He didn't show his face without scruple. Would he really want to kill them? Under the pressure of Chen Mo's momentum, both of them even forgot that Chen Mo had just come out of the fight to kill the confusion and save them, otherwise they would not be so afraid. But this is exactly what Chen Mo wants. When Sam's face was full of regret and panic, and Miquela's face was full of panic, Chen Mo finally spoke. "It's not good for you to know too much." Chen Mo's words made their necks shrink, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. At least we can know from Chen Mo's words that Chen Mo has no intention of killing people and killing their mouths. At this time, the two finally think of the scene when Chen Mo left their hands from that fierce little robot, which at least shows that Chen Mo is not a cold killer who ignores the lives of civilians. The two people who were frightened by Chen Mo were afraid to ask more questions. Some of them stood there in panic and didn't know what to do. Chen Mo didn't speak, and they didn't dare to leave. When Sam's eyes were looking around in a panic, his eyes inadvertently saw the second-hand Chevy parked not far behind Chen Mo. This is the car that originally belonged to him. This reminds him of Chen Mo's deal with him last night. It doesn't seem that simple. Think of here, Sam, some timid, secretly glanced at Chen Mo, hesitated for a while, and finally asked the doubts in his heart. "Well then, can I ask why you want to buy my car?" Miquela can't help but quietly look at Chen Mo again after hearing the words, but she can't dare to look at him with such unbridled eyes as before. He glanced at Sam, who was shrinking his neck and looking timid. Chen Mo didn't avoid it but looked directly at him and replied in a cold voice, "It's a secret. I can only tell you that if you still have it on, tonight, this guy is looking for you," Chen Mo said at last, but turned to look at the wreckage of the Decepticon roadblock that he had killed nearby. Sam followed Chen Mo's eyes. Just on the only one left on the barricade has dimmed down the scarlet eyes. Even if Chen Mo had already pinched and exploded the fire and lost his life, his whole body was even damaged by Chen Mo, but there was still a strong, evil spirit left on the barricade. In addition, like other Decepticons, he was a ferocious face that made people know that he was not a good man. Sam could not help but feel cold at a glance. "I can't help but shrink my neck." Sam quickly turned around and didn't dare to look at me again. He doesn't have Chen Mo's steel armor or Chen Mo's fierce fighting skills and courage. If he is found by the steel giant, he will die miserably. In this way, Chen Mo not only gave him a dream sports car, but also saved his life. Sam has no doubt about Chen Mo's words. Although he doesn't know what his broken car has to do with this terrible steel giant, it's not something he can intervene in anyway. As Chen Mo said, it's not good for him to know too much. Even if that sports car is really a treasure, it is not something he can protect. With Chen Mo's strength, it's very easy to get the car from him. Chen Mo can exchange a $100,000 sports car with him, which is the most righteous thing. At the moment, Sam is only grateful to Chen Mo, but he is not dissatisfied with his treasure. It has to be said that although Sam has some small problems, the whole person's mentality is still very positive, which is why Chen Mo is willing to take care of him. If we change the main character of brain damage, Chen Mo would have evaporated him. Go home and see nothing. Chen Mo finally admonishes the two of them, regardless of whether they listen or not, and directly turns around to get on the old Chevrolet and leaves here. Although Chen Mo is driving such an old broken car now, Sam and Mikla can't afford to despise it at all. When the car passed by, they looked at Chen Mo's cold side face through the window, and a strong worship rose in their hearts. Although Chen Mo didn't say it clearly, they can easily guess Chen Mo's identity from his previous performance and attitude towards them, and then from similar movie plots. The powerful strength, powerful high-tech equipment, the extermination of ferocious and evil alien iron and steel giants, and the protection of civilians, all of which have been identified in their hearts. Chen Mo is either a superhero hidden in ordinary people, but with strong power and technological strength, but it is from an ancient and mysterious hidden behind the scenes, with the purpose of protecting the Earth's secret organizations. This is the real strong man. Even if he drives a $4,000 old used car, he is admired. Compared with yesterday's status of being rich and handsome, Chen Mo now has a much higher status in the minds of the two people. Chen Mo didn't pay attention to the hot eyes of the two men. He drove the bumblebee, who had never been exposed, away from the abandoned factory. When he passed the Porsche sports car Sam parked under the wall, Chen's eyes clearly caught the silver figure on the sports car. Chen Mo's mouth could not help but draw up a meaningful smile, but he did not stop the car, but as if he did not see the general, as if nothing happened, drove the bumblebee. In the abandoned factory, Sam looks at the adoration and envy of the handsome Chen Mo, if he can looking at Mikla, whose eyes are shining beside him. Sam yearns for the secret organization that may exist behind Chen Mo. Seeing the figure of the bumblebee disappear outside the gate, the roar of the engine in his ear goes away quickly. Sam and Mikla look at each other, but they all don't speak. Tonight, both of them suffered a huge impact on their hearts. A lot of things that they didn't even dare to think before suddenly appeared in front of them, and their brains were very confused. At this moment, they have no idea what to say. After a long time, Sam secretly turned his head and glanced at the wreckage of the broken steel giant that fell on the ground. He couldn't help but turn around and say to Mikla, "Well, I think we'd better go home," as he said, as soon as possible, as if we don't know anything. Mikla also turned to look at the debris of the barricade, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the intention of approaching, nodded. Sam felt a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Mikla would be as curious as before. He had to stay to study. He asked himself that although he was scared to death, he could not leave Mikla alone. Fortunately, it seems that Michela was also frightened by Chen Mo. At that time, they did not linger anymore, turned around and walked away from here quickly and walked back along the original road. However, they didn't find that on the ground behind them, the robot body that tried to attack them, but Chen Mo fell from the sky and stepped into 3 parts with 1 foot. At this time, there are only 2 parts left. The robot head that originally rolled down on the side is missing, not to mention Sam and Mikla's emotional and complicated return to their respective homes. But on the other side, the United States Department of Defense, the Pentagon, another person's mood is also extremely complex. Before, confused through the Air Force One on the server, successfully invaded the United States Defense Network. Talented female analyst Maggie Madsen first found its invasion and cut off all the network. Through the analysis of the process of disorganized invasion and the signals and viruses it left behind, Maggie Madsen believes that the invasion is absolutely impossible to achieve the existing level of science and technology on Earth. According to the analysis, Maggie Madsen boldly speculated that the invasion is likely to be the alien life. Only in this way can we explain its powerful invasion ability and evolving ability. but her analysis of the enemy as an alien was taken for granted by the Pentagon's top brass, including the Defense Secretary. In order to prove her discovery, find out the real purpose of each other and prevent the next step of alien invasion, Maggie Madsen, after a fierce psychological struggle, took the risk to copy the invasion signal and smuggled it out of the Pentagon. Later, Maggie Madsen took this top secret stolen by herself and found her friend, the only top hacker in the world who has the strength to break this code, Glenn Whitman, a black fat house that lives in my grandma's house. Knowing the secret level of the signal, Glenn Whitman started to operate on the computer even though his eyes were shining. This ugly top-level hacker did what she expected and soon successfully parsed the information in this signal. Iceman Project, Zone 7, Captain Witwicky. But just before they understood what these pieces of information represented, a large number of armed FBI guns rushed in. The original Pentagon computers have hidden settings. Maggie Madsen's copying of this signal was soon discovered by the upper level. In order to eliminate the security risks, the FBI was sent to arrest it at the first time. Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman were arrested before they could further investigate the meaning of the information and analyze the real purpose of the alien invaders. And the information they deciphered naturally came into the hands of the Ministry of Defense and was soon obtained by the mysterious Zone 7, involved in the information. Different from the fact that the people behind the invasion are still the top Pentagon officials of other hostile countries, Zone 7, which has more confidential information, quickly became vigilant after getting the information and the whole series of events. In response to these seemingly unintelligible and irrelevant information, the 7th District quickly launched an investigation and soon targeted Captain Witwick's descendants and hung the captain's relics on Sam Witwick, who was auctioned on eBay. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Because of Chen Mo's strong appearance, the long chase and fight between the Bumblebee and the roadblock in the movie plot did not take place. In fact, the fight between Chen Mo and the roadblock did not take too long, so it was not even dark when Chen Mo returned home. In this battle, Chen Mo didn't use any other special abilities and weapons except for the iron and steel battle clothes. He was fighting on his own strength, and in the face of the powerful and anti-beating Decepticon roadblock, Chen Mo was able to exert all his strength. In the process of fighting, Chen Muming clearly felt that his mastery of power was constantly improving. According to this trend, as long as there are enough powerful sandbags, Chen Muming is confident that in this world, the power obtained from the Avenger Alliance world will be fully digested, and 100% of the power will be exerted. Chen Mo can't help exclaiming that these rough and thick Transformers are really good targets for training. In fact, in addition to confusion, roadblocks are still weak in all Decepticons. The strength of Transformers is basically proportional to the size. For example, the leaders of Decepticons and Autobots, Megatron and Optimus Prime, the two strongest fighters, are nearly 9 meters tall. The villain boss Megatron, who once ruled the whole planet of Cybertron, is more than 10 meters tall. The fierce barricade is just a small roll in front of them. In addition to their height in human form, Decepticon strength can be seen in their second form. The second form of the roadblock is just a police car, and the most Decepticons are actually war weapons. There are no lack of heavy armored vehicles, tanks and fighters among the Decepticons that haven't appeared yet. Their body size, strength and defense are all above the roadblocks, which means that they will be more resistant than the roadblocks. Chen Mo can't help but look forward to the next action. Shortly after Chen Mo got home, several black SUVs with flashing lights stopped in front of the abandoned factory where the fighting had taken place. The fighting between Chen Mo and the barricade was not small. Although no one saw it except Sam and Mikla at that time, someone heard it in the distance and called the police. The body of the barricade left by Chen Mo was also found soon. This kind of mysterious event is obviously not able to be handled by the police. Soon the 7th District took over here. A group of agents in black suits quickly got out of the car, and Ricky Simmons, the leader of the team, led the way through the open door. When he saw the corpse of the barricade lying on the ground, he could not help but look shocked. As the core member of Zone 7, Simmons has seen the alien robot, which is more massive than the roadblock frozen deep in the base. But he didn't expect that there were other extraterrestrial creatures on the Earth. Looking at its shape, it was obvious that it belonged to the same race as the extraterrestrial body they mastered. What makes Simmons even more shocked is that this apparently powerful giant alien creature was killed here. Look at the scene, it's clearly a killing. That is to say, in addition to this alien creature that has died, there is another more powerful existence. Simon's face was heavy at the thought of it. Check the scene. Search every corner. Collect all the extraterrestrial objects. Don't miss a piece. While loudly commanding his men to deal with the scene, Simmons couldn't help but think of the intelligence intercepted not long ago. The enemy who attacked Qatari's Sancson base was photographed by the surviving special forces. After the Air Force sent out to repel the monster, the picture was sent to the Pentagon and captured by them. Before leaving, Simmons saw the picture. Although it was not very clear, it could only see the general outline, but it was very similar to the debris in front of him. Obviously, even if it wasn't this robot that attacked the Sankerson base, it was definitely related to him. Combined with the invasion of Air Force One by unknown enemies and the decipherment results of Maggie Madsen and Glenn Whitman, Simmons can conclude that these alien creatures must have a huge plot. These monstrous alien creatures are the enemies of human beings. So, what kind of existence is killing this alien creature? Is it the enemy or the friend? Maybe someone can tell him the answer. Thinking of this, Simmons no longer has the heart to stay here. The work here is just to clean up the battlefield. He has more important things to do. In fact, Simmons's original task was not to deal with the body but just to catch up with him. He had another task. Seeing that there was no information here, he left some people to deal with the scene. After that, Simmons left here with other people and drove towards the city. On the way, Simmons was not idle. Let the information department check the monitoring around the incident site. They can't appear there without any reason. They will definitely leave clues, Simmons told his men in the car. What he thought was right. Although there was no monitoring near the abandoned factory, there was a road leading to the factory. Before and after the accident, there were not many vehicles passing by, and the personnel of the information department quickly locked the target. Before long, several photos were sent to Simmons's mobile phone. Although it is located in a remote place and the monitoring screen is a little fuzzy, it can still roughly see the appearance of the car. Before and after the incident, only 3 cars appeared around here, but only 2 left at last. In addition, the police car disappeared. We are still further investigating the surrounding monitoring, but it will take a little longer. A man in the back put down the phone and reported to Simmons. Simmons frowned when he took a look at some blurred photos he had just received on his mobile phone. These 3 cars are not big enough to hide the giant alien robot. How did it come out? And what about the missing police car? Do these 3 cars have anything to do with this incident? As Simmons frowned, their car suddenly began to slow down. Simmons could not help looking up but saw a delicate 2-story building in front of him. Meanwhile, the driver said, "Here we are." Seeing that he had reached his destination, Simmons temporarily put his thoughts away and opened the door to get off the car first. It will take a while for the headquarters to investigate the suspicious vehicles and analyze the remains of alien creatures. Let's finish the task in front of us first. But when Simmons and his men strode through the bush wall and came to the yard, his eyes could not help but coagulate. As like as 2 peas, saw a brand new Porsche convertible in front of the lawn, which was exactly the same as the one in the surveillance video that Simmons just saw. Although it's impossible to confirm that this car is the one in the surveillance video, Simmons's intuition tells him that it's not just a coincidence. "Surround me here. Don't let one go." Simmons immediately called for his men to disperse and control all the windows and doors that could escape, while he took several people directly to the front door and rang the doorbell. Soon, a slightly fat middle-aged man with a puzzled face opened the door. "Ronald Vitti." After seeing the middle-aged, Simmons asked directly with a straight face. "It's Victor. Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked after correcting. "We are government departments." The middle-aged people frown and look at the badge, but they can't help blinking. Never heard of it. Not in the future, Simmons said decidedly, and then continued to ask, looking into the eyes of the middle-aged. Your son is the great-grandson of Archibald Vichty, isn't he? It's Victor. The middle-aged man, Sam's father, Ronald Vetwich, was unhappy and corrected again, but also admitted Simmons's problem in disguise. Confirmed the identity of the target, Simmons did not intend to waste any more time. Looking at Ronald, who was still blocked in the door, bent his head in front of him, asked coldly, "May I come in, sir?" Although it was an inquiry, Simmons obviously didn't mean to ask for opinions, and then he went in directly with several of his subordinates. In the house, Sam's mother looked through the window at a group of black suits on guard in the yard outside, shouting in some panic. "Ronald, there are a lot of people out there." Ronald was also puzzled by the sudden change, and immediately ignored to investigate Simmons's rudeness, asked with a frown, "What the hell is going on?" Simmons did not answer his question, but pointed to the red sports car parked in front of the lawn outside and asked him, "Whose Porsche is it outside?" Ronald was shocked when he heard that Sam had told him that someone had traded a Porsche for his second-hand Chevy. However, when Sam swore and his classmate Miles testified, Ronald believed him, but now it seems that there must be something wrong with the car, but now it's too late to say anything. In the face of Simmons's question, Ronald has to be honest. "My son, Sam's, what's the matter? Did he drive out tonight, and when did he come back?" Simmons's expression was still very serious. "Well, I went out in the evening. I just came back." "What happened?" Ronald was very worried about what Sam had done against the law. When Simmons heard his answer, he confirmed the previous speculation thoroughly, and his heart couldn't help getting excited. For his question, Simmons finally made an answer this time. "Your son is involved in a top-secret incident which we think is related to national security." "National security?" Ronald is a little bit hairy. "It's just a sports car. How can it relate to national security?" While Simmons and Ronald were talking, a group of black suits were busy inside and outside the house, carrying an instrument to constantly explore around. Just at this time, Sam heard the movement downstairs and walked down. Seeing many black suits inside and outside the house, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Simmons saw Sam in front of his eyes, but he didn't talk to Ronald anymore. He went straight to Sam. "Boy, are you Sam?" "That's right." Although Sam is a little uneasy, he still pretends to be calm. "Where did you go tonight?" Simmons's eyes were fixed on Sam as he asked. "Well, I went for a drive." Sam tried to be natural, but how could he escape Simmons' fierce eyes? "Going for a ride alone," Simmons pressed after him. When Sam heard this, he couldn't help mentioning that he didn't want to involve Mikla. He nodded quickly and said without hesitation, "Yes, only myself." Simmons looked at Sam with some evasive eyes, and it was easy to see that he was lying, but he did not rush to break him down but continued to ask, "So, have you seen anything strange?" "Strange things? Of course not. Everything is normal," Sam said, pretending to be relaxed, but Simmons didn't believe a word he said. But he didn't expect to get the answer he wanted on the spot. He was just testing Sam. Obviously, Sam was hiding something. Just as Sam was losing under Simmons' eyes, Simmons' cell phone suddenly rang. Simons took a look at Sam, then took out his mobile phone and looked it up. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, turned his mobile phone and handed the screen to Sam. Simons said with a sneer, "It seems that our little guy didn't tell the truth." Sam looked at the mobile phone and saw the picture of him driving a Porsche sports car, which was taken by a surveillance camera at the intersection. On the co-pilot, Mikla's face was clearly visible. Sam saw that although he was a little flustered, he still bit his teeth and explained, "We met on the way." Simmons sneers at Sam's silence. It's impossible to confirm that he has contact with alien creatures, but they have a simpler way to confirm. The 7th Area has studied Megatron for decades, and there are corresponding detection methods. Simmons reached out his hand, and his men immediately handed over a set of hand-held detection instruments. This is a special radiation detector for transformers. As long as it has contact with transformers, this instrument can detect it. In the puzzled eyes of Sam's parents and Sam's uneasy expression, Simmons put his head close to Sam. "Drop by drop." a series of prompt sound accompanied by the red indicator light on the detector. The "Do you know what this is? Do what you want with the badge." Sam was a little flustered by Simmons's ferocity, and his eyes could not help looking straight at the silver badge. But listen to Simmons' voice fierce continue to say, "I'll lock you up forever." Sam can't help but be more flustered when he hears the words, and Mikla quickly interrupts for fear that Sam can't keep telling the truth. "Don't listen to him." Sam and Simmons both turned their eyes to her. He was angry because he had to go to the mall to be a security guard when he got back. Mikla was very angry at Simmons' aggressive threat, and naturally her tone was not so good. Simmons smelled that his eyes were getting worse and looked at Mikla, who was tit for tat, coldly said, "Girl, you'd better not mess with me. In particular, your father's parole is coming." "What? Parole period?" Sam turned his head and looked at Mikla. He asked in surprise. "Nothing. A car thief is nothing." Simmons interrupts Mikla's plea. "She also has a criminal record of juvenile delinquency. She is a criminal, sexy criminal." Mikla glared angrily at Simmons and bit her teeth, but she said nothing more. "It's not good for your father to spend the rest of his life in prison because you don't cooperate, is it? It's time to be honest." But Simmons did not let them go. He threatened them naked. When it comes to her father this time, Mikla can no longer stand up. Although Chenmo once warned them to treat them as if they didn't know anything, Sam and Mikla looked at each other and finally chose to compromise in the face of Simmons' direct threat. Simmons finally got the information he wanted to know, but it was hard for him to believe that the remains of the alien life found in the abandoned factory were destroyed by a human wearing high-tech steel armor. How can this be possible? After preliminary analysis by field technicians, it has been determined that NBE-1, the frozen alien life in their base, belongs to the same kind of alien life. Although NBE-1 has never been unfrozen since it was discovered 80 years ago, according to their research on NBE-1 for so many years, this alien creature not only contains extremely advanced technology, but also has a very strong fighting capacity. Although the wreckage they found is much smaller than that of NBE-1, according to their analysis, it's absolutely impossible for one person to deal with it. Ordinary ground forces are not even its opponents at all. At least they need the support of Air Force to destroy them. But Sam and Mikla told him that this powerful life form had been demolished by a man in a steel war suit without even using a hot weapon. Simmons's first reaction was that Sam and I were playing with him. But their faces were different. He also believed that under his threat, these two little guys would not dare to play tricks anymore. Is it really like they say? Perhaps the traces of the scene can tell him the answer. Finally, under the constant urging of Simmons, the on-site analysis report only took more than an hour to be published in advance. Although due to time constraints, many detailed data have not been published, it is enough for Simmons. No signs of explosion were detected at the scene or in the remains of alien creatures. The damage to the wreckage was detected as a high-intensity physical impact. According to the analysis of footprints at the site of cement floor fracture, the target height is estimated to be 1.92 m, and the strength is far beyond the average person. On its own, the rough analysis report gives limited information, many of which have no clue, but if combined with the information provided by Sam and Sam, the meaning will be different. This report just confirms Sam and Mikla's claim that this alien creature was indeed disassembled into parts by human hands. So now the new question is coming. Who is the mysterious human who killed this powerful alien creature by himself? At this point, the information Sam and Mikla give is not very valuable. Originally, after the two people explained what happened in the abandoned factory, they didn't want to disclose more other things. After all, Chenmo saved their lives in the abandoned factory. They instinctively wanted to keep more secrets for Chenmo, so they hid the fact that Chenmo sent Mikla home and changed cars with Sam the day before. But Simmons is not so easy to fool. Through the investigation of the monitoring around their families, they easily found out the problem. In the face of Simmons's simple and crude threat again, the two had no choice but to make peace. But Simmons's doubts were even greater. The most suspicious one is that he replaced his old used car with the Porsche Sam is driving now. That is, the yellow Chevrolet in the surveillance video. But Simmons couldn't guess Chen Mo's intention. What's the secret in that car? They also saw the figure of the black luxury off-road vehicle from the monitoring system. But like the old Chevrolet found before, many key monitoring seems to have been artificially interfered and erased. They could neither take a picture of Chen Mo nor find the final location of the two vehicles. But Simmons didn't give up. He continued to interrogate Sam and Mikla to see if he could pry out other information concealed by the two men. At the same time, he sent people to continue to check the monitoring system to find the trace of the mysterious man. The clues left by Chen Mo are very limited, and they can only find them a little bit in this clumsy way. But they can't give up. After all, Chen Mo's powerful strength and mysterious connection with alien creatures make them have to continue to trace. Just as Sam and Mikla continue to suffer from the ravages of Simmons, Chen Mo, who is being frantically searched by the 7th District, stays at home and drinks coffee as if nothing happened. But soon, he noticed something unusual in the night sky outside the window. With coffee in hand, Chen Mo came to the window and looked up. Only to see the distance above the night sky, 4 dazzling huge fireballs are dragging the long tail of the flames roaring. Ordinary people may regard them as meteorites, but Chen Mo knows what is in these 4 fireballs. The speed of the 4 fireballs was very fast, and in an instant they rushed over Chen Mo in a huge roar. Feeling the buzz of bumblebees in the garage, the next moment, Chen Mo appears in the garage with a coffee cup. The bumblebee, who was playing music on the car radio, felt the sudden appearance of Chen Mo and was obviously shocked. The sound of the radio disappeared instantly. The whole car returned to its previous quiet state, which seemed no different from other ordinary vehicles. Just now I witnessed Chen Mo's bloody tearing of Decepticons. When the bumblebee saw Chen Mo, it felt very sad. Just now, the excitement of the arrival of reinforcements swept away. Seeing Chen Mo's instinctive choice of pretending to be dead suddenly, he had to say, "I can't see. I can't see." Now, but Chen Mo didn't pay attention to his uneasy mood. He looked like a bumblebee in an ordinary car and said directly, "Tell your friends to hide and above all, don't disturb my sleep." Chen Mo doesn't need the help of Autobots. On the contrary, he is afraid that these guys will rob his prey. Every Decepticon is a valuable exercise resource for him. At least before he reaches the goal of exercise, he doesn't want the Decepticon to be eliminated by the Autobots. Chen Mo said that. He immediately moved back to the room with his coffee and continued to enjoy it leisurely. As for Chen Mo's warning, bumblebees dare not take it seriously. Chen Mo's strong performance of killing roadblocks before has completely suppressed the bumblebee, and the strength of roadblocks is equal to him, which means that Chen Mo can easily split him into a pile of parts like treating roadblocks. The bumblebee felt a chill at the thought of the scattered armor and pieces of spare parts in the abandoned factory, as well as the wreckage of the roadblock. This Earth person is not easy to provoke. They had better do as he said. But Bumblebee, after all, is not the leader of the Autobot. He can't make decisions directly.